Vertical Live. I believe in you. You can do it. You can do it, Vertical Live. I believe in you. I believe in you. There it goes. All right, finally. There we go. There we go. All right. That is up. Ooh, just got to pull up the chat from it. Come on, Vertical Live. Okay, now I just need to actually pull up this stupid chat on my phone. So I can actually see the chat on the Vertical Live. We've been getting a lot of people over there, but I need to actually be able to, like, see what's going on. There it is. All right. Now I can see everything that's happening. Okay, finally. Now I get to open up my drink. Oh. So, to like my politics, the drink is going to be heavily mixed. So I'm going with 50-50, 312, and then I also have this Martinelli's hard apple cider, which I'm doing about a 50-50 split of that I have found has been an absolutely delicious combination, at least to me. Okay. That, and we're going to top that off with some of that sparkling apple cider. There we go. Excellent. Way too much head, but it'll do. Oh yeah, the crispness of the, oh, I can't see it on the horizontal, like the crispness of the apple alongside the 312. I love it. That's always been my big problem with 312. It's not like, I don't know, crispness. I'm not going to repeat that word too many times, but that's what it's lacking. Anyway, for a political stream, though, what Civ 5 civilization should we play as for a political stream? Should we try to match my politics? Should we try to just basically play as America? Delicious. Damn, that's really, really good. Anyway, yo, what's up? Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm gonna play as, no, Rome would be too on the nose for a political stream. Can't play as Rome in a political stream. That just makes you sound like a crazed authoritarian, and probably not Germany either. Poland, if we want complete cultural dominance. Russia, is that also authoritarian? Pretty much. Let's see, what else do we got? Actually, Catherine the Great, I believe, is the last Russian leader to invade Crimea successfully, with actually very little pushback. Pokemon or Dragon Ball? I don't know if either of those are civilizations that you can play in the Civ 5. There could be a Dragon Ball mob. That'd be pretty interesting. You can play as the Saiyan faction and go and lead a fleet of triremes against India. I'd play that. That'd be a fun mod. That'd be a fun mod. Or a Pokemon faction. Reskin the Apache helicopters to be Charizards. I'd play that. I'd play the hell out of that. That sounds fun. That sounds great. Ooh, Arabia. Hiawatha is all about turtling. That's probably pretty good when in a political stream I need to actually be like paying attention to the chat and not paying attention to what's going on in the actual game. Ooh. But Polynesia is really fun. You do a lot of sailing and exploring with them, which is more fun than, that's great. What else do we want to play? Oh. Ooh, Japan. Japan's really, really fun. Kind of makes me come across like a weeb, but they're really strong. People, if you're going to suggest Pokemon or Dragon Ball, maybe we should just play as Japan. Oh, no. Let's do the Maya any good? No, the Maya kind of suck in this game. They're cool, but they kind of suck. There's a lot of them that are really good. Or we could just play as the Shoshone and just curb stomp everybody. They're absolutely broken in the early game. Absolutely broken. Let's play as America. Let's do it. On a map that is fractal? Sure, that'll do. On huge... Keep it on Prince. And there we go. Standard game. Here we go. Welcome, President.
Welcome, President Washington. You lead the industrious American civilization. Formed in the conflagration of revolution in the 18th century, within 100 years the young nation became embroiled in a terrible civil war that nearly tore the country apart. But it was just a few short years later,
a civil war that was about slavery, no matter what the South says.
The United States reached the height of its power, emerging triumphant and mighty from the two terrible wars that destroyed so many other great nations. The United States is a nation of immigrants, filled with optimism and determination. They lack only a leader to help them fulfill their promise.
Ain't that true?
President Washington, can you lead the American people to greatness? Can you build a civilization that will stand the test of time?
Fuck yeah, we can. Fuck yeah, we can build a civilization that will stand the test of time. Where do we want to build our city, though? I kind of like the idea of building it up on this... I also have to remember what the controls are, because I'm used to the controls from Total War now. Let's go up here. Ooh. That's very interesting. That's very interesting. Yo, welcome in, Saul. Wait, who can't I tell nope? You talking about Washington? Oh, yeah. Oh, shoot. Where do we want to build? Curious if there's anything... on this coast is okay, go up there. The narrator, I could have skipped it but didn't feel like it. Yeah. Okay, this is actually good coast. It is. Damn it, I'm losing 2 turns. I might be fucking myself over completely. We're skipping 2 turns before building our city, which is really bad. But I would also really like this placement. There is Washington, D.C., the fucking sinking swamp town that it is. Drenched, sinking into the swamp of its own corruption. Ah, Washington. Beautiful place. Let's get a monument going. And... what do we want to do? No, keep producing the monument. Not sure. Oh, wait, I gotta move over, though. You can't see the drink. Ah, yeah. There we go. There we go. Oh, yeah. Nice. I feel so fancy whenever I drink out of a wine glass. So incredibly fancy. Let me see. Oh, technology. That's what I need to be focused on. Oh, no. I've had half a beer. Wow, I can't be drunk already. Probably should be focusing on sailing since we lost 2 turns. Let's go there and then to archery. There we go. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Ah, Washington, D.C. Let's see how this goes in your attempts to conquer the world. God, this is going by slowly. Well, no one expects Washington to actually get anything done on time. Ooh. If only I could sail. This would be a good place for a city. Take control of this choke point right here. Put it on the other side. Have the defensiveness of the hills. And get these pearls. Access to fish. And take the other end of this peninsula. This would be like the Straits of Gibraltar. Beautiful. Since we were talking about Ukraine last night, you think the ceasefire deal is actually going to work? I got to be honest. I think that as soon as... thank God Ukraine is finally capitulated to Trump's demands, as much as I don't like how Trump has approached this. Now, thank God, we are in a position... Yeah, they're never going to take it. I don't think so either. Now that Ukraine has capitulated, the ball is in Russia's court. And it seems like now, if they fuck things up, then, you know, the rest of Europe hopefully will get its act together and actually start supporting Ukraine if they care so much about it. If this really is an issue of European security, they should have been fighting this war already. Whether or not they will, I'm kind of regretting not putting my city here, actually. Would have been really nice to have the truffles and the wheat right off the bat. That would have been really nice. Oh, well. Yeah, I think the Russians are going to violate the... Now that the ball is in Russia's court, they're not going to capitulate, and it's going to be... they're going to fuck this up almost immediately. Almost immediately. Which is good for Ukraine, because it means the United States can unabashedly support them and send them anything that they need. Which we should, because, we should be attempting to chew as many Russians as we can. Oh, fuck. Yeah. Unfortunately, I think you're right about that. I hope they get off their ass. I mean, I know that I support Ukraine. I know that the, allegedly, France and the UK do. God, I just have no resource. This was such a bad move. This was such an incredibly bad move on my... I'm starting over. Okay. It's still early. It's only like... We're within 10 turns. We're starting early. We're starting over. We're starting over. That was a really colossally horrible move on my part. Oof. Oof. We'll see if Europe can get its act together. You know, at one time, France and the UK were empire builders themselves.
Formed in the conflagration of
at one point, we'll see whether or not they can continue that. Ooh, my God, this is a way better start. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, baby. Yeah. We're on the coast. We've got fresh water, got wine, gems. Ooh, yeah. Ooh, that's beautiful. We'll see if Europe can manage to get off its ass. It certainly would be nice. We'll see. They've also been enemies for years. Who, Europe and Russia? I mean, Ukraine and Russia? I mean, that's certainly true. Well, I mean, technically, they were, up until like 30 years ago, they were both underneath the Soviet Union, but that was more of a conqueror-conqueree sort of relationship, tragically. Hopefully, things can come to a more amenable situation, and the United States can focus its efforts on China wholeheartedly. That would be the ideal situation. I mean, you know what my take is. The British and the French. Well, yeah, because they were both empire builders. But now, neither of them wants to build empires. They don't want to do anything. They want to sit back and let the Americans do all the work. France doesn't even want to fight their own dark war in on the African continent, securing their own uranium mines. Or not uranium mines. Yeah, uranium mines and their own source of uranium. They want to kick back and let the Americans deal with it. Awful. Am I playing with Raging Barbarians? I don't remember. Let's build a warrior just in case. They were historic enemies, but only when they had armies, which is certainly not now. I should probably try to get mining. Given all these gems that we have. Yeah, mining. And then it would be nice to have the calendar. Then archery and the calendar. I'm not worried about getting the calendar super fast. But hopefully we can get another city down here quite soon and take advantage of all these bananas. Speaking of bananas, man, the world is crazy right now. World is absolutely crazy. We'll see how it goes. We will see how it goes. Oh, shit, I meant to be building a worker. Shit. Shit. Ah, well. Whatever. I don't know, like I said, the British and the French have only been enemies as long as they've actually been... As long as they've only had armies. I'm not even sure they do anymore. They don't seem to have any willpower to fight, which I get it. We've been in peacetime, guys. We have been for many years, and we would like for that to continue, but sometimes maintaining peace means the willingness to crush an enemy before they get too powerful. Unfortunately, Europe doesn't seem to have that. They'll complain all day about, oh, why do the cowboys make all the decisions? Why do the cowboys make all the decisions? And then suddenly, you know, suddenly Russia's on the warpath again, and then they're like, where are the cowboys? Where are the cowboys? They need to come fight our wars for us. Ugh. That's why, despite how much I may disagree with Trump, getting Europe off of its ass is absolutely imperative. Russia switches sides more than most people change their underpants. I mean, Russia is, if I have said before, if there is one thing that defines Russia, especially in modern times, it is a deep-seated insecurity in their own existence and peoples. They believe, and honestly, a lot of Russian supporters have issues with insecurity. I mean, they believe themselves to be like the oppressed against, like, oh my god, the hegemony of the West is coming for us, and NATO, oh my god. Fuck Russia. Fucking morons. No, NATO is meant to counter you, but not to attack. And it's just sad to see, you know, the way that they're casting this. When in reality, you know, if Russia would stay within their own borders and stop using things like the... I mean, there's a reason they launched their invasion of Ukraine, like, right after what should have been the completion of the Nord Stream 2 pipeline. Like, you know, their whole goal is to underhandedly worm their way into Europe's good side by offering cheap resources and cheap labor through exploitation of their own peoples and resources. That is correct. They did lose to Japan. Russia does have that ability, though, to pull victories out of very... It's interesting. Russia has a habit of beating large powers but losing to small ones. It's a funny little thing. It's a funny thing with Russia. Who are we playing? Let's take Honor. I want to kill some barbarians, and I forget if we have raging barbarians on. And if not, we're going to conquer all our neighbors. Hello, caveman. I go to Russia a lot. No, I do not, actually. See that on TV. Oh, I'm smooth-brained. I had no idea. Interesting. Where do you... Well, let me ask. Where do you get your information on Russia from? Are you Russian?
The meek shall...
That's not... that sounded more accusatory than I wanted it to, but I'm genuinely curious. I mean, if I shouldn't get my... if my sources are bad, please inform me. It's the whole point of the stream. Please inform me what my opinion on Russia should be. That insecurity... If insecurity in against... Western Europe is not what defines more modern Russia. Well, where do you get your sources from as far as knowing what's happening in Russia? Traveled to Russia and China. Well, fair enough. You probably know a little bit more than me. Inform me. What should I know about Russia that I'm getting wrong? I sound really snarky, but I actually am asking. Let's see. I'm curious. I am incredibly curious. Divide the people from the leadership? Well, that's fair. It's fair to divide the people from the leadership, but the people don't seem to be pressing against the leadership all that hard. I mean, you don't become... Vladimir Putin didn't become the longest-serving leader of Russia because there's no support for him among the people. I mean, sure, he is also a homicidal dictator and absolutely ruthless and willing to play the geopolitical game. I mean, he's a fucking intelligence operative, but... I mean, you don't become the longest serving... I believe he just outpaced Catherine the Great, wasn't it? I mean, you don't become that with having no support among the people, you know? The same with Xi Jinping. As much, or at least having a sense of complacency among the people toward what it is they're doing, you know? Toward his policies, toward what he's enacting on the global stage and inside the country. And that is, I will say, that's true of China too. It's true of Xi Jinping. As much as I've heard many a Chinese American complain about the actions of Xi Jinping while they're in front of me. But again, he don't serve for this long by being so by going completely against the people. You know, there's truth in that. I'm just saying, I should put up something about. Oh, I meant to put up a note in the top about how we're going to conduct ourselves in this political stream, but well, maybe later. I will at some point. It's going to be pretty slow in the beginning anyway. I'm not super... Oh, I need to put some music on. Wait, hang on. I forgot to put on my jazz. Oh, my God. Wait. Hey, thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it. Yeah, to be clear, I'm glad you appreciate what I have to say, and I'm glad you appreciate that I mean... You know what? You don't have to appreciate what I have to say, but I'm glad you appreciate the sense that we're all trying to come here. We're all trying to seek truth. I can turn that down a little bit. We're all trying to find out, trying to press our ideas against one another in hopes that we can find truth somewhere in here. Thank you. I'm not a huge fan of Trump, but I think that if there's one thing that we've learned, it's that Americans are tired of... They're tired of not supporting, no matter what my feelings are on Trump, I hope he's successful because I want America to be successful. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'm glad that we can disagree and still be here. No, caveman, seriously. I'm glad that we can disagree and still be here together and be able to respectfully talk about these issues. Saul, you respect Xi Jinping, but don't respect Putin. Yeah, I mean... I think I'm kind of there as well, honestly. I think that Putin spends a lot of time hiding from his own people more than... And again, you don't become the longest serving ruler of Russia by being deeply unpopular. But Putin spends a lot more time... Like China is still making itself for as much as I may criticize Xi Jinping's policies, and everyone should, because he has many an issue, China is still turning themselves into a military, technological, and cultural powerhouse, as they have been historically in between all the civil wars. Which we'll see how that goes. I mean, I just heard about the new tariffs they're announcing on the United States as far as specifically food production, and Canada too. They're putting new tariffs on Canadian pork and other products. You know, and I worry for them, and I know I always sound kind of snarky, but I genuinely worry for them at this point, because when China is historically a net food importer, and is today, and when China gets hungry, that's when China gets civil war-y. And in order to avoid a civil war, you know, one way dictators often do that is, let's just take all of our men and throw them at a smaller country, say Taiwan. So that worries me a bit, that this could turn very, very bad very, very quickly for many a nation out in the South Pacific. For them, for the Philippines, for Japan. Well, it's not really the South, it's the South Sea, but still. I worry this could go very, very badly, and it could go very badly for China. I don't want to see China throwing away an entire generation of young men to exert military dominance over Taiwan. And I will even admit, the takeover of Hong Kong was not as brutal as it was made out to be. You know, I will acknowledge that. I will acknowledge that the takeover of Hong Kong still has a lot of autonomy. Not as much as they did before, and that sucks. But they do still have a lot of autonomy. The Hong Kong courts were the first ones who were calling out Evergrande when it was falling apart. So clearly they're not afraid of, you know, the CCP, you know, destroying the city or anything like that. But, you know, Xi Jinping's, the party killed his family and put him in a work camp when he was young. Jesus Christ, that's awful. Ooh. Well, I mean, I guess that is the classic, what would it be? Collectivist fantasy, putting a worker in charge. Oh, I hope it works out for them. Like I said, though, there's a lot to be worried about with China, even both considering and outside of Xi Jinping and his reign. I hope things go well. You know, I think that there is or at least should be an ability for the United States and China to work together. You know, we make two different kinds of... We make a lot of the same products. We're both manufacturing powerhouses, but there is room in the manufacturing space for both America and China to exist. You know, and there is room for all of us to have a slice of the pie. It's just... Yeah. Okay. It's good that you respect him. I mean, I guess that makes sense why you don't respect Vladimir Putin, the ex-intelligence operative who just conned his way up the ladder. Well, I guess it's wrong to say he conned, but, you know, he's still... Oh, boy. Oh, Putin. He still had to manipulate the system. I mean, again, he is an intelligence operative. He operated out of East Germany. Like, his rise to power is what you would expect from that, you know? Wow. The Americans are so illiterate. No, the Americans, no, we're so illiterate. Oh, actually, we're not that far behind. Okay. Oh my God, the Americans are so illiterate. Oh man, life imitating art. Ooh, the American education system is just falling apart. He tries to be Stalin, but it's more like Mussolini. And there's probably some truth in that. He's definitely not. Putin has always wanted to be Russia's daddy. But I mean, even historically, I think Stalin was the last time, outside of maybe some of the more, like, Stalin was very much a blip in the last 100 years. Before Stalin, you had the reign of some very, very inept czars. I mean, Stalin was the last time there was any particular love of leader in Russia. Russians historically are not fans of their own government or leaders because they tend to be brutal and authoritarian, as you would expect from a brutal landscape in which they live. You know, it's, they're still a net food exporter still, but, you know, Russia's a complicated place. And it's, it tends to be very brutal. God, when this ceasefire, if one of two things are going to come out of these negotiations with Ukraine, like either Russia's going to take the ceasefire, which I don't think is going to happen. I agree with you, Saul. I don't think they're going to take it. In which case, the U.S. has all the reason in the world to give Ukraine, make it rain with those artillery shells. Like, fucking make it rain. We have all the shit in the world that we need to give them. It would cost us less than scrapping the stuff we need to get rid of. Like, a lot of the stuff that we have or giving to Ukraine is shit that was going to be scrapped anyway because it was at the end of its shelf life. And, like, we need to replace it anyway in order to keep the military-industrial complex going. It's, oh boy. Like, if we take off, if the Republicans get involved in supporting Ukraine, Russia's done. Like, it's Mussolini was the soft underbelly. There's some truth to that. You know what? That's a good point, because that's kind of true right now. I mean, I guess I have soft agreed with that for a while now. I mean, I've said before, crush Russia and be done with it. Yeah, they were the soft underbelly of the crocodile, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, it's, there's definitely a sense in which Russia is going to fall apart. It's going to just become a series of warlords and states, and little generals and painted gods will spill blood and spoil the sacred earth. And the moment that the soldiers come home, the moment that they do, and all the mercenary groups, and you know, Russia's power company, Gazprom, has its own mercenary company. They're all individual. It's crazy. The battle of East v West is when, not if. I would agree with that. It is a when, not an if. Hopefully, though, hopefully, if Russia can be knocked out early, if Russia falls apart, with any luck, China will have its hands tied between wrangling Central Asia and wrangling the border with India, which has been way more hot than has been talked about for quite a while now, along with dealing with the natural, you know, internal disputes that come with China just existing. It's always had those issues. We'll see. I mean, the best thing we can be doing, well, I, as a Westerner, can be... What my goal is at the end of the day is always trying to set the West up for success in any way possible. You know, and I believe the best way to do that is to support Ukraine for right now. I'm not saying Ukraine has to be any kind of a long-term ally. I'm not saying Ukraine isn't corrupt as fuck. Historically, it is. Though then again, I'm from Illinois, so I can't really judge. Oh, yeah, I can't really judge. But I believe the best way we can do that is, you know, like I've said, like I'm gonna repeat the same phrase I normally do. Russia is our historic enemy in the East. Their main asset is tons and tons of cannon fodder. Let's give Ukraine some motherfucking cannons. Fuck them. Like, let's cripple Russia's war machine as much as possible, especially because that means that once Russia falls apart, which it inevitably will at this point, that means that we will, it'll make it easier for special forces on behalf of the United States, Poland, and NATO to go in and dismantle their nukes. You know. I mean, the rise of Russia and the Muscovite rule over that region was from a lot of things, but yeah, that was good old Ivan. Yeah, I mean, it was, modern Russia is defined, as I said, through its insecurity when it compares itself to the West, along with its history of brutality, which is somehow getting worse. A country made by mercenaries would expect no better than more mercenaries. Oh yeah, I didn't even make that comparison. No, you're right. The best people can do is to be mentally prepared before the fact. I agree. I agree. We have to understand that it's, the goal is, I mean, I don't want American boots. I don't want Americans dying in any future wars. I don't. But in order to make sure that doesn't happen, you know, there's going to be realities we have to face now and things to swallow now. Some of them are going to be, you know, like having some limited American boots on the ground in Ukraine, which I know is extreme, but at the very least, to at least know what the modern battlefield looks like, they don't have to be storming trenches. In fact, I prefer they didn't. But again with the Aztecs. Okay, whatever. But I think, I mean, Ukrainian trainers are already helping to train NATO forces and NATO sergeants in what the modern battlefield looks like in terms of dealing with drones and the new scope of warfare. Ukraine's, what is that battalion? The Billionaire Boys Battalion or something like that. The Billionaires Battalion, something like that, is already using a lot of Western tech, including those Boston Dynamics robots to fight Russia. You know, in order... we need to know what the modern battlefield looks like. And the more prepared we are for that, especially in comparison to China, who hasn't fought a real war in a very long time. No one has, aside from, I guess, Russia and Ukraine. No one knows what the modern battlefield looks like yet, you know? And I don't want the United States... I don't want war, but if the United States is going to get drawn into a war... Let's make sure we understand what the modern battlefield looks like and how to dominate. Again, you know, it's not about dying for your country. It's about making the other poor bastard die for his. Fuck our enemies. Fuck them over. Destroy them. Be done with them. What is that quote from Joshua Graham? If you must kill, killing is a chore. If it must be done with it. Something like that, you know? That should be the goal here. Have an understanding of the modern battlefield. The best understanding we can possibly have, short of having Americans storm trenches, which should not be a goal at all. Yeah. Thank you guys for participating and remaining respectful, by the way. I hope that I'm remaining respectful here. I know that I do get a little fiery about some of these issues, but I hope that I'm articulating myself in a way that's both respectful and positive and gets my points across. You know, that's always the goal here, you know? We don't have to agree. But we need to, but the most important thing is that we're here, we're expressing our ideas, we're seeking truth. That's the most important thing at the end of the day. And, you know, having a good beer. And listening to some smooth jazz that is as crisp and refreshing as this apple cider beer. What should we work? I need a settler. We need to exert our authority over this central region here before the Aztecs do. I wouldn't normally make a settler this early, but we're going full Imperial this stream. There's not a lot of luxury resources, though, which sucks. If we can get a road out here, though, that would be phenomenal. Americans giving mercy and trying to turn the cheek is what got us into this mess. We'd never be this strong. Honestly, like, we've given way too many concessions to Russia. I mean, at this point, things seem to be turning. I am curious. Actually, Oda Nosferatu, let me know. How do you think that the ceasefire is going to work out? Saul's over on the Twitch. Neither of us think Russia's going to go for it. I mean, my 2 cents is Russia's going to... Are you kidding me? Oh, you got to be kidding me. My 2 cents is Russia's going to fuck up by thinking that Trump is going to be on their side. Not that Trump isn't particularly pro-Ukraine, but my thinking is Russia's going to fuck up, overstep their bounds, and the Republicans are going to have no choice but to, well, not no choice, but they're going to have what they need to feel comfortable just opening up the faucet and giving Ukraine whatever it needs. I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, even Mike Johnson has had that one quote that is conveniently was taken off of YouTube, hilariously. Has that one quote where he said, like, the biggest issue with how the Democrats were handling this issue under Biden was that they were forcing Ukraine to, like, fight with one hand behind their back, like this weird micromanaging of the war, when if we're going to support Ukraine, support Ukraine. If we're not going to support Ukraine, don't support Ukraine. But pick a lane. But this weird appeasement, but also we support Ukraine, but we don't want to cross lines. This back and forth that we played under Biden, it wasn't working, and it got a lot of Ukrainians killed, you know? I think that once... I have my issues with the Republicans. But if you know anything about American politics, when the Republicans get involved and behind something, that's when shit actually gets done. Not that the Democrats don't have their issues they care about, but they've never been good at actually accomplishing anything. Honestly. Like, I'm not trying to be mean, it's just true. They've never been good at actually accomplishing things. That's always been the left's issue in general, and the Democrats' issue here in the United States. They've never been good at actually accomplishing anything. Nah, man. Nah, fam. You guys have fun. Y'all go to your war. I'm gonna keep expanding. And of course, if you're here in the chat, thank you so much for watching, and do remember to hit that like button. It is always so incredibly appreciated, guys. Whew. All right. America. We need to be expanding. Shit. This was really stupid. No, we can't. We have to... Let's go for the archer. It's actually... Oh, it's only... I started building a settler with only 2 turns. Until like... God damn it. Alright. Chop down that forest. The Democrats are good at raising taxes. You got me there. You got me. Damn. I've been proven wrong. Damn. I didn't mean to... I didn't know I was gonna get humbled this soon in the politics stream. The Democrats are good at one thing. They're good at raising taxes. You got me. Damn. I didn't expect to get humbled this soon. Man. My man, you got me. You got me. They're good at wasting taxpayer money, throwing it down a hole. Ah, did you hear that India's only 3 transgender... What is it? They're only... What are they called? Gender-affirming care clinics. The only 3 in all of India apparently were all U.S. funded under the U.S. aid, and now they've all closed. Woodrow Wilson's the worst president. We've had way worse presidents than Woodrow Wilson. Come on, we've had far worse presidents than that. We've had actual idiots as presidents. Although then again, I don't know much about Woodrow Wilson, so fair. I don't know. I don't know, man. I feel like we've had actual morons in office. I don't know about Woodrow Wilson. Here's why we have the income taxes. Oh yeah, wasn't the U.S. originally funded by like alcohol tax? I mean, is that better? Probably, actually. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Fair. Although I to be honest though, I live in Illinois. I mean, taxes are just how the government says hi. I mean, it's just taxes are just what happens. Illinois loves taxes. Taxes are like Illinois' favorite thing. It's awful. It's terrible. And people just love it. I had an argument with a Democrat friend of mine, and no surprise he's a Democrat. He lives in a Democrat state. I'm the outlier here in Illinois as one of the few, I don't even call myself a Republican, but leaning right. Still pretty close to center, quite frankly. You know, I mean, we were having a conversation, and he just kept going on this, like, tirade about how, I don't care where my tax dollars go, like, wherever they go, it's okay, I just want to give my money and know that it's being spent well, and it's like, well, you don't know it's being spent well. Well, I'll give any amount to save people. It's like, you're not saving people. Well, I'll give however much money it takes to save the poor people and the black community. I'm like, I'm the black community. You're not doing anything for the black community by giving money to these idiots in office. They're not helping. They're not helping the Latinos. I'm sorry, Latinx. They're not helping them. They're not helping the black community. They're not helping addicts. They're not helping those who are in jail. They're not helping people who are actually vulnerable here in the United States. But you're still giving them all this money and bragging about it. And he's like, well, I'll give any amount of money that it takes. It's like, but you're not helping. You're getting robbed by greedy politicians while not actually helping with any of this. What is wrong with you? And again, this is one example of a Democrat. I'm not saying this about all Democrats. But the way you see some of it in my state, here in Illinois, the way it manifests, it's crazy. And it was his job to interfere with other countries' business. Well, I mean, America's had an issue with that for under many presidents, but ouch. Because God. Oof. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, Woodrow Wilson. Okay. I'll have to look into him more. He's a president I don't know much about. Damn, that's shitty. That's real shitty. Ooh. Let's keep it going here. Yeah. Go patrol, make sure there's no more Aztecs here. Where do I want to settle my next city? Here could be good. Maybe just right here. I mean, then I'd have access to fresh water. A religious zealot from your zone? Was he from your home state? I mean, Illinois is only known for having one president from our state, and we like him. Oh, shit, no, there's also Obama. Kind of mixed opinions on him. Kind of mixed opinions. Somewhat ironically, Obama's looked on way less positively among the black community here in Illinois than in the white community, hilariously. I've always found that very, very funny. Always found that funny. Where are those, oh, they're still scouting out the Aztecs. Yeah, they can fight. Let them fight. That's fine. That's fine. They can fight it out. That's none of my business.
So,
maybe I should be scouting a bit. Doesn't look like there's going to be anybody to trade with, which is somewhat disappointing. I also don't really want that archer. Let's get the settler. Let's work on it. Citizen management. Oh my god, yeah, lock that one down. I don't care, yeah. Lock that down. Absolutely. We're going to be working that one here soon. That plantation is going to make us some money. What else do we need to work on? What else do we need? Probably remove jungle. What do we need for road? Actually, writing. And then bronze working. And then we'll get the wheel. So we can get roads to our new cities. That'll be good. That'll be good. That'll do. Alright, go tell us what's happening down here with this war between the Aztecs and the Huns. Before the barbarians start spawning. It's almost turned 50. I'm surprised we haven't gotten more barbarians, to be honest. I'm kind of wasting all these military units that I have. Ah, we got Aztecs. Here they are. I thought it said historic plague for a second. Woodrow Wilson's Church. Interesting. Is that in like a government building, or is it at like a, or just at like an actual church? I hope it's an actual church. I mean, American presidents being deeply religious isn't necessarily... It's a church, okay. American presidents being deeply religious isn't necessarily outside of the norm as far as historically. I mean, Americans being deeply religious in general isn't necessarily odd. Not that I'm necessarily condoning it. Not that it really... Okay. Not that it really matters, but... Melee units... I don't need the Great General right now. Ooh, yes. Free culture building in my first cities. Yes. Absolutely. Lord Washington of America. Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, American presidents being deeply religious isn't necessarily odd. I mean, though the founding fathers themselves, for the most part, weren't super religious. More, I believe, was it deistic or something like that? God exists, but we're not sure he really cares. Do what you want. Get up there, boys. Should have built a scout. It's... Oh, I can't remove the stupid jungle. God damn it. Alright, well, build a farm. That's fine. That's fine. Ugh. Persia. Man, I'm getting a lot of very interesting... goodbye. Goodbye. I'm getting a lot of very strong early game civilizations. Which is not ideal. Oh well. Keep an eye out. Oh, Cahokia. What do you know? That's about... Cahokia. Fun fact, Cahokia is only about 6 hours from where I'm sitting right now. I mean, it's dead now. It's across the street. It's across the river from St. Louis. But I find it funny that they're near all the other American civilizations. Well, no, that's not... North American civilizations. Tenochtitlan is not American. I think that they would probably get mad at me for saying that. I don't think the Mexicans would appreciate that. Oh, boy. Let's see. Yeah, you guys sit right there and be ready in case those Aztecs come back. And be ready to lead our next city. Shoot. Where do we want them? Where do we want them? Oh, this is a tough one. Okay. I'm thinking like right here. Like right there by these forests. There's not a lot of new things though. But there's a lot of food. A lot of food. A lot of money. That wine is worth a lot of money, even if I already have wine. But I also want one down here. We're gonna have to just expand. We're gonna have to work on expansion. Okay. We gotta build. We gotta build. We gotta build. We gotta build. And I need to get another drink. In a sec. Oh my god, wait, they're on each other's borders. Oh, that's gonna be fun. That's gonna be brutal. Will you... Okay, fine. Oh, good. Attila's outpacing me technologically. For now. Not ideal, but okay. Yeah, go ahead and come over... here. I think that will do. That will do. That will do nicely. Okay, what do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Do we want the Great Library? It's gonna take a long time to actually make another settler anyway. Maybe we should push for the Great Library. Oh, someone else is probably already building it. Let's get the settler. Yeah, you just stay there. That's fine. Let's get some motherfucking cities built. Damn, another 6 turns. Okay. Well, it's enough time to build a farm. Ooh. Well, at least the Aztecs and the Huns can battle it out while I expand to the north. Position for American isolationism, 4 for open diplomacy and opposition secret treaties. Freedom of the open seas. Yeah. Never got into Civ games. It's like Age of Empires, right? I mean, yeah, but I mean, no. It's more like Settlers of Catan. If there's one thing, if there's a tabletop, like, civilization building game you really want to compare it to, generally, Settlers of Catan is the one usually closest associated with the Civilization franchise. Probably. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of like Total War, and it's kind of like Age of Empires. It's kind of like a lot of things, you know? They all kind of fall in an odd little zone. They're pretty close. Yeah, I mean... At least partial opposition to American isolationism, yeah. In large, I mean, American isolationism has always come and gone with how strong America is. I mean, when America's at its strongest, suddenly we're like, why can't everyone else take care of themselves? You know, yeah, I love Civilization. It's phenomenal. I thought about playing as Russia, but I thought it would be too on the nose for the stream. As we're talking about it. New York. Here we go. Which is in the middle of the plains. Let's see. Why don't you go ahead and start building a shrine? New York needs a shrine. And I don't think that freedom is, well, no, yeah, the British Empire would have been a big issue with freedom, open navigation of the seas at the time. I claimed 1 bit of land. Fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself, fucking Aztecs. You're gonna have to deal with Attila anyway. You're gonna have your hands full here. You don't have the manpower to deal with me. So fuck you. Oof. Okay. Once you guys get over here. Be ready to defend if we need to. And we're gonna put another city. Ah, Korea! Interesting. I don't know anything about how Korea functions in this game. I think they're science focused. Unlike the United States now, given our current test scores, they're pretty atrocious. Pretty atrocious. Okay. There we go. Wow, I have a lot of money. Anything I should purchase? Scout, warrior, archer, a shrine. Maybe we should buy a shrine. Maybe we should. We'd still be getting a lot of money per turn. Let's hold back. Let's just leave it in the bank for right now. Just leave it there. No reason to be eager to spend it. I'm kind of surprised I haven't spent that yet. Normally there's a lot more stuff I feel like actually spending it on. Make me a mine. God, they gave me all the toughest, like, early game civs. Sure, why not? Alright, Persia. Wow, you guys are really far away. Boy, Attila seems... Ooh, nice. Alright, give me a policy. Give me free culture building in my first 4 cities. Did that give me... Yes! Gave me the monument. Perfect. Alright. There we go. Wilson also made Prohibition a law. I do know that. I know that Prohibition went... Oh, well, only because I watched the History Oversimplified video. I know that Prohibition was alongside the introduction of the U.S. income tax, which does suck, and I'm not a fan of. Buy. Yeah, I want that. Yeah, I want the gems. Give me those. Also, does anyone want to trade? Wow, you have, like, nothing to trade. What about Korea? You have anything? Not really. No one else is doing particularly well. You have... Ooh, you have silver. We're about to have a second source of gems in, like, 9 turns. Let's see. We'll consider trading those to Persia for silver soon. We need more luxury resources. Income tax is a way to pay for Prohibition. They got rid of Prohibition, but we're still paying for it. I mean, the problem with Prohibition was, in a lot of ways, I mean, that it's interesting. Yeah. It was to pay for Prohibition in the sense that, like, so much of the U.S. government's revenue came from beer taxes and alcohol taxes, I believe. Yeah, so it was kind of a stupid trade-off that didn't really end up working out. Now we're still paying for it. And now a lot of states use taxes on alcohol still. Seems to be where the majority of that's going. All right, production focus. Ugh. Okay. Any chance I can buy a worker? He's 310. Well, soon. If I can get enough money to buy another worker, I would do that. I would totally do that. I gotta make sure that the fucking Huns aren't gonna roll up on me here. Oh good, the Koreans are following us back home. That's phenomenal. Ooh, that helped. That helped a lot. Okay, settler, I want you to come... How far is it? Technically could right here. Come over here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Don't make me have to fuck you up. No, 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 no. No, 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 you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. No, 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 no. They're not coming far north. They're not coming. They're staying below that line. No, 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 no. Okay, I'm actually okay with that. That's fine. Yeah, that's fine. You can settle a city there. That's fine. I'm okay with that. Alright, fine. You already know where my capital is. There's no hiding it, so... Okay, fine, Attila. Okay, yeah. I'm actually okay with them putting a city there. That's fine. That's not far enough north to bother me. Also, I'm about to really piss them off with my next city placement. Really piss them off. Really piss them off. Woo. What other big stores with us? Oh, wait. Let me grab a drink first. Let's see. just remembered. Did you hear? I remember we talked about this last time. Did you hear about Gavin Newsom inviting Charlie Kirk onto his show and admitting the Democrats are losing horribly on the transgenders in sports issue? That was very surprising. I was shocked. I mean, I wasn't surprised they're losing on it. Like, it's one of those issues where, like, I talk to people in real life and they're like, no brainer. I know where I stand on this issue. Like, no men and women's sports. But when I hear politicians, it's all ideological. Like, it's crazy. And there seems to be such a divide there. But I was still surprised Gavin Newsom was openly willing to, like, come out and say, oh, no. Like, yes, Democrats are being crushed on this issue. Crushed. I believe the word he used was creamed. Whoa. Beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah, I was surprised he was willing to come out and just say it. But I guess, I mean, there was only so long it could go on. Like, there has been that divide for quite a while now. It's like, Knew I shouldn't have started the Great Library. Somebody else was going to beat me to it. Fuck. What happened in Cahokia? They were bullied by the Huns. They do that. We're going to have to get over it. But one other settler right away? No, I need to build now. But I do want... Actually, you know what? Let's buy a worker. And change our production to a... library? Yeah, that's fine, actually. Yeah, library is good. That's fine. We're not going to be fighting just yet. We're going to build a barracks here soon, though. Don't you worry. We are ready for a scrap. We are standing ready. Oh, the Koreans! What the fuck? When did they get here? Okay. Damn, I got 4 more turns till this mine is done. As soon as these guys are done here, well, you guys get over here. You're going to go build me a pasture. Get those horses. And you guys are going to come over here and build another mine. So I can get even more gems and trade them away for more happiness. You, I found a city right there. Boston! Baston. Whatever. I can't speak East Coast. What do we want to build there? They should have started out with a free monument. Perfect. And then... caravan? No. It's going to take too long. Let's go with the granary, because we're going to have... yeah, because granaries increase the... how good... yeah, wheat, bananas, and deer. We have a ton of bananas in this area. Yeah, 3 different sources of bananas. Possibly 4 if we can take this one too, which would be nice. Yeah, so we want that granary early on here. That's just Boston, not even Yankee. Does Boston have it? Is Boston's own? Oh yeah, you're on the East Coast. I forgot about that. Yeah, Boston is just its own... Boston is its own, like, island in the East Coast Sea. You are not sending another settler up here. I will kill them. I will kill them. I will kill that settler if you bring them up here. Do not do it. I will kill them. Wait, where is he? Where is that asshole? Don't settle new series. Don't settle new cities near us. Oh, actually, do you want an embassy? No, wait, I can't take embassy, though. Yeah, have fun. Is my political acumen helping me in Civ? Oh, yeah, that's why we're playing as America. Absolutely. The alcohol is very helpful, too. Yeah, with political acumen, you're deep north. It's becoming more and more of a thing, man. Culturally, the deep north is becoming more and more of a thing. It's hilarious, but it's very true, honestly. sound like 1800s Deep South. I've always found it very funny that the Carolinas are like... sorry, my older sister went to high school out at North Carolina Central. She, coming from Illinois, well, coming from a pretty... Okay, I'm just going to state this flatly. Oh! That is as deep... Thank you for the reminder. That is as deep north as you can get. That is Great White North. That is as deep north as it gets. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's somehow more deep north than me here in Illinois. Yeah, Koreans, I like you. I will kill those settlers. I will kill them. I will kill them. I will. I will. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I will kill your settlers. I will do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Give me a pasture. You're still making that mine. God damn, it's taking a long time to build that mine. All right, I got to kill these settlers now. Oh, well, it's a free worker. I'll take that. I told you not to. Fuck you. Thank you for the free worker. Go fuck yourself. I told you not to. Keep an eye out. Let's build up the military. No, I told you not to. Thank you for the free worker. I appreciate it. I might go take your other worker too. Yeah, no. God, who am I playing as? If only Israel was in this game. Oh my God. Then we can really start some expansion. Oh boy. Well, I mean, it's an extension of U.S. Well, I mean, they're doing it with America's blessing. With they are the fingernail. They are the finger of the hand of America's own imperial ambitions. Even if America doesn't realize it and wants to deny it, it's the truth. Ah, America. Ah, America. Let's make masonry. Then, trapping. And, I guess... No, let's get mathematics. Yeah, no. Trapping, then ironworking. There we go. No Canada on there? No! Canada is in Civilization 6, though. I forget who it was that they added that was the... Let me look it up. Civ 6. Who was it that they have in Canada? I believe Civilization 6, the most recent one, was the first time Canada was in the game. Wilfrid Laurier. I'm probably pronouncing that wrong. Or Laurier? Something like that. Yeah, he was in Civilization 6. That was the very first one. Very first time Canada was in the game. Was in any of the Civilizations games. And they made a big deal out of it, too. It was also the first time they had Australia, too. And they made a big deal out of that, because Australia was super proud they finally got to be in the games, too. Is he good? I don't know anything about him as a leader. I believe, actually, funny enough, one of their unique building they can make is the hockey rink. Which is fucking great. No judgment. That's fucking amazing. I love that. That's fucking awesome. If Americans could build basketball courts, I would fucking love that. Or baseball. Oh no, baseball diamonds. America should have baseball diamonds in this game. That would be incredible. Let's go take their other workers. Fuck them. Aw, my golden age ended. Yeah, well. Thanks for the free worker. I told you to stop trying to settle cities near us. I told you. I told you. I told you to stop trying to settle cities near me. Oh, he's on the $5 bill up there. Oh, okay. I mean, I wasn't sure how... that's awesome. I'm glad that Civilization shows well as far as leaders. That's always good to know. And the Australian one is... something Crockett. He was like the leader of Australia during World War I or II. Something like that. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. We should have the Moonshine Shack. I believe that's a very specific part of the United States. But... also, it would be kind of funny, I'll admit. Would be pretty funny. I would enjoy that. I would enjoy the Moonshine Shack as America's special building. Go build a sheep pen. You guys just get in the border and start healing. You, go construct some wine plantations. Till after the 50s. No, they had the... Oh, yeah, during Prohibition. Man, everything you talk about is, like, deeply rooted in the Prohibition era. Who wants to trade for some gems? Would you like to? Yeah, give me the happiness from that. Attila, you want to trade? Because I'm at war with your partner now. Would you like to declare war on Montezuma? And gems? Attila, you love declaring war on people. I'm not going to pay you to declare war on someone. Why would I pay Attila the Hun to declare war on someone? It's paying a scorpion to sting you. Like, why? It's like, do you need to? Come on, man. Unnecessary. Unnecessary. You guys heal up. You guys build that plantation. You build a sheep farm. And then build another mine right there. We are building up our infrastructure rapidly here. I need more workers, though. I need I need one of these workers to come over here. How long is this going to take? I'll have to see some next turn. Oh. Ooh. I know that during the Prohibition, they did have pot stills all over. I mean, Chicago was like, they had, you know, stills all over the place. Trust me, I'm fully aware of the effects of that Prohibition had on American culture. Trust me, fully aware. Ooh, free workers. That's nice. Ooh. Let's see, can I go in and raid their stuff? Raid their shit without getting my workers obliterated? Where would I be in range? Gonna be in range of one of their cities if I do that. Come down here. Alright, they're back at full health. Be ready for an attack from the south. Fortunately, our northern border is secure, having the ocean up here. Thank God. Okay, what else do we need? Stonehenge? Probably not. Temple of Artemis? It's pretty good, actually. There's other things that could work that are better, though. Let's get the barracks. It's going to be very necessary. We need to be doubling down on our army so we can destroy. We are playing as America at war with Mexico. This is too real. This is too real. This is becoming too real. How does everyone feel about what's going on with America and Mexico, by the way? Like, do you think it was fair to declare the cartels as enemy as terrorist organizations? I mean, I gotta say, it's another one of those cases where, despite the fact that I'm like, I've always had my issues with Trump, but at the same time, I'm like, kind of about time here. I'm tired of these people, like, fucking killing people in the streets of the United States. I'm tired of them being able to, you know, be unimpeded and shipping fentanyl across the United States border. You know, I'm like, I don't like Trump, but man, has this been a long time coming. I don't like the fact that, we're isolating Mexico in the process, but there's also an element to which, like, we need to be, like, Mexico needs to get its fucking act together to at least some extent. I feel for Mexico, too. We got one fine with it, one feel for Mexico. Well, let me ask, does feel for Mexico still mean, like, you think there's some validity in it, but can relate? Yeah. Okay. Oh, right. Being another of America's neighbor countries. Okay, that's fair. I guess that does give a new perspective. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate. I would hope that things are not as harsh on Canada, though. Well, actually, Canada has had their own issues with letting in tons of illegal migrants across the border. I don't know how the drug situation has been on the Canadian border, though. So I'm not quite sure about that. Let's keep fucking up the Aztecs here, who apparently don't have, like, any military units, which is good for me. Shit. God, they have, like, nothing to pillage, which is the main problem. The main problem is they have, like, nothing to actually pillage. There we go. Yeah, go take them out from the north. You go build another mine down here. We are consolidating the north. A fentanyl has come from Canada. Where there's a lot of things that can still come from Canada. So yeah. Okay, I am glad to know that that there's not a lot of drugs coming from across that border, or gun deaths come from illegal guns from the United States. That's true of Mexico too. A lot of the guns the cartels get their hands on come from the United States, bought legally in the U.S. and then illegally resold. It's a huge problem. Yeah, no, I want to say I completely agree with you, our Canadian brethren. The United States needs to be doing a hell of a lot more as far as its gun control. Like, I am not someone who thinks the United States needs to like. The problem with gun control in the United States is that neither side is acting in good faith. That's the main problem with it. And it's leading to this nasty situation where there are all these guns on our streets and all these guns that are then being shipped overseas, not even overseas, just to other countries and to our neighbors. And it's leading to all these unnecessary deaths. It's horrible. It's just an awful, awful situation on every side. Ah, shit. Well. It's alright. Honestly, that's not the end of the world. Yeah, no, America's guns are a huge problem. Like, I am pro individual gun ownership, but we need more comprehensive, like, legislation from Canada, but there are a lot coming from the US also. Are there? I mean, Canada has had a pretty open immigration policy all on its own for many years. I don't think any of them needed to come from the US. Did they? Like, considering Canada's current policy on immigration, did they need to come from the US? Canada's had practically an open border. I mean, if you want, like, I want to be someone who acknowledges America's issues abroad. But, I mean, there are plenty of Canada's own immigration policies are biting Canada in the ass, you know? It's not the United States' fault that Canada now has, that the nation of India is now conducting political assassinations on Canadian soil. That's not America's fault. That's due to Canada's immigration policy, you know? Canada's immigration issues are Canada's immigration issues. The gun violence, that is America's issue, and we need to get our act together. But we keep rescuing them from the snow with hypothermia. Yeah, that's pretty tragic, actually. That happens a lot with the homeless here in the Midwest, too. It's terrible. It's terrible. But I don't know how many illegals would need to come from the U.S. to Canada. I don't think they would ever need to, ever.
동지여,
For
우리는
wine?
상의해야 할
Ooh.
것이 많고 서로에게 얻을 수 있는 것이 많소.
Gold per turn. You know what? Keep the horses.
알겠.
I don't really need them. Yeah, very much two separate issues. I will agree with you on the guns. America needs to get its act together and create more helpful, comprehensive gun legislation, which I think is an issue on both sides. The Democrats don't really go in on good. Like, if you look at what the Democrats are trying to propose as far as gun legislation, it's always about, like, things they find scary. It's always about, like, banning things based on looks, banning guns based on, like specific... And they try to ban things based on looks or based on things that they, like based on politics, you know? They ban individual gun parts and what classifications of assault weapons based on politics. And that's not surprising given how Democrats act. You know, it's all about politics there anyway. But if you're gonna deal with something as close to America's hearts as guns, you need to go in with, like, the actual knowledge of weaponry and at least what an assault weapon actually is. Come on. Pre-Trump, there was more going from Canada to the U.S. Yeah, definitely. 100%. There were lots coming from Canada to the U.S. because they realized it was smarter to come from the U.S. to come to the, Oh, fuck you. God damn it, you fucking Koreans. I'm gonna get bombarded. If I lose that unit, I'm gonna be pissed. Fucking Koreans. Anyway. Yes, give me extra growth. 100%. If I lose that unit, how much health do they have? 42. Oh, yeah, they'll survive one bombardment. God damn it. Fucking Koreans. The U.S. will say no. Canada will say sure. Come visit Canada. And they sneak across the U.S. No, you're right. That is exactly what is happening. No, Canada has been completely okay with how many illegals have been sneaking across the border from Canada to the U.S. And it needs to get under control. It needs to get under control. Because all the smart immigrants know the Mexican border is where all the cartels are, you know. Took you 2 years to get a firearms license in Canada? Interesting. I find that so funny given how, like, so much of Canada is, like, I mean, yes, like, 80% of the population lives within, like, 200 miles of the U.S. border. But so much of Canada, land-wise, geographically, is, like, backwoods. I'm kind of surprised more people there haven't pushed for, like, no, we need our guns. We like guns. Because, I mean, their expansion wasn't necessarily that dissimilar from the U.S. as far as going westward, you know? Like, they had a lot of the same cultural influences. They were just also part of the Commonwealth. You know, they had their own... They slaughtered the Native Americans en masse, just like the U.S. did. You know, like, it's funny how the two of them have... I think a lot of it is due to Canada wanting to frame itself as being, like, the more civilized U.S., the likable version of the U.S. And it's like, not... When Canada actually has to make decisions, when we see the true face of Canada, they're not as far off from the U.S. as they like to make themselves out to be. And we're gonna see that more and more. We're gonna see that a lot more and more. I should be building more spearmen. We need to be ready to, yeah, they're gonna be building up. We need to be ready to take these guys out. We need to be ready to fight the Mexicans. America's gotta build up its army so we can fight the Mexicans. Oh. Ooh. Yeah, no, like, Canada has been unwilling to crack down on the people coming across America's border for a very long time. And they should have been. Especially given, again, the things that are happening within their border due to immigration, such as India conducting fucking political assassinations on Canadian soil as a direct result of their immigration policies. Like, as a direct result, like, Canada is feeling the issues with unchecked immigration, the loss of culture, the loss of Canadian identity, you know? Like, it's just been destroyed. And yet the liberals just keep saying, oh, anyone who wants anything other than a completely open border always, all the time is a racist. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And it needs to fucking die. I'm tired of hearing it. Absolutely insane. Build me an archer. I'm so tired of hearing it. So easy. Well, not now. But, well, the problem is that so many of the ones who came to Canada came there specifically under political asylum demands. Because so many of them were specifically fleeing Modi's regime. Like, so a lot of the Indians who have come to Canada and the U.S., but especially Canada, have come because they are fleeing. They are against the regime, the current ruling regime, which is Narendra Modi's regime. I don't know, forget the name. Currently ruling in India. And Narendra Modi has been sending people to assassinate them because they have been openly, like, conducting political rallies and whatnot within Canadian borders because they still consider themselves Indian. And, yeah. When it comes to guns, I'm okay with people owning everything, but these four: nuclear, missiles, chemical, and bio. You could own a minigun for all I care. I respect that. I mean, I gotta be honest, like I said, I'm cool with it too. Like, I'm pro-Americans owning guns. I would also agree with those four. But it's like we just need to have more smart, comprehensive legislation. And if I'm quite honest, I would like to see some legislation that helps to support gun stores. You know, like something that gives, you know, like maybe even like there's ways you could even spin liberal gun policies to be positive, you know? Like requiring guns to be stored at a gun store or official gun locker could be, you know, a way of actually, if you spin it correctly, a way of making people like support their local gun store by forcing them to pay a fee, not to the government, but to the gun store, because gun stores are like the main source in local neighborhoods for comprehensive, positive gun knowledge and the safe handling of firearms are historically, despite what liberals may say, not very profitable businesses at all, you know? There are ways you could spin liberal policies to still work in their favor, but they're just not. That's it. That's the issue. Yeah, most Indians here from Punjabi province, and they hate Modi. Yeah, no, and that's true of a lot of the Indians here in the United States as well. But it's just Canada opened the flood. Canada is basically where the U.S. in terms of its immigration is where the U.S. would have ended up without Trump. It is and this is the issue that I wanted to bring up because people brought up the fact that I mentioned immigration in my video where I was like. Where I talked about, you know, my issues finding a job. It's not that I have an issue with immigrants coming here seeking to pursue the American dream. Like, I love that. But the problem with our current immigration system is that it's become a lazy way for our current crop of politicians to not actually fix any of the issues. Rampant homelessness, unaffordability of housing, terrible transportation that's unaffordable and broken. Lack of opportunity, you know, all of those things are not getting fixed because, we can just ship in cheap migrants. The fact that women aren't having kids, you know, Americans in general aren't having kids. Canada also has that problem. We can just ship in literal cheap migrant labor. Literal. And just rather than fix any of those problems, rather than assuaging the issues young Americans have in wanting to start families, rather than fixing the issues with transportation, we can just ship in migrants. Rather than fixing the issues in the army, you know, under Biden's rule. Fun fact: did you know that Venezuelan actor Wilder Valderrama became a spokesman for the fucking U.S. Army under fucking President Biden, quietly under the table? It's fucking awful. Fucking awful. Like, to invite these people in and then say, oh, we're gonna make you, like, it's America has all these great programs if you and you can become a citizen and you'll pursue the American dream, and also you have to go fight our foreign wars. Like, it's just awful. Just truly fucking awful. Thank you, Canadian Rob. I'm glad that we're on the same side. I'm glad that we agree, despite the fact that I am saying a few things against Canada. A few things. I'm still pro my Canadian brothers. We are New Worlders at the end of the day, as are our brothers down in Mexico and South and Central America. You know, I always want us to be able to come to the table together and be able to work together. And I am hoping that at the end of this rough period where Trump is kind of manhandling Canada and Mexico, I am hoping at the end of this, we will see a period in which we are all know that we are at the same point. We are coming to the same table. Yeah. Thank you. I'm glad to hear that. I'm glad to hear it. Like I said, you know, it's all about working together. Something's been captured by the Huns? Oh, shit! Oh, shit! Dude, the Huns are fucking him up! Holy shit! He just lost a city. Well, it was like his least defended city. Oh, shit. And they're razing it to the ground. Oh, fuck. Well, let's see how that goes for him. Damn, the Mexicans are getting fucked up by Attila the Hun. Attila's still not very strong right now. 5 and 6. A little higher than us. I should get another city down, and then we need to start cranking out military units like crazy. We need to build up our army. That is the main thing we need to be doing. What assets do we have right now? That's the real question. You want to negotiate peace? Not a time. Dude, you just lost a third of your empire. You just lost a third of your empire to the south. You sure you don't want peace? You sure you don't want some help there, buddy? Whatever, Mexico, fine, whatever. Run yourselves into the fucking ground. Whatever, I'll trade with the Koreans. The Koreans are way cooler than you. I don't even like you, Mexico. The Koreans are way cooler. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. God, I'm getting drunk. Anyway. Hello, Matt. Welcome in, welcome in. We've been having a long discussion about U.S. relations to Canada and Mexico. And we've had a very, very positive discussion about Canada. It's been really, really cool. Oh, I gotta go to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. 1 second. 1 second, gentlemen. Ooh. Looks delicious. Oh, it is a mixture of 312, which is a wheat ale, and this Martinelli's sparkling apple cider, about 50-50. It's great. Canada is a great sibling of the United States, and as I said before, I don't know if you were here for it, Matt, but I hope that at the end of this painful tunnel Trump is putting us through, that we will all be able to come back and sit at the same table. That is always the goal. Us New Worlders got to stick together. And now I have to go pee. Canadians love Americans, just not Trump. I hope so. I love Canadians. Canadians are great. Ooh. Yes, oh my god. Yes, I washed my hands. My god, everyone's so paranoid about that. There has never been a time I haven't washed my hands, and yet everyone's always worried about it still. I can't believe he doesn't want peace right now. Dude, you're getting fucked up by Attila. I can't believe you don't want peace. Also, whoa, what happened to this city? Dude, he took... Oh my god, he destroyed 2 of your cities! Oh my god, dude, the Huns. Dude, the Huns are down here. Then we've got Mexico up here, and here's the United States, as we're playing as George Washington. Attempting to grow our civilization and develop our infrastructure for the most part right now. They certainly are. Oh, I mean, what is it, like, something like 1% of Mongolia are Attila's direct descendants because he went around putting his hands on as many women as he physically could for so long that like 1% of like all of Mongolia are like his direct descendants now. Oh, dude was a fucking dude. Okay, I was gonna say beast, but I mean in a bad way, in a negative way. A monster. The man was monstrous. Awful. Ugh. Ugh. Too bad about Mexico, though. Well, you should have teamed up. You see, Mexico, this is what happens when you turn against the U.S. Man, your U.S. allies are the best option you have, Mexico. Clearly, you need to be, you know? He did great work in war. Well, yeah, I mean, bad people often do. Bad and or deeply flawed individuals often do well in war. I'll give you that. They often do. I need... How long are you... Oh, you guys only have... Oh, like 4 more turns. gonna take them a really long time to get over here. Okay, go up there, and we're gonna go ahead and buy that tile, and you're gonna go get those cows. Trump might be good at war. We'll see. We'll see. I don't know. Jury's out on if Trump is going to be a good wartime leader. If war breaks out, I mean, it seems like, oddly enough... Oh, yeah, I'm curious. I mean, Matt, what do you think about the... do you think that the treaty between Russia and Ukraine will hold up? Ukraine, for all intents, seems to be sticking to their guns. They have finally agreed. Do you think that Russia will go for the deal? I don't think they will. I think they'll, yeah, rough terrain. Yeah, get a move on. I think they only have... Are you seriously invading me right now? Like, you're already getting fucked up from the south. And you want to invade me? Alright, well, best of luck. You're gonna fucking die. But, have fun, I guess. Alright, they should be trapped here pretty much. They'll destroy this pasture, which sucks. But, far from the end of the world. We need more units. Give me more spearmen. More spearmen! We desperately need more spearmen. Oh, he didn't even pillage. He didn't even pillage it. He just ran. Depends on Putin. Yeah, I mean, ultimately, yeah, you're right. It's going to depend on what Putin wants to do. I don't think he'll go for it. But that's it, though. I don't think Putin will go for it because I think he knows the moment that a ceasefire happens, his own units are going to turn on each other. The North Koreans are going to turn on the Russian units they've been serving. The Chechens are going to turn on everyone. Like, no one is happy with Putin right now. Like, if the meat grinder in Ukraine turns off, it'll become an internal Russian meat grinder instead. Like, it's going to be a slaughter. Yeah, they're just going to kill each other instead. That's all that's going to happen. So Putin really can't. So Putin's kind of in a catch-22 right now. Like, he can't he can't stop the war because, you know, if he does, his empire is over. He's done. He's done. If he stops the war, that's the end of his army. It's gonna devolve into vicious infighting. But if he doesn't stop the war, then the United States unlocks the faucet for Ukraine, gives them everything that they need. And next thing you know, they're making it rain with those artillery shells, and Russia starts getting their ass handed to them even worse. Oh, the Mayans. Oh, Inca. Pachacuti. Hello there. You have anything to trade? Not. Oh, wow. You are not doing well. That's fine. Where are you? Oh, you're sending scouts. I need to be scouting more. I need to find more trade partners. Just feel bad for the civvies. Yeah, same. Ultimately, same. I mean, did you hear? After Ukraine went into Kursk, the first thing that the Russians did was start looting their own shops and businesses. And looting them for everything they could fucking get their hands on. It's fucking disgusting. Their own troops are just looters and bandits. Essentially, just glorified. It's terrible. It's just awful to see. You know, and the civilians are going to be caught in the crossfire. It's going to be awful. Putin doesn't have any incentive to stop. Sadly, the U.S. isn't providing any pushback. They will. I mean, the problem is, as much as Trump's approach so far has been flawed, I don't like the way he has alienated Ukraine and the Ukrainian people. At the same time, it's stalker. Anyway, that takes place in Ukraine. Yeah, yeah, I mean, if the problem is, if Russia doesn't stop the war, if Russia doesn't take this deal, the ball is currently in their court. If they don't, then the United States turns on the tap, turns on the weapons tap. And then there's no more Russia. Then the Russian military gets fucked. Then they might just decide on their own. Hey, it's a lot easier fighting our own troops than fighting the Ukrainians. You know? Not that Ukraine is doing well in the war. I think that a lot of people are kind of overselling how well Ukraine is doing. I think we need to have a very sober take on what Ukraine can achieve. But if the U.S. turns on the weapons tap and just makes it too bloody to go forward, then yeah, I mean, the Russians could just decide it's easier to fight each other and fight for power. And that would be a that's a very, very powerful reason for, that's a very powerful reason for Putin to stop. But he also can't, because then if he stops, they'll just turn on each other anyway. They'll just kill each other anyway. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Wow, that's just immediate head. There's just massive amounts of head on that. Immediately. Immediately. We'll see. Hopefully this war can stop soon. It's horrible and bloody and terrible and has the potential to be a meat grinder that costs us an entire generation within 2 different countries. Possibly multiple. But at the same time, it is also, tragically, the culmination of a grudge match that has been brewing for 500 to 600 years. Is that wheat beer? Yes. So today what we're drinking is a combination of 312 wheat ale alongside with a mixture of this Martinelli's sparkling apple cider, non-alcoholic. So keeping it a little bit light so I'm not like fucking wasted through this stream. So this is the third one. I need a little bit more. One moment. Yeah, I'm not mixing alcohol with alcohol here. God. Here we go. Yeah, I have been Hefeweizens. Ooh, yes. Not a Midwesterner, are you? The Hefeweizens have been really taking off here recently. It's absolutely crazy. People should also remember Jews and Muslims have been at war since the biblical times. Oh, you're gonna talk. Oh, we're gonna pull the. Are we gonna pull the pop the cork on talking about Israel? Because if so, boy, do I have some thoughts. But no, originally from Boston, but live in New York City. Interesting. All right, fair enough. Maybe that's interesting to know. Then maybe the Hefeweizens are becoming big everywhere, and not just necessarily here. Ooh, come on, come on, come on. I don't want this to go away, bro. Wait, hang on. You can hear this. Oh, I read that as NYC. I apologize. We got a lot from the Carolinas here. Glad to see you. Welcome in. Glad you could be here. Wanted to make comparisons. Yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot to be... One thing I have found extremely funny is where the dividing lines have been drawn as far as the alliances between Ukraine, Russia, Palestine, Israel, because the American left seems to be pro-Ukraine and pro-Palestine, while the American right is pro-Russia and pro-Israel. Meanwhile, Israel is very much against Russia right now, considering Wagner has been, Wagner, exists, and has been tied to the Palestinians who were trained to carry out the October 7th attacks. Despite the fact that Russia and Israel were cool for many years. It's, despite the fact that Ukraine itself is staunchly pro-Israel, it's interesting over the Muslim. Well, let's not make it too much about religion here. There are a lot of different Jews and there are a lot of different Muslims. So let's not make it too much about religion, but I would prefer... I will say that I currently prefer the state of Israel over the state of Palestine. I mean, as much as I don't approve of... As much as there has distinctly been a gusto with which Israel has entered this war with Palestine that has been somewhat disgusting. But at the same time, man... Hamas just manages to sink to that next level lower to the point that I can never support them. Ever. As the elected rulers of Gaza, dear God. Not sure how Americans have been convinced that Russia isn't our enemy and has been trying to destroy us. Russia isn't. They hate the West. Yeah, absolutely. On fucking Channel 1. They've been saying to the sea. Like, referring to Europe. They've been talking about how they want to nuke Washington, D.C. on a daily basis. How in the hell? Republicans! The party of Reagan! How they fucking got convinced to support Russia is fucking beyond me. I am right there the fuck with you. How the fuck Americans got convinced to be pro-Russia is fucking wild to me. Fucking wild. because woke bad. Oh my god, you're not fucking wrong. Like don't get me wrong, I am an anti-woke. I am so well. I live in an actual liberal state. Like I live in Illinois, staunch liberal state, like Democrat-run state, has been for decades. Like, I'm tired of performative Democrats, too. I'm tired of the woke shit, but at the same time, holy shit, to side with Russia just because they're anti-LGBT is fucking wild. Wild. Insane. Especially since Ukraine isn't pro-LGBT. Putin needs our support. Putin needs anybody's support right now, but fuck Putin. Fuck Vladimir Putin. I'm not saying you're wrong, Demon Network. Putin needs anybody's support. But yeah, the Alphabet mob. Yeah, no, it's like I'll be the first. Like, I have had to have so many conversations with my woke friends telling them, no, the LGBTQIA+ is not accomplishing any positive goals here, guys. It's not. They're damaging the cause, if anything, trying to pretend that all of these disparate groups. This is not going to end well. You are alienating the American public. Even Gavin Newsom just recently said, they are losing. They're getting creamed. His words: Democrats are getting creamed on the trans women in sports issue. Creamed. Words of Gavin Newsom himself. And, I know tons of, and that's another thing. Yes, thank you, Matt. Another thing, like, if you look at the demographics of who it is in the LGBT community that's turning pro-Trump, it's the old school gays, the old school lesbians. They're the ones the people who would be in the movement, regardless of whether or not it was woke. The people who would be there anyway, Like, all the gays I know who are, like, actually gay. All the trans people I know who actually have gender dysphoria, not the blue-haired they-thems, they're all like, yeah, this woke shit is ridiculous. All of them. And the fact that they're the ones being pushed out of their own movement now is disgusting. And for Republicans to not... If Republicans, and this is something I advocate for as someone on the right, the thing that we need to be the accepting party. We need to be collecting all of these people that are being isolated from within the Democratic Party. And you know what? Trump understands that. That was one of his big... And again, I don't necessarily like Trump, but that was one thing he did very well. He collected all of those disparate groups, the old school gays, the isolated blacks and Latinos who were sick of being called Latinx. Trump brought in all of them under his banner. And that's why he won. That's why. Why are Democrats demonized as crazy? Republicans aren't for their Nazis. I mean, they should be, and they are, I believe. I can't turn on. I mean, aren't you on Twitch right now? I mean, turn on half the streams there are about currently running are about Republicans being called Nazis. You're what are you talking about? What are you talking about? Not called out. You're on Twitch right now. We need more Gavin Newsoms. He's probably recognized that's a chief stance that's caused Dems to lose. No one really believes, but it's smart strategy. Who is in power? I mean, yes, who is in power currently, but I mean, Donald Trump was never a good candidate. Donald Trump was never a strong political candidate. He won because the Democrats isolated the American populace. They didn't run if they had run a populist campaign, they would have won. If Kamala Harris had come out as there you make what I'm making your point. Okay. Hit me. What do you think? What am I not seeing here? What do you think? Republicans are in power, so we're not seeing the rise of Nazism in the Republicans because they're in power. I mean, if people voted for Trump over what the left had, that's an issue with the left. Okay, well, what do you got? Dems were harmed by their crazies and Republicans weren't. Republicans were harmed by their crazies. I think they were, and they still beat the Democrats. I would say that I think that is an issue of the Democrats, how much they've isolated the American people. Yeah, both sides are nuts. No more Anthony says, no more Newsoms, please. I mean, at the very least, he at least seems to be willing to acknowledge that there is an issue with their ability to garner the support of the American people, but he's not a good person. He's definitely not a good person. You're right about that. I would love to have no more Newsoms. He's just some rich, spoiled Nepo baby. Republican turnout was greater than 2020. Yeah, it wasn't a good year for incumbents either way. Newsom against Harris would be funny. It would be interesting. Harris sucked. Yeah, Harris was not a good candidate either. Harris was not a good candidate. You only voted for Trump because of Harris's tax policy. Well, I mean, she wanted to, yeah. Okay, how can you make the claim Republicans were harmed by their crazies? Well, I mean, you can win, but still have, like, again, I think that they were when their turnout was greater. Again, I think it had more to do with how much the left has fallen in favor. Again, even Newsom said, as far as things like the trans players in women's sports, they're getting creamed. Like, the 80-20 issues are starting to catch up to them, you know? I think that was the issue. I think if the Democrats had been more able to, like, have to speak to the American people, play a little bit of populism, I think that they would have beaten Trump. Trump was never a good candidate. Trump was never a good candidate. Also, their turnout was high because of Democrat policies such as the immigration issue. I mean, they spent the entirety of Kamala's campaign saying that anyone who wants anything less than a completely open border all the time is a racist. How do you, and then you're surprised when Trump gets into office? I mean, come on. Poll after poll. You still trust polls after that? You still trust polls? Okay, I mean, if you're a Democrat, first thing, you got to stop trusting polls. Polls kept telling you that Kamala was going to win. You got to stop trusting polls, man. You got to listen to the American people. You got to be able to talk to people. Like, you got to... This is why the Republicans are winning by just saying we're common sense. That simple phrase is winning. I wouldn't say they get rigged. I think it's just the fact that they just don't convey the true scope and the mindset of the American people. That's really it. Just said facts don't matter. Polls are not facts. Polls are not facts. Polls are not facts. We saw that with this election. The polls said that Kamala was going to win, remember? The polls said Hillary was going to win. Polls are not facts. No, they didn't. I remember quite a few Democrats telling me that the polls were in her favor, including, what was her face? Brianna Wu. One poll said that in Iowa. Brianna Wu said that. She's a massive Democrat fundraiser she's from the East Coast? Yeah, she did a really, really interesting talk with Trigonometry because she was working as a Democrat pollster and fundraiser all through Kamala's run. She said she was the fundraising chair. Yeah, she said that the polls were in their favor. When she did her talk with Trigonometry a few months ago, she said everyone inside was convinced that she was going to win. And that was my experience talking to Democrats. Again, I'm in a Democrat state. Everyone I knew, everyone that I talked to who was a Democrat was like, oh my God, we got it in the bag. No one would ever vote for Trump. He's crazy. He's a Nazi. And then he won because Democrats just didn't understand where the American people were. I gotta, like, look, I don't want to... Oh, you worked for the Harris campaign. Interesting. No one on the inside. You guys, that's very interesting. So over in Arizona, you guys thought Trump would win? Sorry, I swear to God, I have a disorder where I always sound a little bit smug, but I really am trying to... Interesting. So everyone in Arizona thought that they were going to win, but then you have the fundraising chair who was convinced that they could win? What were the specifics? Like, where did they think that they were losing the most? Like, what was the talk? Like, I'm super curious now. Like, let me know. Like, what did they think? What did they think that they were losing on, and what did they do to course correct? I'm so curious. No, thank you. I would love to talk about this, please. Oh, yeah. Oh, the jazz going on is so great. If I go to a Democrat event and do a poll on who will win, it'll be a Democrat in that poll. I mean, fair. Okay, fair. Yeah, I am in a biased place. Fair enough. The internal polls showed she was down by 3%. That's within margin for error, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't that within margin of error? I'm genuinely asking. I'm not sure. I don't know. Wait, Anthony over in the vertical says, always say I am voting Dem to pollsters, but not a Dem, but Dem or Republican. A lot of people are saying that these days. I think a lot of people just don't want to be associated with either party. I see that, Anthony. But the Democratic Party has lost the plot a long time ago. Career politicians that have never done anything outside of politics are the swamp. Yes! Fucking Anthony, was that Anthony Costanzo? Fucking speaking truth there. 100%. 100%. 100%. Like, it's these career politicians who don't know what the American people are actually going through. Who are, you know, making declarations and they just don't. Oh my God, Attila! Holy shit! Dude, he is burning down all of Mexico. What the fuck? What the fuck? Dude, he is just burning down all of Mexico. How did he get all the way up here? Oh my God. I mean, I don't know about that. I mean, Matt, remember, I would like to get into politics someday. I enjoy politics. I enjoy speaking of and speaking about politics, and I would love to run for office one of these days. Would love to help unseat the Democrats from my state. Yeah, I know what you mean. Anthony says the independents like him are the reason why she thought she had a chance. There was definitely, I mean, even if you want to say that the polls were right or wrong, I mean, the polls did the exact same thing in 2016. I mean, I remember that distinctly. Like, everyone thought Hillary was gonna win. 100%. Exactly the same phenomenon twice in 8 years. Everybody thought Hillary was going to win too. There was no chance Trump could win, and then he did. You know, you don't get beat twice and get to call it a fluke. You know? Come on, Democrats. You gotta actually be willing. You gotta actually be able to meet the American people where they are. But they're just unwilling to do that. They're in that mindset, just like I said, like with the immigration issue. If you don't agree with us, you're a racist. It's like, no, that's not how you win votes. I'm not even sure they want to win votes at this point. I think they just care about just... I don't even know. What even is their strategy now? I don't even know anymore. I don't even know what they're trying to do. What are they trying to accomplish? I'm not even sure. It's just nuts. Yes, to the sea. To the sea! Alright, interesting. Okay. I think the Democratic Democratic policy is where the American people are. Problem is, Democratic policy makers talk about these policies and intentionally don't make them happen. I would agree about the policymakers not making them happen in order to continuous, and a lot of the reason I would add to that, actually. I would agree with you and add a lot of the reason they don't make them happen is because they want to continue the fundraise. Oh, yes! Fundraising! Yes! We are on the same page. I was about to say literally that. Oh, yes. Literally about to say the same thing. They don't want to make it happen because that's what makes the fundraising stop. Welcome in, Snug Snow Snail. I just realized you're there. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. You vote for sparkling cider. Well, you're getting your wish here, buddy. I love that we were on the same page. Yes, it's the fundraising. The fundraising is such an issue. Oh, my God. Yeah, no, I'm 100% right there with you. Oh, my... Oh, they made peace? Why? What's even the point of making peace? They have one city left. Just crush them. Whatever. Who cares? Yeah, no, the fundraising is the issue. Like, they don't want to fix anything, so they can continuously fundraise, or, in the case of, like, here in Illinois, where we have ridiculous property taxes, they want to keep taxing people and saying, we have to tax you because we have all these incredible policies, but then you're not doing any of them. You're not accomplishing any of them. Look at Florida. They vote for higher minimum wage, abortion access, increased taxes, and voted for Trump. Did they vote for increased taxes? Isn't Ron DeSantis trying to eliminate property tax as we speak? I don't know if that's true. I don't know if that's true. I also don't know if they voted for abortion access. I also think that abortion access is being I think that abortion is also a little bit more complicated than that. Like, I think that a lot, like, what is it, like that last statistic I saw? Please push back on this if it's wrong, or feel free to fact check me. I believe it's something like 60% of Republicans, including Donald Trump himself, have said they are pro-abortion in the case of rape, incest, life of the mother, flatly, always open to that being a thing. But it's murky beyond that. It gets and even within that, it's murky. I don't think maybe they voted for some abortion initiatives that go in a Democrat-leaning direction. That does not mean that they're pro-abortion access flatly. I think that's a mischaracterization of them. Yeah, I don't know if that's true. Anyway, but I also shouldn't speak for Florida. You know, I shouldn't speak for them. What was I doing here? Oh, right. We need to build up our army so we can destroy Mexico as the United States. Of course we do. Of course we do. Of course we do. There was only 3 places to get an abortion in South Carolina, and even then they were basically out of business. Interesting. You know, one thing I do find very, very funny. I find it very, very funny. Again, so I've talked before, I live in a Democrat state. I live in a Democrat county, a Democrat city. I live in a Democrat congressional district that is blatantly gerrymandered in their favor. Congressional District 13 in Illinois. Blatantly gerrymandered in Democrats' favor. And yet, we have 7 crisis nursery centers and 1 Planned Parenthood. And you want to know why that is? It's got nothing to do with the policies. The policies are all in the Democrats' favor. The policies are all in their favor. The tax dollars are all in their favor. The culture is all in their favor. But they still lose. They can still barely keep their 1 Planned Parenthood open. You want to know why? Because they can't organize for shit. They have no political willpower whatsoever, and so they lose. And that's my issue with the way the abortion issue keeps being cast. They keep casting it as Republicans are skewing things in their favor, and they're fundraising, and they're winning in politics. Like, Republicans win in politics because they show up, and they vote. Like, they vote, and they fundraise, and they hit the beat. Like, the average Democrat politician does not have 1/1000th the organizational or fundraising capacity of the average Midwest church mom. That's why my Democrat city, Democrat county, Democrat congressional district inside a Democrat state has 1 Planned Parenthood and either 5 or 7. It might be 5. Let's go with the lower one. It's still crazy. 5 crisis nursery centers. It's got nothing to do with the Republicans rigging in their favor. They're just better at the politics. Ugh. They love to virtue signal. They don't care to vote. And that's the thing. The Democrats are just addicted to losing. Because if they lose, if they keep losing, that's the biggest thing they need to be worried about right now. If they keep losing, that's going to allow them to, excuse me. If they keep losing, that's going to allow them to continue virtual signaling even harder, which is their favorite thing. I think they're going to get too addicted to losing, and they're going to, I don't know if they're going to win a single fucking election. We'll see how things go. Allegedly, according to every Democrat I know, it's just a bad year for incumbents. It has been historically, and there's probably some truth to that, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. That's the cope. Oh, the bad year for incumbents is the cope. Dems made a deal with the devil under Clinton. They did. She wasn't popular. She was never popular. Never. And they tried to run, and they tried to spin it as, oh, she's going to be the first female president, so vote for her or you're a sexist. It's like, no one wants to be shamed into voting for someone. No one wants to be shamed into voting for someone. And it was the same with the immigration issue. There were a lot of people who agreed with at least some of the Democrat policies on immigration over Trump, but no one wanted to vote for them because they didn't want to be shamed into voting for something. You know? I have no idea about the Clintons' daughter. I didn't even know they had kids. I don't know much about them. I just know that she comes across slimy, and I didn't want to vote for her. I didn't vote in that election. Whoa. The Great Barrier Reef. Where's my Australians at? Very cool. Okay. Well, I gotta take that, apparently. I need to start sending out... I need to make some scouts, start sending them out. Maybe we should take Tenochtitlan as well. I would have loved Bernie. Would have loved Bernie. What city are you in? I am in Champaign-Urbana, Illinois. Like I said, Congressional District 13. You'll notice that I believe it's 13. You'll notice that our congressional district is blatantly gerrymandered. It's this thin little strip of land stretching between Champaign-Urbana, college town, Springfield, Illinois, capital, and East St. Louis, historically black. Nice little Democrat strip they were able to carve out. And all of Chicago is the same way. It's terrible. What do I think about the whole abortion rights and men's right to walk away? Oh, you're going for the snug snow. You're going for the jugular there. I gotta say, personally, who wanted Yang? I like Andrew Yang. I'm not necessarily for... I don't know. I'm not for all of his policies, but I like him as a person. I think that with surrounded by policymakers who are a little more reasonable and a little less left, I think Yang could work. His policies are 20 years too soon. Maybe. You know, like I said, I don't know if universal basic income could work, but I'm open to it, and I like Yang. I believe I like him a lot. He also had one of the most sober takes in the wake of Kamala's loss. I think I used it once in a video. Men's right to walk away. I gotta say, I think that I don't want to say I think men should have the right to walk away, but I also don't want to say I think women should have the sole ability. I mean, it's also their body that has to go through it. It's such a complicated issue. Here's what I will say. I think that should have that right. I agree with you. I hate admitting it. I hate it. It just... I've personally known a lot of guys who would take advantage of it, and that sucks to see. I think if women have access to it, well, the men should also be willing to pay for half the abortion if it's at cost. But I think that actually, you know what? I will objectively go with you there. If abortion access is something you're going to fight for, men's right to walk away is also something that should be on the table. I will say that. Yeah, if you're going to say that women always get the right to abortion in all cases, men should have the ability to walk away. You know, I'm not pro... I don't know, how do I put this? I really got to think about this, and oh man, if only I wasn't drunk. Both threw the brick through the window, but only one the woman has to deal with the consequences. I don't want... I'm trying to pick my words carefully here, alright? I'm not... Look, I think that current abortion policies and current child support policies assume that women can never have bad intentions. And that's just blatantly false. It is they blatantly assume that women can just never have bad intentions. And that's objectively wrong and objectively hurtful to men. That I'm not for. I don't like the idea of men being able to walk away in all cases. I don't like the idea of women having abortion access in all cases. I think we need to sit down. We need to put in smart elected representatives and bureaucrats who can hammer out good legislation on this policy. There you go. That's my take. There you go. Plenty of baby mamas screw men up. Yeah, absolutely. I have seen it happen on both sides. I have seen it go horribly wrong on both sides. But but the current crop of abortion policies and the current crop of child support policies and divorce courts blatantly assume that a woman can never have bad intentions. And that's just flatly wrong, and it's flatly sexist, quite frankly. That men are always in the wrong. Kids, I mean, here in Illinois, like, it was only overruled, like, the law that children automatically go with the mother in all cases was only overturned in, like, 2006, I think. Like, very recently. It's backward as shit. Worked in family law in California and Arizona. Maybe true in your state, but isn't true everywhere. Okay, that's fair. Look, okay, again, my statement is, ultimately, I think that we need to have a good faith conversation from both sides, because neither side is... Same as with the gun policy stuff. Neither side has been willing to have a good faith conversation about this. We need to have good elected representatives and good faith bureaucrats having a comprehensive conversation about this issue of abortion and about child support and about divorce court. We need it, because we need good policies that work for both, because neither side is going into this in good faith. Neither one. Both don't want to be mature on those topics. You are absolutely right. It's absolutely terrible. It's terrible. You know, one side wants to assume that women can never do anything wrong, ever, 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 and that's blatantly wrong. That's blatantly sexist. You know, and then the other side is too steeped in religion, taking way too much of a religious bend to it. Way too much for a nation with separation of church and state. Way too much. Let's see. Universal basic income won't fix anything. Just look at Alaska, where the natives get monthly income for oil rights and are still in poverty and also do not develop anything new to contribute to society. I mean, the issue of Native American sovereignty and is its own bag of worms. I don't know if that's necessarily... I mean, it's definitely a relevant case study. Thank you. But I think that's a more complicated issue. Wow, we are really behind. Oh, well. Oh, shit. Are you serious? Yeah, sure. Make him attack us from across the river. Alaska ignorance. Well, I mean, you can go into the YouTube vertical chat if you want to hash it out, but... I don't know about... Look, that's why I said, look, the issue of Native American recompensation is its own, and sovereignty is its own issue. I think that's a bit of its... That's its own issue. Gotta be. But why should I be on the hook for a kid I didn't want? If she doesn't want the kid, she can just get an abortion. Well, that's not true in every state, first of all. So, I mean, if you live in a Republican state... You live in South Carolina. I mean, the abortion... You just said there aren't any there. I mean, if it happens in your state and she can't get it, but she wants the kid and you don't, is that the same? I mean, same thing there. I mean, in that case, shouldn't you want to be in a liberal state where she can get one? I don't know. Like I said, as far as child support and abortion, it's just... My biggest issue is neither side is coming here in good faith. I don't like the idea... Look, I am giving us here that women are treated like with a lot of prestige. Like they can never do anything wrong, and that is just awful. It is horrible and just naive and blatantly sexist, quite frankly. But... I don't know. I don't know. Not contributing to society is wild. Okay. Look, I mean, there is some truth to the idea that there are issues that universal basic income could stifle innovation. I think there is some truth to that, at least. You know, the stifling of innovation in a capitalist society is something that we absolutely should be worried about. If we, you know... I'm not even worried about us going broke. I mean, we could print the money if it were working. You know, it's just... There's a lot of issues with it, like I said, that I have with universal basic income, generally. There we go. Let's fuck him up. Let's fuck him up. You need walls. That city desperately needs walls. All my cities need walls. Please build walls. And we need food. We need to grow our cities. We are not generating enough of anything here. We're really just working on infrastructure right now, but start building some roads. It's financial slavery for the man. Gets no choice about the kid and is forced to pay for 18 years, even if he had no choice. Now, for divorces, though, he should be paying. Okay, interesting. Look, I agree with you. I agree that women can weaponize children against men. That they can have kids, that they can force men to pay for kids that they didn't want, and that is wrong. I believe that. But here is my issue. That has always been a thing, historically. That has been an issue since the dawn of mankind, okay? That is not just an issue with U.S. policy. That has been an issue between men and women since the dawn of mankind, okay? Like, it's the issue of men abandoning their kids and women pressuring men to raise kids that aren't theirs or they don't want has been a thing since the dawn of mankind. All we can do as far as that is just make the best legislation in good faith that we can, okay? There's no good way to get around issues like these that are deeply embedded into the human experience. I'm not saying you're wrong, but I'm saying that this is one of those issues that goes far beyond legislation and is a deeply human issue. There's never going to be a perfect answer. And I think that, yeah, I'm not I don't like that women have the ability to do that either. But that issue has been a thing, again, for thousands upon thousands upon thousands of years. Okay? This is not just a U.S. policy issue. I mean, if this were 200 years ago, we'd be arguing about this policy within the Catholic Church. Or within, I guess, still America. But, whatever. It's been an issue. Okay? Simple. Who pays for that income? You have the potential for a generation that you have more people relying on it and less paying in. No, you are right. You are right about that. No, Anthony, you are right about that. That is one of the big issues that I have with, like I said, the stifling of innovation, the fact that people get lazy and don't want to do the hard work of starting businesses, raising families. That's what I worry about as far as universal basic income and what it could do to the American mindset, could do to our ability to innovate and create. I'm there with you. I'm there with you. Then comes the fact that men can be tricked into thinking they're paying for their child and learn it never was. That's not as common as the red pill would have you think. It's not that is a problem, but that is a problem that certain spaces on the internet have latched onto. Yeah, and Saul, I need you to not talk positively about women getting stoned. No, like there are certain areas of the internet where they have really latched onto the idea of women having other men's babies and getting someone else to pay for it. Yeah. There are I really advise caution with that. And you know what? Speaking as someone who's known a lot of women, they, if a woman loves you, she wants your child. If she loves you. I think that a lot of, I think a lot of men these days need to kind of man up, honestly. Like, women are not out to get you, generally. Like, there are a lot of bad women out there, and one of the big issues with the left right now is that it refuses to call out bad actors if they have vaginas. But for the most part, women are not out to get you. Let's not act like they are. There are some groups of women who are worse than others as far as their issues with men, yes. But for the most part, like, some of these issues are really overblown. Really overblown. Really, really overblown. Let's see. Okay. Stop listening to the tater tots. Oh, boy. Now that you've asked the Rust... What? Okay. Now that you've asked the Rust question, what's your favorite color? Purple. My favorite color is purple. Thank you for asking Snug Snow Snail. My favorite color is purple. I appreciate the tough questions, though. I believe there is no better way to figure out your political beliefs than to be asked tough questions. That's the whole point. So thank you, guys. I appreciate them. There we go. Purple's a great color. Do you need to marry another guy? Okay. That's awful. I feel bad for you. There should be there should be ways to get back at her for that. That's awful, and I'm sorry that that happened to you. I still don't think it's as common as it's made out in certain sects of the internet. I still don't. Man... That's awful. That is awful, though. I am sorry. That's terrible. That's fucking terrible. Also, a lot of those same sects of the internet are, they tell men to go looking for women in bad ways and in nasty places. I mean, yeah, it's not ideal. Have a buddy who's really into this game. You never tried Civilization? Oh, it's fantastic. If you're a fan of Settlers of Catan, I seriously recommend it. Are you seriously trying to send out settlers right now? Don't make me have to kill settlers. Come on. I mean, I could use the workers, I guess. Oh, nice. Hey, free kill. Go get them, boys. Go get them. Oh, what? God damn it. All right. We have a good bombarding opportunity. There. Had to go to the bank and turn it off. Left her in a third world country with no money. Then her mom showed up at my house and tried to get me to go get her daughter back. Well, you shouldn't have. I hope you didn't. Sounds like it was her fault and she got what she deserved. Saul, I'm sorry. I don't know the full situation as far as your girlfriend, so I don't want to speak to it. But it sounds like she got what she deserved. Stuck in a third world country with no money. Sounds like her issue. Sounds like you should have left her there. I hope you did. What do I think about Civ 6? It's the only one I've played. Oh, I have some very strong feelings about Civ 6. Probably more than Israel and Palestine, quite frankly. Left her. That's her problem. I agree. That's her problem. Yeah, sounds like you did the right thing. I'm glad you did. That's great. Oh, loved Civ 6. Did you ever play Civ 5? I'm a lawyer and... I'm not... I prefer Civ 5, personally. But Oh, but you prefer 6. Okay, interesting. So we do have a 6 prefer here. I think Civ 6 was too gimmicky. If I had to sum up my issue with it in one sentence, it really had... Ooh. Oh, wow. Including DOS Civ 1. Nice. Yeah, I thought Civ 6 was too gimmicky. Way too many weird features and new things that it was trying to do that just made it feel like it lacked focus. I very much prefer Civ 5 because it has focus. I love the religion aspects. I feel like it's not super over the top, but it's still interesting to interact with. I know that a lot of players who like the religion aspects do prefer Civ 6 because it's a lot more bombastic. And I respect that. But I prefer 5 personally. I also don't play with religion a lot, so that I am kind of biased there. So, you know, gaming has lost the sauce. I'd agree with that. Gaming's going through a tough period. Only issue I had with Civ 6 was how easy it was to win a diplomatic victory. It was easy in Civ 5 too, quite frankly. If you play as Alexander the Great and just get all the city-states on your side, you pretty much won a diplomatic victory already. But okay, I haven't tried it in Civ 5, so it could be way easier, I'm not sure. Boston can fire upon it. They're making some really stupid moves here. Take him out. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Civ 6. Should try EVE Online. You mean the spreadsheet simulator? I wouldn't even know where... EVE Online is one of those games I've been told I would like, but I just wouldn't know where to start. Like, I don't even know how to even start playing EVE Online. I've wanted to for a long time, but I don't even know... I don't know how to start playing it, is the issue. I mean, I watched, like, Mandalore Gaming's video on EVE Online, and even then, most of his was like, just don't. I feel like most of what he said was just, how to play EVE Online. Don't. It's like, I don't know. I just wouldn't even know where to start with it. That's my main issue right now. I don't know. Let's start building a wonder, because there's nothing else I can start building, because I'm running out of money. I need more population. I need the people breeding. I need the people making babies. Oh, you got a 40K question? That's dangerous. Historical figures in real life that would be demon princes. Ooh. That's interesting. Okay. Ooh. So, like, fallen characters? I'm trying to think here. Well, you could say Ben Franklin could be a Prince of Slaanesh. Let's not even move. Leave them there. Let's keep peppering them. Yeah. No. Absolutely not. Fuck you. You're running out of money. You only have one city left. You're getting fucked. You have to attack me from across a river, which is not good. Oh, please survive. Come on. Oh, damn it. My thoughts on Doge. Oh, you can absolutely ask. How do I put this? I think it's a necessary thing for us to be trying to curb spending, especially within the Fed. However, I think there is another layer to it that Donald Trump and Elon don't really want to seem to admit. I mean, the purpose of Doge, as far as what they're saying is, oh, it's about cutting waste. It's really not. The purpose of Doge, ultimately, is to hurt the Democrats. But in a... Okay, in a long story, I mean, the issue with the federal workforce is the federal workforce has become almost a subsidy for the Democrat, for the suburban Democrat middle and upper classes to send their kids and get them jobs. You know, I can say that personally, being in here in Illinois. I guess if you've worked more within some of these higher ups, you might have a different experience. But as far as I have seen, federal employees, it's pretty much just a fucking babysitting service with jobs that are designed for, with easy jobs for the upper middle class kids to have, to keep them quiet. And ultimately, it has the problem. The federal workforce has the same problems I would have with, like, universal basic income. It's hurting our ability to start small businesses and raise families, because you have this entire young generation who now just expects handouts. They expect the federal government to come up with a job for them after they got their degree in, I don't know, like something like fashion and indigenous studies or some weird combination like that. And Doge is specifically designed to attack that part of the Democrat base that is essentially just become a big subsidy for young Democrats. You know, especially those who want to have their student loans forgiven. That's part of why the federal government has a lot of good forgiveness options for federal workers. A lot of good student loan forgiveness options. Because that's what it is ultimately. And that's why Doge is going after them. So I feel caught in this weird space where on the one hand I'm like, yeah, it is necessary to curtail spending, but I would also prefer they be honest about why it's happening. they're going after a Democrat base. A Democrat base that needs to be gone after, but that's why. And I would like to see a more sober take on that. Doge, love it. Needed to happen a long time ago. I mean, yeah, I agree. I agree, needed to happen a long time ago. I agree that we need to be cutting out this spending. We can't afford to subsidize them anymore. We can't afford to subsidize all these kids who can't get jobs because they got a college degree, a super expensive college degree in something stupid. We can't do that anymore. You know? We can't. Like, I like Doge coming in. I wish Elon had a little bit more tact about how he went about it. Like, but at the same time, I also wish the federal workers had more tact. And I've told this to other federal workers I've talked to, because some of my friends are. Like, I personally know some people who are affected by this. And, like, I told them directly to their face, I'm sorry, the 5 things you did last week email was not a big deal. Like, do the ends justify the means with Doge? I mean, we'll have to see long term. I mean, I'm not sure. Like I said, I would have preferred they had to go about this with more tact and go about this a lot more slowly. But the problem is they don't really. But they may have been required to. The problem is the federal workforce were such petulant children about the whole thing that they basically have gotten the American people to the point where they're okay with giving Elon and Trump carte blanche. Like I said, like the 5 things you did last week email was not a big deal. Anyone who has ever worked in the private sector would look at that and be like, that's Tuesday. Hey, what are 5 things you did last week? Not a big deal. Whatever. Just answer the stupid email. I've done that. I've done that personally at jobs. I've had friends who've answered emails like that, but the fact that the federal workforce was so livid about such a small thing only made Americans turn against them even harder. And that's their own fault. So do I agree with how Doge is going about this? No. Do I think it was necessary? Yes. It was the answer or be fired. And in the private sector, that wouldn't even be uncommon. I get what you're saying, that it was that or be fired. I get it. But also, like, at any other job other than the public sector, disagrees with you? Okay. We'll see whether or not that ever gets held up. It usually doesn't. Like, the federal employees are fucking spoiled. I'm sorry, they are. Federal employees have become spoiled. I'm not saying I don't want Elon to use some tact. I'm not saying I don't want them. I want them just going around pulling a Javier Milei and running around with a chainsaw. But that's what you mean to the ends justify the means? Well, I guess in that case they do. I guess in that case. Yeah, they've become spoiled they acted like spoiled, petulant children. So, yeah, as an American, they kind of turned me against them, the federal employees. And again, I told this to friends I know who are federal employees. Like, you should have just answered the stupid email. Don't act like a fucking baby. Doesn't the way in which you fire someone matter? I mean, and again, I just said I'd prefer they have tact. I would prefer it. But they don't have, but the whole reason, but again, this is an issue. Like, the whole reason they're allowed to get away with not having tact is because the federal workers acted like fucking babies. They shouldn't have acted like babies, and they would have had more support. But they turned the American people on them. It's literally illegal. I mean, we'll see if it gets held up. There's a big world of difference between what's legal and what actually gets upheld, especially in terms of employment law. We'll see. I mean, everybody's suing everybody these days. We'll see what actually happens. The 5 things is hilarious. Anyone who works a job had to do that at some level. Yes! Exactly, Anthony. Exactly. Everyone in the private sector looked at that email and was like, that's Tuesday. Get over yourself. If the federal workers turn the American people against them, just like the Democratic Party in general, that's their problem. Sorry. The question isn't okay, sure. Look, again, well, I don't like the way they're going about it, but I think it needed to happen. I would like them to go about it with more tact. So I agree with what they're doing. I wish they were more tactful about it. But they're being allowed to get away with not having tact because the federal workers are acting like babies. That's the problem with the government right now. Everyone's just fighting for their own individual subsidies. Work states you cannot simply fire. And again, there's a world of difference between what gets upheld and what's legal. We'll see. Maybe we'll see. I'm not a lawyer. I don't know. Like, I don't know the exact specifics of the law. I'm not going to claim to, but we'll see. And no one, yeah, no, like we'll see what the federal government is actually willing to uphold. They're trying to refound that same city. Well, best of luck, guys. Fine, whatever. About the principle, do the ends justify the means? I mean, again, I'm saying I would have preferred some lighter means. I would have preferred they have tact, but you're saying that's not good enough. And it, like, should have, like, I think it needed to happen. So, I guess yes, by your logic. The concept of if we have laws in the books, should they be followed? Preferably, yeah. But, you know, there's again, preferably. But I mean, you know, sometimes we have silly laws on the books. Sometimes things change. Sometimes there are laws that need to be circumvented, you know? And ultimately it happens sometimes. I mean, who here hasn't been on YouTube? Yeah, not all laws are followed. Who here hasn't been on YouTube? If you are a lawyer, have you not been on YouTube at some point and looked up a top 5 silly laws within individual states or countries video? We all know that sometimes laws are dumb or need to be circumvented. We agree on that, don't we? Haven't you looked at something like that? Have you not taken a class at some point with the idea, like, about silly laws from nations? Hence, horses wearing diapers, yeah. Okay with the concept that laws should be allowed to be challenged. Okay. So am I. I don't know, it's... The whole 5 things was just not a fucking big deal. The federal workers really shot themselves in the foot on that one. They really just destroyed any ability for the American public to sympathize with them with that. Really just shot themselves in the foot. Just terrible. God, I need more food. I need so much more food. Also buy that tile. God, I need more food. I need more workers. I feel like... Ooh. There are things like due process that cannot be ignored. Due process for a firing? Right, protected. Okay. Look, and again, I would have preferred there was more tact to this, okay? I don't know. Look, I'm not an expert on the law here. I think that the cuts needed to happen. I would have preferred Elon was nicer about them. I would have preferred it wasn't some crazy fucking tech billionaire who was doing the audit, but apparently that's where all of the authority of the federal government lies, and the authority within the minds of the American people lies within tech companies, which is just its own bag of worms as far as how our government has decayed. I don't know. They have some fun laws in South Carolina. No, there's a I don't know. Again, I like I like the idea of slashing government spending. I would have preferred they go about it in a tactful way. That's most of my opinion right there. I feel bad, but also, like, the federal government workers should have stopped acting like petulant fucking children. That's where I am. That's where I am. I also really need to finish this road. It's Musk. Yeah, I'm not a fan of Musk. I really don't like him personally. There was... that was fucking heartbreaking, hearing that thing from his, right, and local ordinance. Okay. Yeah, there was... I fucking just... There was nothing more sad than hearing that one girl, and yeah, she's an absolute grifter who just wanted her bag, but listening to that woman say how she was alone through all of her pregnancy with Musk's baby was fucking horrifying. It was fucking awful. And to hear alleged conservatives saying that they supported this happening and still support Musk through that was just awful. Fucking awful. Fucking terrible. To say that when he's leaving the woman pregnant with his child alone throughout her pregnancy to face it alone. That's just fucking atrocious. Should be fucking criminal. It's fucking terrible. I mean, he went about it. Like, he knew what he was doing. He wanted that kid. Like, this is not the situation we were talking about before. He wanted that kid and left her alone. Fucking, ought to be fucking criminal. Fuck Musk. God, fuck that guy. Fucking awful. Anyway, sorry, that's the thing I'm really gonna get heated about. God, fuck Musk for that. Fuck him. Alright. You want peace? You don't have anything to pay me with. We're both hemorrhaging money, but you way worse. Wow. This dude's getting fucked. Ugh. God, fuck Musk. Fuck Musk. Fucking prick. Alleged conservatives defending him through all that. Thank you. I do try to remain reasonable. I mean, I try to remain on the side of... Fine, let's just take peace. I'm tired of war. I try to remain on the side of America's interests. You know, I think being a conservative should be about family values, should be about family planning, should be about being old school, you know, like, and also, well, I don't know. I'll have to think about it. I don't know. It's just... Yeah, no. He made that choice. He made that choice. It's on fucking Twitter. You can see him talking about it on fucking Twitter. I will never call it X. Maybe I will at some point. He's managed to stick it out longer than I thought he would. Yeah, it's, God, I fucking despise him. Can't believe he fucking did that. Fucking moron. Fucking monster. Fuck that guy. Ugh. It's fucking disgusting. Absolutely fucking disgusting. Alright, I'm gaining extra money just from not being at war. Good to see that's positive. I kind of want to build a city right here. Would really piss him off, but I don't really care. What conservative-leaning news source do you feel most intellectually honest? I try to avoid... Well, I mean, I guess I don't try to avoid biases, but I try to avoid... I don't know. I have to be honest with you. Generally speaking, if you stay away from the bigwigs, like, you know, well, Tucker Carlson's been fired now. Fox News isn't bad as far as their business news. If you understand that it has a slant, Fox News, there's a reason they get so much better viewership. If you want to know where the American people are, Fox News is actually pretty good at understanding that. They get massive viewership with the American people for a reason. As much as it sucks to admit that, they're popular for a reason. If you want to know where the American... Not as a news source, but if you want to know where the American people are, Fox News is actually a pretty good litmus test for that. My news sources, I like... the Free Press has been pretty good. Barry Weiss has had an interesting history, but they actually recently did a really interesting panel. Funny enough, after one of my liberal friends called me a misogynist... like 2 days later, I was on the Free Press watching a panel that they did talking about geopolitics, an all-female panel, one of whom was trans, talking about the Ukraine war and about Trump's current policies. Yeah, I like the Free Press. They have a conservative bend with some of their, actually a lot of their stuff, but I do like their stuff generally. I think I linked some of their stuff in the past in the Discord. Straight Arrow News is great. Ground News is great. Oh, actually a conservative pundit who's great, Cash Jordan. I love Cash Jordan. Yeah, Fox is okay, but you know it's one-sided. Like I said, Fox News is great to know where the American people are, but not great as a news source. That's what I would say about Fox News. like, pre-Trump, I would have said the same about MSNBC. Like, MSNBC, or maybe even CNN, maybe CNN like 20 years ago, would have been the news sources to know where the American people are. But I think it's changed. It's just, again, I'm saying it's a litmus test. Fox News does not determine whatever. I do like the BBC. I do like the BBC. They do have a dog in some fights, though, actually. I think the BBC likes to, I think that with the BBC and the Palestine issue, I think it's important to remember that a lot of the reason the UK and the UK government does not like the US taking over Gaza is because the UK wanted to do it first. Like, do not trust the UK or France, especially not France. Do not trust them when they say that they don't support the US taking Gaza. The only reason they didn't do it sooner was they lacked the logistics to. And when you watch the BBC stuff about Palestine, that's very important to remember. The Free Press is great. They're on YouTube, and they also do written content. I haven't checked out their written content. So, Cash Jordan is on YouTube. He does videos specifically talking about New York. But ever since the Sanctuary City Declaration from Mayor Eric Adams in New York, Cash Jordan has been making videos on the current state of, like, where New York is as far as its policies and its progressive policies and how they have. And watching his videos has been cool as far as not only seeing where things stand, but how things have changed over the years with the Sanctuary City policies in New York specifically. Yeah, so Cash Jordan, his scope is kind of limited, but it's super cool. Highly, highly recommend his stuff. Favorite is to see a BBC article on the U.S. when read the same issue on Al Jazeera, compare the two and laugh. Yeah, I'd never trust Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera is... it's a shame that I don't trust Al Jazeera more because we need more non-Western news sources. We need more news sources from outside the West, but I don't trust Al Jazeera. No, I'm not. Okay, fine, whatever. But yeah, I don't trust Al Jazeera as far as I can fucking throw him. Sure, why not? Oh, right, he still has... He still has units up here he needs to get out. Yeah, I wish I could trust Al Jazeera more. I think it's a shame that I can't, honestly. Wish that I could, but just can't. Come over here. The old British joke, the sun never set on the British Empire because even God couldn't trust English in the dark. They are... Oh, man. Oh, the British. They're at an interesting crossroads. Because on the one hand, British culture is doing quite... The funny thing is, British culture is doing quite well. Like, British rap, British music, British art is all doing well, despite how economically they're tanking. British culture is doing quite well. They just need to get their act together economically and get their handle on the immigration issue. And get their people back in line with the government. Let's hope they can do that. We'll see. I'm not sure. It's another issue where it's like, there are a lot of very reasonable people who want there to be less immigration, and they're all being called far right. You gotta stop doing that, Britain. You gotta stop doing that. Oh. It is very unfortunate, the current state of Britain. Beautiful country, phenomenal. Great people. God, I sound like Trump. Great people. Love the British. But they, it's unfortunate the current state of the country. Like I said, there's a lot of very reasonable, much like with Canada, there actually were a lot of very reasonable arguments against unchecked immigration, but you wanted to just write everybody off as being far right. And now look where you are. Now look where you are. Now you have isolated your own people. Not even talking about the immigration-specific issues. You have isolated your own people from their government by telling them that they're crazy, by gaslighting them for years. No one else to blame but themselves. No surprise. I will say, though, I do worry for Britain a bit. Keir Starmer is the stone-faced technocrat you elect right before a dictator. That Keir Starmer is a blank slice of nothing. Keir Starmer is a white bread sandwich whose middle section is a third slice of white bread. Keir Starmer is the picture of a prime minister who came with the frame. He is, as I said, the type of nothing technocrat you elect right before a dictator. We'll see what happens. I wish the Brits the best. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. They love to be in charge. Yeah, no, they're empire builders. The problem is, you know, and it's interesting now, speaking of them turning on autocratic, they need to get their military in gear. They have no choice now, with the U.S. pulling out its military weight from regions in which the Brits are involved. Like, they don't have much of a choice now. They're going to have to. They're going to have to actually get off their ass and rebuild their military, and that's going to lead them to the right. Not the far right, necessarily, if they can actually do it with some tact, but it will lead them further right, further nationalistic, as being more military-focused can and will and should do. But we only elect prime ministers based on looks. Well, fortunately, the last 9 years, you had one really good-looking one. We'll see how it goes. This new banker you guys have is seems like kind of a scumbag, though, not gonna lie. Best of luck with him. Best of luck. Ooh, wait, I got more things I can build. Now, we're doing pretty okay here as far as our civilization. Probably should start doing some trading. God, I need the money. We need food. We need people making babies here. Our population is so low. Go food focus. Yeah, get out there. Give me food focus. We need to build up that population. Ooh, we need more farms. Okay. This conversation literally matches the tech trees and all the civilization games. The past we're playing Civ now. We'll get to the modern age. We'll see what happens when we get to the technology age. Then we're all going to have some really severe thoughts on AI. Check back in 8 hours. Oh, shoot, I meant to build a road. Ah, fuck it. All right, whatever. Oh, well. Give me 1 sec, guys. I'm going to go to the bathroom real fast. I'll be right back. Oh, have a great rest of your night, Rob. Have a great night. Ooh, I have heard about Pierre Polivier. I'm never going to be able to say that properly. Pierre Polivier. I follow him on Instagram. Seems like a smart dude. If I were Justin Trudeau, I'd be very scared. If I were a nothing not Democrat, that's not a thing in Canada. If I were a nothing liberal who had nothing good to run on, with no actual policies other than that anyone who disagrees with me is a racist, and I had to run against Pierre Polivier, I can't say his name, and that sucks, but he seems really smart, I'd be scared to run against him, quite frankly. I'd be very scared to run against him. We are hemorrhaging money here. Okay, that's not good. That's not good. Yes, keep building the caravan. Actually, we need the cash. We need the cash bad. Yeah, okay. 1 turn to a new citizen. Okay. Keep it up. Current guy in Canada's a bum. Well, he's not even, I mean, Trudeau isn't even the prime minister anymore. He's just interim. Now now it's that, what, oh, no, now he's been replaced by that banker. That central banker who is just, man, that dude just, we'll see how that works out. Have fun. Enjoy the corruption, Canada. Enjoy. We'll see how it goes for him. We'll see. I wish him the best. You come over to Boston. And heal up. Nice. Oh, we're kind of struggling here a bit, but that's alright. We need... They're gonna learn. Best of luck to the Canadians. I mean, like I said, they are our fellow New Worlders. They are our brothers. Oh, you know what? Hot Canadian take here. Trump needs to really cool it with the 51st state talk with Canada. If for no other reason, it's really insulting to the other territories the U.S. already has that have been waiting for statehood for a long time and we should be taken care of, such as Puerto Rico and Guam. Stop with the 51st state talk when we already have territories who've been waiting for a long time and deserve it way more. Like, honestly, fuck Trump for that. That sucks. Like, we have, yeah, DC, Puerto Rico, Guam. Yes! 100%. I hate that Trump is doing that. That is something I will openly say. I hate seeing Trump do that. We have other territories that need statehood first. You want to add 5 new states? Trump, you could actually do that. He could actually add 5 new states to the flag if he wanted to. You know, DC, Puerto Rico, Guam. By the way, Puerto Rico and Guam, really high percentage of American soldiers come from there, as with a lot of impoverished areas of the United States. By the way, who would love Puerto Rico, they have citizenship. But in Guam, they don't have citizenship. They're nationals, I believe. Yes. Like, statehood, unequivocally. There's 3 right there. You could find 2 more that are deserving of it, I'm sure. I am sure we have territories. Virgin Isles and Samoa. Yeah, there's 2 more. If he actually cared about adding more states, he could. You know? If he wants if he wants to add 5 more states, he could. Fuck yes. It's ridiculous. Not only that, those places would be massively good investments. Like, not only are every single one of those, I believe, harboring massive U.S. military bases. Like, those people, it's just very frustrating watching Trump disrespect these U.S. territories so badly. Like, and don't get me wrong, Greenland is very strategically important, especially as the Arctic Circle opens up as a trading route and as a counter to Russia. Like, I get that Greenland is strategically important, but there are other territories who have been waiting for statehood for a long time that he should be more appreciative of. It's sad to see. Yeah, why Canada? Like, the Canadians, like, I agree with having more pressure on Canada from a trade perspective. That is an important thing. But there are other territories that we need to be focusing on. Especially because, Puerto Rico was never even rebuilt after the hurricanes. It's terrible what we're doing. We'd be focusing on them more. I think it's actually a little bit shameful that Trump isn't giving them more preference. A little bit shameful, quite frankly. I would love to see more investment into Puerto Rico, Guam, Virgin Islands, Samoa, and DC statehood needs to be a thing. Like, it is DC, like, it is another case in which the people of DC have vastly different priorities and vastly different cultures from their own ruling body, and that only lasts so long. Only lasts so long before it gets hostile. You know? Hate to see that. We need more cities, but I need more population first. Yeah, I hate that he's talking about Canada this way. at minimum, Guam, Virgin Islands, D.C., Northern Mariana should be made states because at least Puerto Rico has a seat in the House. Really? I did not know they had 1 seat. They should. They should have more than that, probably. Interesting. Okay, that's good to see. At the very least, they have something. And D.C. does have its non-voting representative, but we need to be focusing on our territories. Like, you want to, like, Trump, you want to be the guy who's all about American expansion. I'm a conservative. I'm good with that. But, like, we have places we have expanded, and you're not taking care of them. Come on. It's a little bit shameful. It's very, very unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Oh, also, I'm going to move some of these things around here. Some of these stream elements around. There we go. I was going to scoot over a little bit. There we go. Yeah, it's just, it's very, very unfortunate watching the way this is going. Ooh. Such a good combination. Oh my god. That wheat ale and the apple cider. So I said, like, 312 is good beer, but it needs that, like, that crispness. Oh, it's so good. I love it. I love it. Mm. I'm really trying to get into cutting my beers. Other stuff. Especially now that we're going into summer, you know? Want something, well, I want to keep repeating the word crisp, I guess. Oh. Oh, Donald. Oh, Donald. I respect a lot of things he's doing, and yet I just wish he could get his act together on other things. Could get his act together as far as, again, consolidating the territories we have. It's unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Nice. Okay, thank God. Give me money. Oh, thank you. I'm glad I got some agreement here. It's so unfortunate he's not taking care of the places we've already conquered. And especially since, you know, Guam, Samoa, again, already have massive U.S. military and naval bases. Like, we should be focusing on that, you know? Like, with the threat of China looming, you know, we should be shoring up our responsibilities there and the infrastructure there, you know? Like, it's gonna make us look just as bad either way if they get invaded by China. Damn it, I don't have any iron. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, I don't have any iron. Oh, that's not good. Okay. Well, at least my population is going up. That's the main thing I gotta focus on. I'm not super behind anyone else, though, as far as population. Let's keep shoring up. Trump, you know, there is one thing I will say, though. Trump has been much better about going to the military. Like, I really liked on the Joe Rogan podcast. I know. But I liked when he talked about how he went about the combating ISIS, where he was like, yeah, I flew directly there. I talked to the guys on the ground, not the politicians, not the people who were making waves in Washington, but talked to the actual guys on the actual ground and got their advice and gave them what they needed, and we defeated ISIS in 3 weeks. Like, that's how you approach shit like this. Like, when you actually want to get shit done. Like I said, Democrats are just addicted to losing. They don't want to get anything done. They want permanent quagmires all over the place, you know? And that's just unfortunate. You know, they can't seem to want to actually want America to succeed at anything. And yeah, America is historically expansionist and militaristic. But, I don't know, I mean, having us as the supplier of world peace has been a lot better than Russia or China. There's a lot of people who are still, you know, promoting American hegemony. You know, we've had those pro-American riots in Georgia, who was under threat of Russian occupation every day. They love the idea of America continuing to be world police. Not that we necessarily need to be sending in American troops, but it's just, yeah, we do act like Brits sometimes. We act like a lot of influence sometimes. We act a lot like Germans sometimes, too. A lot of European powers have had those issues historically. Historically. Alright, what do we got here? I just stay on alert. You can't upgrade yet. Oh, come down here and make sure they're not expanding. Oh, shoot. Melting pot of cultures and ideas, and it's one of our greatest strengths. It's one of our greatest strengths. Oh no, America's no longer friends with Cahokia. America's oldest city. I feel like we should have them. Alright, heal up there, boys. Damn, I don't have any iron? That's depressing. Oh! That's depressing. Okay. You're about to finish up with your walls. I need that caravan. That's important. Everyone is still making babies here. That's what we need. That's what we need. Sure, why not? Have at it. What resources do I have? Oh, you're still making... Oh, it's only one more turn. Okay. Give me the plantation. Alright, almost done with the road to Boston. That's going to be huge. That's going to get us some money. Oh boy. Yeah, this political stream has been way more chill than I thought it would. Oh, and I do want to say for everyone, thank you guys so much for being respectful. I hope that I have been respectful to your ideas as well. Thank you for being here, and thank you for being willing to share your ideas in a setting where we can hopefully learn from each other, you know? Learn, grow, seek truth. That's what life is about. And good alcohol. That's what life's about. You were scared of the political stream? Oh, shit. Dude, that sucks. I'm sorry to hear that. That's awful. That ain't gonna happen here. We're not doing that shit. It is, we are all about the free exchange of ideas here. All about it. God, I'm only on turn 112 for like 2.5 hours. I'm not getting through this very quickly. I think you've mentioned it once or twice. Sorry, I'm enjoying this jazz. Oh, good. One more turn, and we have that wall, finally. And we're gonna make Mexico pay for it. Right. Oh, too bad Hephaestus couldn't be here for us discovering philosophy. Mathematics, then engineering, and then currency, because I would really like to have bridges over water. Bridges over troubled water. What do you need? Oh, what gives me money? I need money. Actually, a scout would be pretty nice, too. Yeah, I'll take the economic hit if I can get the scout. This will be a lot easier to continue to grow and build and expand once all my workers aren't tied down building roads. Ooh, okay. salt. Culture and faith for wine. We do a lot of wine. Also have a lot of bananas. What do I have a lot of? A lot of gems. What's a good +2 faith from gems and pearls? Yeah, give me faith from gems. Actually, lock that down. Yeah, from here on out, the gems have to be worked. There we go. Yes. Is that 2 faith? Oh my god, that's so much money. So much money. I love money. Money's my favorite thing. I'm an American. I love money. God, I wish we had played as the Aztecs, though. The Aztecs are really fun. Is there... Oh, there... Oh, I did finish the road there. Nice. Okay. Just gotta finish there, and then we should be set. Okay, go up there and build a pasture. That's fine, I wasn't even working on that. Now, if someone builds the Colossus, I will actually be pissed. That doesn't really matter. Doesn't change anything. Last thing I need to finish that road. Give me those horses. Okay. Oh, finally. We're not dying horribly. Not in complete economic freefall, thank God. We'll have to conquer Mexico eventually, I'm sure. Wish I'd played with Raging Barbarians, honestly. It's always way more fun doing that. That's fine, I wasn't working on that. Yes, work on all the wonders I'm not working on, please. What do you need? No, we don't need more workers. We have plenty of workers. Oh, I don't need happiness, actually, but a library would be great. Actually, how about a settler? It's going to take a long time for you to produce new people anyway. But yeah, let's get a settler. Take this northern section here for good and have America. This could be Chicago. Maybe. It could be Toronto, the greatest American city. And we can link that and take these fish, which would be nice to have. Maybe we should expand out here? I do need iron. Yep, give me a pasture. Okay. Good, we're not in economic fucking free fall anymore. Sure, you're really far away from me. I'm not worried about that. I don't think... any more barbarian camps have... Are there just no barbarians? Yeah, there we go. Perfect. Oh my god, there's just nobody. You're gonna have to just go to sleep for right now. Alright, that trade route's done. Or sorry, that road is done. Finally. What's it gonna take for you to get there? Go here. Get me those bananas. I think we'll get another city up here. Right up here on this little isthmus. Isthmus here, I believe is the word. How long is it going to take you to build a settler? 8 turns? I can suffer through 8 turns. That's fine. Who knew infrastructure was the secret to making money? Only the US knew that. Our infrastructure is fucking falling apart all the time. It's awful. Oh my god. Our infrastructure is the worst. I think Saul was making jokes about the potholes in South Carolina earlier. Terrible. Oh my god. American infrastructure is the fucking worst. Spending all our money building car-centric infrastructure that we can't afford to pay for. No, you keep... Boston is fucking huge. Boston has so much food. It's crazy. Oh, your roads are good. Oh, well, fuck you. Our roads are terrible. God damn it. Why is everyone else's roads are better than ours, apparently? Okay, give me a library. Wait, no. No. Shrine first.
동지여, 우리는 상의해야 할
Ah, just like, no.
서로에게 얻을 수 있는 것이.
Sorry, man. I'm not giving out free shit. Yeah, things are going pretty well here, but, no. It sounds like the North. All that salt and snow plows, yeah. Well, hey, they're getting more and more snow in the South now. Have fun with that. That's been, I remember my sister, when she was out there, they shut down the whole fucking college over the threat of half an inch of snow that y'all can't apparently handle. God, I'm still not connected to any other civs. Yeah, just... Go on alert. Nothing else for you to do. You're going to build a civ there, and you're going to build a city over here. I'm only one of 2 streamers that use the conservative tag. Probably. I mean, probably. I don't even know. Man, I gotta be honest. I don't know how to use the tags very well. I'm not worried about it. I mean, it is Twitch. It's kind of known for being, like, anti-conservative. That's fine. I don't know. I mean, I always kind of I have to be honest. Like I've said before, I always anticipated I'd get banned off Twitch eventually once they figured out I was a conservative. Sure. All right. Oh, good. Attila the Hun is friendly toward me. Great. I'm sure that can only end well. Well, as long as he's not gonna attack me, we'll... Oh, shit. Kamehameha! I feel like all the people that complain about being banned are usually obfuscating their violations of TOS and not about their point of view. Fair enough. You probably know better than I would. I gotta be honest, I started on Twitch as a streamer, but never actually used Twitch as a viewer before. Like, I kind of went straight from 0 to 60 here, so... You probably know better than I do. I don't know anything about what Twitch used... I mean, I know stories about what Twitch has done, about what Twitch's issues, but... Don't know that much about it. Probably should, though. Ooh, wow, yeah, he's gonna be trying to claim this land here soon. I need to get a settler up there. Like, ASAP. Like 3 more turns. Whenever I look into the Twitch bans, there's a smoking gun of TOS violations, like egregious ones. Yeah, well, I believe that part of the issue is also that, you know, people who do have who do egregious things, but have views that are similar to the founders to the current crop running Twitch don't get banned when they say things like, you know, I guess I don't know. You know what? Never mind. Ooh, we took a train to Busan. Anyway, I don't know. I've seen some videos about Hassan saying some fucking crazy shit. But I don't know. Maybe he has gotten banned for it in the past. Think Dr. Disrespect. I've heard some of the shit Dr. Disrespect has said, and he sounds like he deserved to be banned. Honestly, I've seen some of the shit that he said. It seems like he deserved it. I was like, I remember looking at that guy once and being like, oh yeah, you're a Rumble exclusive. Hassan probably will be too one of these days. We'll see how that goes for him. Yeah, no, it's, yeah. Seemed like Dr. Disrespect deserved it. I mean, wasn't he, like, sexting with, like, a 16-year-old girl? Hassan's been banned several times? Interesting. I only had heard about the most recent one. And it was only for, he deserved way more than a day and 3 hours for his comments about, Rick Scott. Deserved way longer than that. Like, you don't talk about a sitting U.S. senator in any type of context remotely near that. No. Bad, bad, bad. No. He is going to get the hammer brought down on the whole platform. No. Twitch should have come down on him way harder, if nothing else, for their own sake. Bad idea, bad idea, bad idea. No. Horrible. It's also just I will say, though, it's definitely not only Twitch. It's just an unfortunate reality of the way the internet works right now is that it supports the current way the internet is structured and the way that fame is doled out is that it favors the most crazy takes. Rage bait. Yes, thank you. Exactly. It favors the most insane takes. Those are the people who get all the fame, who get all the traction with the algorithms of these platforms, are people who say insane shit. Those are the people who are preferential as far as these algorithms are concerned. I mean, sure, it might not officially be YouTube or Twitch's policy that to platform crazy people, but if that's who gets traction because of their clips, if that's who gets traction in their algorithms, then they are. That's still true, and that's not just true of Twitch, though. It's just unfortunate. Like me. Try not to say anything too crazy. No, but it's just unfortunate. It's wildly unfortunate. Ooh, a trireme. Yes, please build that. Actually, build the Oracle. Production focus. Yes. Do that. You need more food. Yeah, get a granary. And yeah, another scout. Yeah, we're pretty rich now. Don't look now, but you sound like you may want some regulation of a private business. Yeah, it's... I mean, the regulation, I would say, is that they should probably just be trying to stick to the law. And, well, like I said, if nothing else, Twitch should have seriously come down on him harder, if not on Hassan harder, if no other reason than just to protect their own ass. With this current administration and the current trend in American politics and in the minds of the American people, I would not want to be known as the platform that lets that shit slide. No, I'm not going to attack the Inca. They're cool. No, I have no interest. No, the Inca are chill. Fuck you, man. Fuck you. I like the Incas. They're cool. They're taking a chainsaw to their economy. Yeah, I would not want to be known that, considering where America is headed. And I mean, it's not like, although I guess I will say, it's not like it hasn't bitten Hassan in the ass already. He can't go anywhere without being attacks. There is some sympathy I have for the guy, you know, that he can't go anywhere without being the politics guy now. It's his only personality trait, apparently. Can't go on a podcast and talk about anime. He is the politics guy. Are there no barbarians anywhere? I haven't seen a single barbarian. That kind of sucks. I kind of want to turn on Raging Barbarians, because this is kind of boring. Damn. Maybe we'll switch over to Civ 6. We've been going on this one for, what, 128 turns? Yeah, let's try it again. You know what? Screw it. Let's set up a game. I'm curious now. I haven't seen a single barbarian. Oh, yeah, no barbarians was on. Civ 6 barbarians are out of control sometimes. I like barbarians being a little out of control. They are a lot tougher in Civ 6. Oh, why is Montezuma a guaranteed leader? What the fuck? No, okay, whatever. Do we want to keep playing as America? America's not all that fun. They don't have much interesting about them in this game. Like, yeah, go America, but they don't have much that's super interesting. You know, we could try Civ 6. You know what? Let's try doing that. Why not? I mean, the game itself is not the point of the stream. So why don't we try out some Civ 6? Let's give it a shot. Sorry, one sec real fast, guys. I am going to have to mute to make sure. And my microphone should still be on, but I'm going to have to mute the desktop audio before I can turn down the music. Don't get it on the keyboard. God, I haven't played Civ 6 in a while. I just never felt the need to go back to it. Ever. God, I have just never liked Civ 6. Just have never felt the need to go back. Alright, how am I going to arrange this screen, though? I didn't plan for this. We're in uncharted waters here, boys. We're in uncharted waters. Sure, whatever. Oh, look. Advertisements for Civilization 7 are the first thing I see. Let's see. Windowed. No. Nope. There we go. Sounds a little bit depressing, honestly. Okay, what's small enough I can actually see it? There we go. I gotta make the window small enough I can actually see the chat. You'll be playing for 4 days if you try to win a culture war. Oh. Damn it. I love playing culture victories. Oh, you're right, though. Oh, well. Oh, well. Yeah. There we go. Perfect. All right, who are we going to play as? B. Wait, where's my jazz? Oh, here we go. There we go. Much better. Much better. I am curious about the barbarians. I normally play as, was it Dido? Because I played, not Dido, Gorgo. So it's been a while since I've played. She was like one of the initial civs. Religion and domination are where it's at. I normally don't play with religion, but I normally play Civ 5. Why don't we try something? Storm, Rise and Fall. Yeah, let's do Gathering Storm, I guess. Who's actually, like, interesting? Ooh, well, we could go back to playing America. The film studio. Plantations receive -2 loyalty. Oh, go Lincoln. Receive a free melee unit after constructing industrial zones and their buildings. Free unit does not require resources when created or to maintain. Ooh. That's interesting. Ooh, okay. That's very interesting. Sure, let's go with Lincoln. What else crazy do we want to add? Have to rush computers so you can stop sea rise. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the new mechanics with Gathering Storm, but whatever. We're gonna try it out. We're gonna try to be nice. Monopolies and corporations, because we're playing as America. No, secret societies is dumb. Oceans, yeah. Free trade on the oceans, our whole thing. And zombie defense, nah, not really. Game speed, standard. Difficulty, prince. Yeah, continents and islands. And map size, huge. Now advanced setups. What else do we want? We are going to do... Let's see. We'll just turn off culture victory. Is there not a way to turn up barbarians? Oh, interesting. Oh, that kind of sucks. Okay. That sucks. There's no raging barbarians mode? Oh, you have to do barbarian clans. Okay. Well, sure. Let's do barbarian clans. Why not? Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Oh, I should have looked at mods first. Well, it's impromptu. Maybe I should have looked at mods before I was playing it. Oh well. Give me a sec. I'm gonna go to the bathroom again while it's loading. Hello, Sean Bean. Two games in a row, they've hired Game of Thrones actors. I don't know. Let's see, defensible. Lots of food. Let's do it. Welcome to Washington. Welcome back, Matt. Welcome back. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. Where do we want to move our guys to? Let's start exploring outside Washington. Try not to die. Oh, it's the Mississippi River, which is by Washington. Sure. Okay. Okay. Whatever. What do we need? We need builders. We can build on both of these wheat fields off the bat. And also pasture or camp. That'll take 10 turns, though. How long is it going to take to build a builder? 7. Actually, that'll be perfect. Yeah, that's perfect. Then what next? Mining. Oh, actually, yeah, mining. There's copper here, too. Now, let's get... it's going to take a long time to get... It's going to take a long time to unlock anyway. Yeah, okay. Let's do that. Then... Ooh, actually, you know what? Let's go to irrigation. Let's go. The Civ that discovers the river gets to name it. Interesting. I did not know that. I don't know. Civ 6 has some good stuff, but like I said, I find it generally to be gimmicky and unfocused. But hey, we're trying it out. We're having fun. And I probably should change the name of the stream, but whatever. Who cares? Fuck it. Screw it. Whatever. Wow, a lot of wheat. Really good opportunities for getting some food. But these are like massive plains. Let's not stray too far from our city. Don't stray too far from Washington. That's how General Lee almost took us out. Ooh, a kelp forest. In a lake? Presumably that attaches to the ocean. I would assume. Ooh, village. Okay. Hello there. What is your quest? What is your quest? Construct a campus. What is your favorite color? If anyone who gets that reference gets a fucking gold star. I think most people did, though, hopefully. Knowing my audience. Yes! There we go. My man. My man. What do we got? Oh, faith. Well, faith is okay, I guess. Faith is fine. Well, you did say that religion is where it's at with this game. What topics have we not covered as far as geopolitics so far? I know that Hephaestus, when he gets here, is going to have plenty. Ooh, is that Monument Valley? No. Oh, wait, no. Navajo proverb. Is this Monument Valley? Yeah, that looks like the Mitten. Is this just the name? Okay, I don't recognize that name. Okay. Maybe that's just me being ignorant, apparently. Okay. Interesting. I will say, you know what? While we're on that topic, it is, as far as things I hope Doge is not going to wreck, I would hate to see there be any damage to our National Park Service. While again... Oh, you cut... Oh, okay. Oh, right, you're in Arizona. Right. Oh, too late? Great. Ugh, that's a shame. I hate seeing that. And again, like, I still believe that there was a need for us to slash government spending. But it is a shame to see it come to our most treasured monuments. It's a shame. Everyone was fired. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Such a fucking shame. Well, we'll see how this goes. We'll see how this goes. If nothing else, hopefully this helps us out in the future. Better for things like this to happen now, when the economy isn't so bad, and hopefully people can transfer it to other jobs, as opposed to having it happen, you know, having to slash spending in the middle of some sort of economic crisis. Asterisk, there is a due process suit. Okay. Well, I hope that those workers who are important do get their jobs back. Within reason, you know, within what we're feasibly able to pay for. You know, there is a limited budget, unfortunately. But the National Park Service is something I hope Trump knows he can't skip out on. Absolutely should not. They are our most treasured monuments for a reason. You know, these places help define America. Ooh, why don't we help out our city-state brethren? Let's see. What else do we want to build? Oh my god, they fucked up the movements. I forgot about that. They fucked up the movement so bad. American public claims to want smaller government, but in the reality, they want the government that works effective and positively in their lives. I mean, I want a government with a limited fiscal footprint, but one that can work effectively. The problem is, as I said before, way too much of the government is built to be a subsidy for a certain class of Americans, and that's why Doge is going after it. That's ultimately the reason. I don't think it has much. It does have something to do with spending, but for the most part, it's about hurting Democrats and hurting the federal jobs that they have put in place for their voters. Yeah. Isn't in conflict. Yeah, okay, fair. But yeah. I hope that those is it? Yeah, it's fine. Okay. I don't know. I hope that I'm sad to see the national parks suffer. That is unfortunate. Did I build another? Oh, you're good. Yeah, give me a can you build? Can you actually build that, or do you need to oh shoot. Teddy would be very, very upset about the loss of our national, about the pain our national parks are going through. Would be very, very upset. There we go. I mean, maybe as far as your cruise ship analogy, but again, I know a lot of government workers. I guess the government workers I mostly know are in places like research. I do live in a college town. A lot of them work in the research fields, and I can tell you about like 80% of those stupid mice trials they're eating up government funds to do are not going to help anybody. I can tell you that fucking much. Yeah, the colleges are kind of their own bag of worms. Close to the federal government, but not entirely the same thing. Nice. Set me up to take it next turn. Yeah, there we go. Perfect. They have, like, no health left. Take them, boys. So what do we do now? we're here. We've taken the camp. Disperse or raid? Yeah, disperse. They're way too close. Way too close. They're way too close to home. Oh, I do have some mods installed. I forgot that I installed some. That colorized events was one of them. I mean, yeah, okay, so we agree there's waste in the government. Well, let me ask then. What do you think would have been a better way to cut waste from the government? What do you think other than Doge? Because trust me, I am open to other solutions. What do you think would have been a better solution? Government Accountability Office, as it already exists. Hasn't Doge been working closely with them? I mean, under Biden's administration, like they did, the Government Accountability Office did things. He fired them last week. I'll have to look into that. Fighting Barbarians. Ooh, that's like the only one that's good. Golden Faith, production. Oh, Golden Faith or production. What am I actually producing right now? A monument. Okay, so clearly production is not a huge issue. Yeah, clearly production is not a massive issue right now. Okay. Let's take the faith and gold. Civic. I'm not a huge fan of the civics tree in general. But this is the one that I actually have. Take that one too. And then foreign trade. There we go. Does not provide enough food. What do you mean doesn't provide enough food? To feed 2 people? Wait, where's the citizen management screen? Where is it? Use the... What do you mean you're not providing enough food? Where are you even focusing on? What are you doing? What are you doing, Washington? Oh, and I really don't like this screen. Where's the thing to do? Oh, right, it's down here. Oh, that's so terrible. Oh, I fucking despise that. I despise where they put that interface. Gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. I think there's a reality to that. It's unfortunate, and again, I wish, ooh, Elon would be nicer about it. You're firing people. You're disrupting people's lives. But there is a necessity. And again, I would rather it happen now while things are still okay, as opposed to having all these firings have to happen, you know, years in the future when there's some sort of an economic collapse and the United States has to frantically make cuts. You know, better it happen at a time where there can be a soft landing for these individuals and for the government resources, you know? That's my 2 cents. Definitely want to keep expanding down here. I want to take the rest of this peninsula. Oh, but it means we're going to stop growing. We live in a precedent society. I mean, maybe. That's entirely possible. I mean, if Republicans aren't going to be in power forever, then why are you that worried? I mean, Democrats will rehire a lot of these people. Fair enough. That'll be their right if the American people vote them into power. That's living in a democracy. If the next administration wants to put them back in power, fine. It's a democracy. People have the right to vote for that. And if people don't vote them back, don't vote Democrats into office, that is also democracy at work. We'll see what happens. We'll see what the American people feel, you know? That's it. You know, we'll see what the American people feel like doing at the end of this. Okay, what else do I need? Scout would be nice, actually. Then we'll start working on a settler immediately afterward. But for right now, I need to be growing my population, even just that 1 more. The method matters. Well, what method would you prefer they go about as far as slashing spending? Because if the government efficiency office that already existed wasn't doing it, which it clearly wasn't, and as far as I had heard, they were working with Musk now and making good things. The woolly mice are worth every penny. I forgot about that. I will say, I have heard allegedly, and this needs to be investigated before any real statements get made about it. But from what I have heard about the things like the woolly mice, a lot of the rhetoric about we're bringing back ancient creatures that went extinct is actually funding is a way of bringing in donations from rich idiots so they can collect money for actual conservation programs. And if so, I'm very much for it. I don't know. I gotta say, I'm a lawyer, and like I feel like we're in sync on so many things, but it's just like I don't like the way Doge is going about it. It's just like I'm struggling to see other solutions here. Like I wish Doge would be nicer. I wish that they had more resources to make sure these people were able to find jobs. Constitution requires... Okay, again, though, but how are we going to cut people? Because what existed before wasn't making cuts. They were not making cuts. We have to make cuts. We have to. What do you want? What way was there to make cuts? Because the office that existed was not making cuts. What law? Okay, so they should have made the cuts anyway. We agree they should have made the cuts. They needed to follow the law. An act defunding. So they should have written an act defunding these agencies as opposed to firing them in the way that they did. Okay. They needed to be defunded in the way or to the degree. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm going to wait for you to finish. Never mind. We got a scout coming here soon. Ooh, who is that? Oh, okay. What do we got? We have a lot of desert near Washington. A lot of desert near Washington. The woolly mice. I forgot about them. We'll see how that goes. This is a lot of horses. Maybe we should continue up north. This is a very defensible region, too. Congress, then you cannot cut. Well, okay. So they should have gotten congressional approval first. Okay. Well, I can see that argument. Fair enough. Well, I don't think amending the Constitution every time a rule gets bent is a good idea. I don't think that's a good a precedent. That we need to go out of our way to amend the Constitution every time a rule gets bent. I don't think that's good either. I think that would just devalue the Constitution in the long run. Deciding spending. Okay, well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, it feels like kind of a lateral move to just say, oh, a different branch should have decided it. I don't know. That kind of feels like a lateral move to me. It kind of just feels like you're using a stalling tactic. I'm sorry. Like, I'm a lawyer and, like, I feel like we've been in sync on a lot of things here, but, like, it kind of feels like in this one, you're just saying, like, oh, it should have been this other one. It's like, okay, consent to the govern. Trump was elected. The Republicans took the House, the Senate, and the House, the Senate, and the presidency based, like, he was elected to do this. This is what he ran on. Slashing spending was what he ran on, as were a lot of people in Congress. Republicans have Congress. I don't know. Look, I don't know. I get it. It feels like you're just pushing a lateral move here. Not a king. Okay. Oh, boy. Buy them equally. You're not wrong. You're not wrong, Saul. Look, I don't know. Like, as far as Trump overstepping his bounds, there's an argument there. But I think the American people elected him to slash spending. He's slashing spending. I don't know, he's going about it in any way necessary. I mean, the Democrats have been crying for years that the Republicans don't follow the rules and the norms and the rules and the norms and the rules and the norms. Okay, feel free. Look, I don't know. This just ends up being what it always devolves into when the right and the left meet in America. It's the left cries about the rules and the norms and the rules and the norms, while the right just accomplishes their goals. They just do it. And that's it. And the left loses repeatedly because of that. There's always going to be someone, yeah, no, I think Saul's right. Someone's always going to be unhappy. Oh, wait. Bark Nova says, as soon as I seen the woolly mice, I instantly wanted one so I can see how they would be able to raise money for conservation. Okay, yeah, okay, look. I'm saying, you know, they pitch it as we're bringing back ancient Crete. They pitch it like Jurassic Park in order to get, you know, rich assholes to write checks. You know, from what I understand, that's the point. And if so, I'm good with it. I hope they're actually being honest. I haven't looked into it further. I hope that's true. I like the idea of rich assholes being tricked into writing checks for real conservational practices. Love that. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I have a lot of wheat here. I would love to find something that has to do with that. I mean, again, separation of powers is important, but Republicans took the House, the Senate, and the presidency. They have it. They did. I'm not even, man, we're just talking about Doge here. Look, I get it. And again, this is the problem. I feel like it's just this is why the left keeps running, and I'm trying to say this as actual advice. Not all Republicans are the same. Actual advice here, man. You know, this is something that Jon Stewart, of all people, has been crying about ever since Trump won. Like, and I very much agree with him on it. Like, the problem is the right if the right wants to accomplish a goal, they just do it, and they figure out how to make it happen. While the left just cries about rules and norms and rules and norms. Fair enough. Oh, no, I know the left doesn't vote as a monolith. There's nothing the left loves more than fracturing. There's nothing the left loves more than fracturing and infighting. That's one of their favorite things. Trust me, I'm aware. Oh, boy. Keep the Mammoth Burger dream alive. Oh, my God. You're thinking like Futurama here. I would love that, though. Oh, my God. What would a mammoth farm even look like? Oh, my God. Dude. Wait. Damn it. Oh, it's too bad Ron isn't here. Man. Oh, it's too bad we don't have we don't have any of our Canadian brothers here. This is how we revitalize Canadian industry. This is how we revitalize Canadian industry. Mammoth burgers. Mammoth burgers. Mammoth burgers. That's how we revitalize Canada's economy, with the mammoth burger. The Tea Party fights, I don't know specifically what we were talking about. Probably not. Oh, shoot. Okay, don't kill each other while I'm gone. I have to go to the bathroom again, and then we're gonna... Actually, let me... district from... Ooh, from desert. Ooh, that would actually be really nice. Yeah, let's do that. Let's build ourselves a holy site. You did say that the religion was really strong. I don't normally play religion, but I'm going to go out of my way to try it this time. All right, right back. Yo, we got a Canadian. Yes, dude. Write this down. Dude, I think you've got the $1 million idea for how to revitalize your economy and separate it from the US. Dude, you've got the idea. You've got it. Like, this is it. The Mammoth Burger. Mammoth Burger. This is how you do it. This is how you save Canada's economy. Okay. I'm going through this beer faster than I thought I would. Yeah, but you know Obama won a second term, right? Like, no turning people to cheese. I appreciate that. No, but like, Obama was still able to get a lot of things through because he still had the will of the American people, and he had Obama was an exceptional politician, and is. He was able to actually get things done. One of the few leftists in the last, he's not even really that left. Few Democrats really able to get things done. Like, he was... Yeah, man, a lot of people voted for Obama. He was popular. Yeah, it's fine. I think that and Saul, feel free to weigh in on this, by the way. I definitely think that for a lot of right-leaning voters like me, it matters more whether or not a candidate just has ideas and the willpower to see them through, as opposed to what those ideas... Well, I mean, yes, it matters what the ideas are. But as long as those ideas are positive, if they seem to have... Like, the voting process is more of a vetting process, you know? Like, I want to see someone with a good idea who has the argument, the ability to actually see it through, you know? That's why I would have voted for Bernie. I couldn't at the time. That's why I liked Bernie and Obama and Trump. They feel like for as much as they were all had issues, every one of them was a flawed candidate in some way. They all felt like they were like at least pro-America and wanted to do the best thing at the time, you know? Yeah, I'm super pro-Bernie. I would have loved the chance to vote for Bernie. It's not just vibes-based politics. Asking whether or not a candidate has the political will to see their policies through is not vibes-based. It is absolutely not. That is a mischaracterization. Yeah, whether or not someone can accomplish things. Are they going to accomplish what they ask, what they say? Or are they going to sit around and bitch and moan about rules and norms? You know? Are they going to complain that the other side shouldn't have been allowed to do that? Are they going to sit around and do that all day? Or are they going to try to accomplish something? No, not if that policy hurts me. I tried. Well, I tried not to. You vote for the best you can. Well, okay, so what? So I'm supposed to expect that if I had voted for what? Kamala, or voted instead of... Well, I didn't actually vote in this most recent election. So what? If I had voted Democrat, none of their policies would hurt me? Anyone I vote for is going to have at least one policy that hurts me. And probably at least one that helps me. But I vote for whoever I think has the better plan and an ability to follow through. Well, literally hurts everyone. Then why did Kamala and Biden not take off Trump's first round of tariffs? She got asked that in the middle of the presidential election and didn't have an answer. Why did they not remove Trump's tariffs all through Biden's presidency if allegedly they were hurting the American people? They never had an answer for that. If allegedly Trump's tariffs were so bad, and they've been saying that since 2016 when he first put his first round of tariffs on, why did they continue to do that? They said exactly the same thing about the first round of tariffs. Look, and again, I don't think it's a perfect plan. But I at least think that Trump has the American people at heart, and I think that he has the will to follow through. We're going to have to see. I will still say, though, I think you're saying calling it vibes-based to be considering whether or not someone can actually accomplish their goals is a really wild mischaracterization. But now you're saying Trump's tariffs at the time, back in his 2016 run, were targeted tariffs that were a good idea? That's a bit off from what the original Democrat messaging was. They called them crazy, insane tariffs back then. I don't know if you're a Democrat, though, but... Whoa. What's a scout doing out here? Totally get people that voted for him in 16. Interesting. Well, yeah, okay. I will acknowledge our Canadian brethren does have some reason to be mad about the tariffs. I don't think they've gone into effect yet, though. Hopefully they won't. Hopefully we can reach some sort of agreement. That's my hope. And it seems to be Trump's hope, too, thank God. At least I hope so. You never know with that guy. Who knows what it's going to be 10 minutes from now. And even with that in mind, I still think he was a better choice than Kamala. Very different policy argument in 24. Not to mention that the fact that there's, a willingness to enact tariffs was probably going to be important for any president, given how there are tariffs being launched that have nothing to do with Trump right now. I mean, China has all kinds of tariffs going out on Canada right now that have nothing to do with Trump. Like a willingness to enact policies like these was probably going to be important for anyone who got ended up in office, because economic recession was always going to be on the docket. Eye for an eye leaves the whole world blind. I mean, again, I think a lot of the tariffs that are being put out now are not... I don't respond to that. I mean, fair enough, I guess. But, I mean, if we're playing from a position of power, it's more like an eye for an arm. It was blanket tariffs, and he softened on it almost immediately. Most of the tariffs haven't even gone into effect because we've gotten what we actually wanted. Tougher immigration policies from Canada and Mexico. Tougher stances on the shipping of fentanyl over the Mexican border. Yeah, I mean, we got most of what the tariffs were a threat, and we've gotten most of what we actually wanted. It was vibes-based. Vibes-based is a really gross mischaracterization. There's only a slinger in this one. Damn it, why is my warrior so far away? Okay. Oh, and we're totally forgetting the fact Biden was already putting tariffs on China. Remember that massive tariff he put on Chinese EVs that pissed them off to no end and started the trade war all on its own? Like, he already had his own round of tariffs he was putting on. Oh, wait, no, I should get mining first. So we have this copper here we need to use. Where is this city going to be founded? How about down here where there's lots and lots of food? I mean, you're not wrong. The U.S. EV market would be in much worse place if not for the Chinese tariffs, but, it's to protect a growing industry. Okay. I mean, still, both sides are willing to use tariffs, especially on China. I don't know. I that's good. I guess we can just agree on that, Both sides use tariffs. That's good. Did watch Trump just today say that the tariffs won't go away until Canada's the 51st state. Every other day he says some dumb shit, it seems. He does say a lot of dumb shit. It's unfortunate. And again, I really wish he would stop talking about Canada being the 51st state when Puerto Rico is still sitting there. And again, I find it interesting you're willing to characterize Trump's 2016 tariffs as being targeted. I'm pretty sure he ran in 2016. Look, I just can't even quibble about this anymore. Look, we both agree. Let's focus on where we agree here. We agree tariffs can sometimes be a good thing. Trump has not gone through with most of the tariffs he wanted, which a lot of his voting base, especially since he's already been in office once, didn't expect him to. Like, we're getting the things that we wanted. We're getting Mexico and Canada to take their border security more seriously. We're getting Europe to hopefully rearm. Hopefully, for the love of God. What? Canada and Mexico both sent 10,000 troops. Was it 1,000? No. How many? I don't want to claim anything. Let me see. Canada, troops, border. How many did he get them to send? Here, AP News. How many did they send? How many troops did they send? Let's see. I don't want to claim anything here. Ooh, Canada's trying to refuse. Ooh. Oh, Polivier is calling for troops to be sent to the border. That's very interesting. I did not know that. Well, Mexico did send their 10,000 troops to the border. Well, no wonder Canada's still getting all this shit put on them. Ooh, no wonder Canada's getting fucked. Yeah, Canada, yeah, Mexico confirmed did send 10,000 troops. Ouch. Ouch. Whoops. Let's see how it goes. I'm planning on building a campus. Come on. Oh, God. Oh, it's pulled everywhere. Okay, I may have to pull these guys back and have them heal. Okay. Yeah, go up there. I love the donkey noises. I will admit that. They're pretty great. Canada made the deal, then went back. Yeah, I remember distinctly hearing they were sending 10,000 troops too, and I guess they must have just pulled out in early February. Well, no wonder Trump is continuing the tariffs on them then. I don't know. I don't think it's that big a deal for the U.S. to ask them to secure their own border. Shouldn't be surprised, though. Shouldn't be surprised that Trudeau would pull out of it. That's not in, honestly, not even in like a bad way. It's just like, shouldn't be surprised. Seems like what Trudeau would do. I get it sounds really bad, but like I genuinely mean it. It sounds like just what Trudeau would probably do. Okay, let's build it there. Can we wait? Manage citizens. Yeah, it's like everything's going pretty much how it should. There we go. We're talking about a waste of money. 10,000 troops on the Canadian border sounds like one, implying the southern and northern borders require equal treatment. Well, I think Mexico already has tons of troops there. I don't know. I mean, they could have probably... I mean, it's Trump. The man loves negotiating. Why couldn't Canada negotiate it down from 10,000? I mean, you always come out the gate in a negotiation higher than you expect. Couldn't Canada try to talk them down lower? Like, this is what I mean when I say it's not vibes. It's a negotiation. Like, of course Trump's going to come out strong. Genuine question. Earlier mentioned his voters knew he wouldn't impose blanket tariffs. How can you say that? Politicians make a lot of promises. You expect every politician to follow through on every single promise they make? At this point, honestly. But yeah, invested $1 billion already and got extra helicopters. It's also the biggest board on the planet, so 10,000 wouldn't even come close to manning every part of it. Sounds like you need more. Don't say that. Don't say that. And also putting $1 billion, putting $1 billion toward it. I mean, money can go a lot of places. At this point, especially with spending being so out of control, money can go a lot of places. You could put $1 billion toward one guy. You could pay 10 guys $100,000 and say $1 million. You know, you could pay 100 guys $100,000 a year and say you spent $1 billion. I think that math is right, probably something. But you get the point of what I'm saying. You know. When I vote, I have to calculate the decision to vote. Yeah, I calculate the likelihood of those people following through on their promises. I think Trump did. Like, the border is being secured. Wasn't there just a report that border crossings and interactions between Border Patrol and at the southern border is like at the lowest it's been since like 2003? That's the prompt. He did that. Off to the liquor store. You see the beer and cider. Ooh, yes. So the beer is $3.12 right here. Let me get into OBS so I can make sure I actually have it on screen. Yeah, is $3.12. And then our non-alcoholic cider is over here. This Martinelli's. I'm doing at this point around something like 2/3 $3.12 to 1/3 Martinelli's. Somewhere around there. Oh yeah, no problem, man. I'm sure if you have to substitute for something, I hope whatever you get is fantastic. Again, it's more about, I think it's about having that good like wheat flavor, but it needs the crispness. The problem with the Canadian border was illegals just knew that it was safer to cross there, and Canada didn't want to do anything about it. Okay, we did talk about the U.S. gun problem earlier with Canada and Mexico, and I do acknowledge that. U.S. needs to get their shit together in gun control. Yeah, Bark Nova, I'm there with you on U.S. gun control. The U.S. needs to get the guns under control. Like, the fact that so many American guns are winding up illegally being sold and used to commit crimes in Canada and Mexico is a fucking travesty. The U.S. needs to get its act together with those. I am there with you on that. I am there with you on that. And also, Canada needs to help secure their border. So I am there with you on that. Mostly. Where did this relic end up? Oh, it's at the palace. Nice. Bones of the Magi. Oh, that's cool as shit. Okay. Well, I need more space for relics. Yeah, no, I am there with you as far as the guns issue. How can I know which he will follow through and which he isn't serious? I don't know. Try to stay educated on the candidates. I don't know, the same way. I mean, it's a struggle. It is for any candidate. I mean, what? Again, what are you saying the alternative was? I should have voted for Kamala because I should have been assured that she seemed like a strong candidate who was going to get things done. What do you... How much do I need builders? A lot. Okay. 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 Which one is it? There we go. Policies. Where is for... Actually, I need the production. There we go. Policy, obviously, or you would be a Dem and I would be a Republican. Genuinely want to understand. I believe that. I believe you want to understand my position, and I do want to understand yours. I don't know. Like I said, I find... We don't know Harris was an alcoholic. She just gave off the... I don't know. Man, when she released that post-election, that video, don't you ever let them take your power away. Boy, I only could imagine, don't you ever let them... I imagine her giving it with the wine glass in her hand. Oh my God. Jesus. She believes in nothing. Well, then what do you think the alternative to Trump was? If we agree, yeah, I am there with you, to be clear. I think Harris was just a Democratic mouthpiece for a deeply corrupt, I hate using the word deep state, but like a deeply corrupt system of institutions that had lost sight of what the American people wanted and needed. And she was just their empty vessel for them to spew their ideas that were totally out of whack with what the American people wanted and needed. Oh, so we agree on that. Well, I guess I would ask then, what do you think the alternative to Trump was? I mean, yeah. Oh, I also hope, to be clear, Bark Nova, I also absolutely hope that we can find a compromise with Canada. And honestly, I think that Trump does too. I think that if Trump can get through without having to put any tariffs, he will. You know, I think that if Trump can get through this without, and get what he wants from Canada without putting on a single tariff, I think he would. And if he has to put on 100% tariff, he will. That's what putting America first means. Would rather the system as it is than the world Trump sold. Well, I guess that's just where we disagree then. If our goal, and I hope it is just to identify where we differ, I supported Trump's world over the status quo. That might just be a difference in where we are, both in life and geographically and economically and culturally. It could be any number of things, but I preferred the world that Trump sold. Probably for a variety of reasons, as it is with any voter. I did. I preferred the world that Trump sold to the status quo. Again, I'm sad about certain things that have happened in the Trump world. I'm sad about things like the loss of funding to national parks. But at the same time, I also believe quite firmly there was a lot of things that needed to be slashed. I would much rather have Trump's diminished, severely diminished version of the federal government with its limited fiscal footprint, severely limited, as opposed to having the federal government as it was. I wouldn't even say under Harris's world. I would say I didn't want the federal government as it existed before. It was too bloated. It was too bloated. It was too invested in creating white collar do nothing jobs for people who didn't want to work, young people who should be out there creating small businesses instead. What do you mean? It had too many employees. Too many employees. And also, and this is one thing Trump needs to tackle that I really want him to do. He has not been willing to tackle the corruption of corporations. That has been one thing he absolutely needs to. I do disagree with Dems when they think that like corporations need to act ethically. You shouldn't expect a corporation to act in anything other than their own interest. But, excuse me. I do think that if we're going to talk about Medicare fraud, let's talk about the pharmaceutical companies, how many fucking subsidies they get. Let's talk about the subsidies any number of American corporations get. Let's talk about the subsidies that these EV companies get. The subsidies that Tesla got. Let's talk about those, Trump. And also, let's talk about all of the federal employees who are milking the system as well. Let's talk about all of it. I don't totally agree with Trump's vision. He was like, some parts of things I agree with. But that some parts of things was still closer than Harris, just the status quo. It was more in line with what I wanted. I can't say it better than that. I hope that gets it across. I gotta pee again. God damn it. I've had so much. We're on beer number 4. And the second bottle of the Martinelli's. So I was not really surprised. Be right back. Yeah, no, Saul, I'm there with you. Like, it sucks, but it's like, it's ultimately, it's like, I prefer Trump's vision to the status quo. You're gonna have to sue me. I don't know. On our economy. What specifically about the world Kamala was saying you disagree with? Well, I mean, on the one hand, I mean, I don't think Kamala believed in anything. Neither of us do. I mean, it's hard for me to say what exactly was Kamala selling other than just more of the same. Like, other than, what exactly was Kamala selling? Like, I'm also not a fan of student loan forgiveness, which actually I guess Biden wasn't either, so probably shouldn't do that. Though a lot of her voters were. Yeah, I guess I probably shouldn't hold that against her. It's a little unfair. Oh, what even were... I don't know. I don't remember. I barely even remember the policies of someone who... she wasn't Trump. It was a little more complicated than that, but... I mean... Funny enough, actually, Andrew Yang, of all people, also said... Actually, no, Saul has a... No. I'm going to defend Saul here. Of all people, actually, interestingly, Andrew Yang said the same thing in his podcast that he put out right after the Kamala lost. And I recommend you go to his YouTube channel and you prove me wrong if you think I'm wrong on this. But Andrew Yang said the same thing. The problem with the Democrats was their entire pitch was not Trump. He said the same thing. It wasn't just Republicans who thought, oh, she's not Trump, so she sucks. No, that was the entire pitch the Democrats have. She's not Trump. Yay! That's it. That was their whole thing. That was all they had. No one's going to vote for that. Biden too? Yeah, I'm not even sure. Did Biden even make... Sorry, again, it's hard for me to remember the arguments of someone who lost like 4 months ago at this point. So much has happened politically since then. I can't even remember. So much has happened. But yeah, no, I mean, all she ever ran on was, I'm not Trump. Great. What else you got? She did do a good job trying to stay away from the I'll be the first one president talk, quite notably. And I believe at one point in the interview, she specifically was asked by a journalist, like, it's interesting that you're not using that more. And I think it's because she knew it was politically toxic. All the Democrats did, because, it lost Hillary the election. You helped write some of Kamala's white papers? That's incredible. Congratulations on your success in the industry. That's awesome, dude. Dude, fuck yeah, get yours. Yeah, but no, I mean, a lot of it is, yeah, like I said, it wasn't just Republican. Well, I mean, in the lead up, it was just Republicans pointing it out. But yeah, the messaging sucked. Like, and again, it was Andrew Yang said the same thing in his podcast when after the Kamala catastrophe ended. Like, the only messaging she had that was consistent was, I'm not Trump. What else you got? Because people are clearly not happy with the status quo. And if she couldn't identify, well, not her, if the power players behind her making the actual decisions couldn't understand that, then there was no saving them. You know, if they really thought, they really were convinced that the status quo was just so good, like, then if they couldn't understand that, that was their fault. It's really, it's unfortunate. Because like I said, Trump is a flawed candidate. I don't even like Trump. But I have been desperately trying to get all the Democrats in my life to understand why I still would have voted for him. I didn't end up voting. You know what sucks? Every time I talk to one of my Democrat friends, and I'll admit I'm in a Democrat state, I have a bit of a biased view, but in a Democrat state, every Democrat I've ever talked to, when I'm like, yeah, I didn't vote, it probably wouldn't have mattered in Illinois, they've said, oh, good. I'm sorry, is this America? Fuck you. What happened to every vote? What happened to, you know, convincing the common man? What happened to the consent of the governed, as long as they agree with you? And especially as a black man, dear fucking God, listening to white liberals tell me what is best for me, as I am telling them why I think Trump is best for me, and simply having them respond, no, he's not, and this is why you're wrong. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself. You can't make any fucking arguments other than she's not Trump. And yet I'm a bad person for not wanting to vote for her. I'm so sick of it. I'm not saying you're doing that, to be clear. People in my life. One of the most interesting things has been the cross-section of Trump and AOC voters. That has been something that I think the Democrats really need to be studying. Excuse me. Yeah, neither one's care. I mean, I'll agree with you, they're both corrupt as hell. All right. Good to meet you, Suleiman. Ooh, I need that. Absolutely. There we go. Why do you, I always find it so strange that this is, you know, that's interesting because that's something I've heard from every Democrat I know. Every single one I have heard is, oh, well, both sides are bad and like you can't trust any of them. And it's like, I agree with that to an extent, but I'm still going to try to vote for the best option. But it's this weird, like, quitter talk, if I'm honest, that I hear from the Dems or from the left or whatever you want to particularly call yourself. I keep hearing this talk of like, oh, they're both bad, like, who cares? And it's like, lesser of two evils is still evil. Yeah, but you got to vote for one. You know, it's just, what is it with Democrats and this, like, quitter talk? This, like, the world is fucked, let's just give up and get ourselves some fucking high-paying government jobs instead of working. I don't know. Where is that written? I mean, I'm not required to, but everyone should. In fact, I'm a proponent of mandatory voting, actually, because everyone should vote. It's quite sad to think there are people out there who think that people shouldn't vote just because they disagree with them. Is the onus not on you to convince the American people? I would agree about Schumer. That's tyrannical and impedes on free will. Well, go fuck yourself. I'm for mandatory voting. It's the best way to figure out what the people want. If I have to be a tyrant to give the people what they want and give them their best option, so, oh well. I'll be a tyrant for that. I'll be a tyrant for democracy. I'll be a tyrant for giving people what they want. Sure, have at it. Call me a tyrant for that. Like COVID mandates? Really? I'm a liberal and a Nazi. Wow, that's fascinating. All right. Hey, believe what you want, man. Sure, I'll be a tyrant for getting everyone to vote. Sure. Man, so you just can't have any mandates whatsoever, or else you're a Nazi? Go fuck yourself. Sure, if you want to call me a tyrant for saying everyone should be required to vote, go fuck yourself. I'm still saying that the government should do everything in their power to make it convenient. I mean, one of the main issues we have now is that the government, in a lot of places specifically, is making it harder for certain demographics to vote, which is really unfortunate. But, yeah. Go. Lovely. Oh, I know. It's so hard doing things that make you slightly uncomfortable. I'm so sorry. It's hard. Make voting a national holiday? I'm for that too. Hell yeah. Democracy is non-negotiable. Death is a suitable alternative to communism. God, that's my arc. That's my arc. That's my direction. I'm slowly turning into Liberty Prime. Oh my God. Oh, Disruptor, I don't even know what the hell you're going on about at this point. Love me some Helldivers 2. I still haven't played it. I need to play Helldivers 2. I've heard it's so good. You know, and it's definitely I love a good parody. I've heard it's so good. It's on my list. Oh, I've heard it's so good. I need to play it at some point. Oh, I love it. Some Liquid Courage. Hell yeah. Liquid Courage and a big fat pair of stones. That's how I get through life. Oh, boy. I also want to say, as we're moving out of a hotly debated topic, thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you so much for taking part in our all-political stream. First one I'm doing. And thank you for bringing everything to my attention with respect. I hope that I have been respectful in turn. And, you know, that's what this is about. You know, this is how we parse out these issues. You know, this is how we figure out how things went horribly, horribly wrong. By working together and, you know, trying to parse out ideas. It's all we can do at the end of the day. You know? So thank you guys for being here. And thank you for taking part. And thank you for your ideas. It helps me to grow. I am a firm believer that the only way that someone can grow is to grow in their belief is to spend time around intelligent people they disagree with. Can you, wait, Han Fixar, can you send me that clip? I would love that. I would love that. I would love to have that clip. That's great. Yeah, I am thanking you while telling you to go fuck yourself. Do you not know? Oh, right. Oh, so you haven't been here before. Okay. Well, welcome to New Memphis. I do that. I will say thank you after telling you to go fuck yourself. Yeah, that's kind of that's my thing. That's my thing. Now, I also got the religious city-state, and I didn't even plan to do that. But we're going full religion this turn, apparently. Passive-aggressive. Oh, yeah. Nothing but passive here. Oh. I probably did. Oh, right. We have links blocked. Oh, shit. Shit. Put it somewhere. I don't know. Shoot. Describe it or put it something and I'll find it, I'm sure. Or you can put it in the Discord and I'll find it there. Somewhere. I'll figure it out. Let me know. Yeah, links are blocked. Sorry. We had a nasty issue with bots a few days ago. So we had to block those. Sorry about that. Oh, man. Oh, shit. That's why my main city is so fucking unproductive. We're still working on a fucking wonder. That's right. I forgot about that. All right, well, you keep exploring. For a limited time, I'm not going to do that, actually. But if you tell me what the clip was, we can go and find it. I will be able to go and find it. Hope you don't take any offense to that. I'm going to leave the links blocked. Nothing personal. But it's a kick clip. Yeah, even more so. Sorry. Even more so. Sorry. Even more so going to leave that blocked. Not for student loan forgiveness. Why? In a more if I felt like there was a reasonable chance of it being a very targeted thing, especially for an entire generation of young people who were told they were going to have guaranteed jobs, if only they signed when they were 18 years old. That'd be fucking illegal. Told that if only they would sign on the dotted line for hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans. But I think that way too many wealthy Americans would take advantage of it, and way too many Americans who were, way too many young Americans who came from impoverished places or demographics who were, I just feel like I fear it would be taken advantage of too much by wealthy Americans. Yeah, they spiraled out of control. Government interference into, not really. I don't think it was government interference. I think it was a lot of things. I think it was the fact that the colleges themselves convinced the American people that if you don't go to college, you're like unworthy as like a human being to like have a job in like a pretty gross way. I think it was propaganda on the part of corporations who were in partnership with a lot of these places. Used to be paid 90% by taxpayers. Well, yeah, but a lot less people went to college then. A lot less people went to college way back then. Government took over student loans. Private companies still give student loans. There's still a lot of, Sallie Mae is privately owned. There's still a lot of private corporations in there. There's still tons of private corporations involved in student loans. They're all over the place. A lot of student loans are still private. Let's get writing. I do want to build a campus here soon. When can I build a holy site? Oh, I already can. Oh, shit. I already can. Oh, okay. No, that. Oh, that's caps lock. Shift. And then that. There we go. Nobody is going to give you a $150,000 loan to get a liberal arts degree so you can get a job at Starbucks. Yeah, there's also that, too. I think that while there was a lot of, I don't know, like, another thing is, for the 18-year-olds who got tricked into signing this shit, I think there should be some forgiveness, at least to some degree. But for those who were, say, who signed that loan, and I know, again, I live in a college town. I know a lot of these cases who then decided, oh, my bachelor's didn't get me a job. Let me go get a master's, and let me go get a second master's, and let me go get like, there is a whole culture in academia of, like, man children and, I don't know, woman children who just never want to leave school until they either get a high-paying government job or they get a job in academia itself where they never have to pay back their student loans. And they're just staying in it. They're just paying tens of thousands of dollars a year to just stay within the academic system. And that should not be forgiven. Let's be real, though. It's a BS claim. No, it's not. Wait, what's a BS claim? That, wait, what's a BS claim? Yeah, no, exactly that with a liberal arts degree. Exactly that. Like, and for the 18-year-olds who got told that this was the only way to get a job, there should be forgiveness to some degree. They should have to pay back part of it, but forgiveness. Like, these 8 poor fucking kids getting told for these tens of thousands of dollars, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of loans. It's criminal. But then you have the further culture of the people who want to stay. Significant number of underwater basket weaving degrees are obtained. There are a lot of bullshit degrees. Dude, Dude, my neighbor at my apartment building was a fucking Korean studies major who considered her, who called herself a shaman. Like, literally, real thing. Yeah, dude, like, yes, insane shit. I live in a college town. I have seen some insane degrees. Insane degrees. I have met more than a few gender studies degrees who now work at Starbucks, who are now want student loan forgiveness for the hundreds of thousands of dollars in loans they took out because they signed when they were 18, should be forgiven, but then they wanted the master's. Then they wanted maybe another master's. Maybe they decided to take a couple of years of PhD, and then they quit, and they came back, and then they quit, and they came back, and that should not be forgiven. No. I'm not making any claims to how often it happens. I'm saying it does happen, and that those should not be forgiven. Yeah, they just stamp on the forms. Well, I mean, the private companies are subsidized by the government too, so they're allowed to, and at ridiculous interest rates. It's insane. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Absolutely fucking insane that we allow this to get this bad. And again, the people who are suffering the most are 18-year-olds just trying to get jobs. Okay, but you also came from a different generation, though. I'm a lawyer, and you came from a different generation where that degree probably was worth something and probably was a lot cheaper. I also didn't say that a 4-year liberal arts degree is a bad thing. If it actually was something that realistically could get you a job, that is a different generation. That is still a very different time. It's changed a lot in only 10, 15 years. It's changed a lot. Who would go get a private loan? The government rubber stamps them all. There's a lot of them. Again, Sallie Mae is a huge one. They're private. I know there's more. I can't list anymore, but there's more. Shouldn't be funded. I mean, I think that the colleges should be required to... Well, not required to... A lot of it's the culture of these colleges pressuring people to get these loans. That it's the only way you should be able to get a job. And that's just gross. Shouldn't be funded. Again, at the time, like... Shouldn't be funded? No. Why am I taking so much damage? How are they destroying me this badly? Dear God. Shouldn't be funded? That's wait. Not wanting to fund someone else's college degree is indefensible? How... indefensible to not want to pay for someone else? Okay, correct me then. These colleges make one change in a book required to buy that. Oh my God, yes. There's absolutely that too. The way the colleges maximize the amount of loans that you need with stuff like textbooks. That's I forgot about that. Yeah, totally true. The book industry is that whole textbook industry is a fucking scam. God damn it, they fucking pillaged my improvement. Nice. Go fuck yourself. You guys should probably just heal. Every semester to get a student a new book. Oh, it's such a fucking scam. It's terrible. The fact that the colleges haven't reined in those textbook companies is fucking criminal. Or should be. Yeah, no, like... Again, Saul, I'm with you on all of that. I think there should be some degree of forgiveness for some student loans. But no book to buy. I respect that. That's awesome. Fucking good for you. Hell yeah. I wish more professors were like that. But way too many of them get paid a lot of money by these textbook companies to just shove the next book out the door. It's awful. And completely compromises our ability to teach the next generation.
The ascent to the highest stories.
Aye. I mean, who gave these textbook industries the right to determine what the next generation learns? Colleges, apparently. By just allowing them to monopolize learning. It's crazy. Maybe they should, Saul. I'd be okay with that. Your college was probably a lot cheaper than what people are getting now. Look, I'm just saying some. Yeah, Saul, I'm not even disagreeing with you on that. Maybe they should pay you back half or part of what you paid. Maybe they should. I mean, if it was a requirement for a job, maybe they should. Maybe. I'm not opposed to that. Oh, our holy site. Yes, we need that in the desert. Yeah, there. Perfect. Professionals is better. Yeah, but all of our white collar jobs are overextended now. Like we have too many. We have too many of them. My sister was a lawyer. You know, funny enough, one of the reasons I didn't go to school in 2012, my sister graduated college, went to NCCU for law, and got barred in North Carolina. And funny enough, at her graduation ceremony, I distinctly remember, this would have been 2012, 2013, somewhere in there. I remember distinctly that the professor who gave like the commencement or whatever it is at, you know, the address at the end was like laughing, being like, oh, some of you lawyers are going to have to get real creative in your job prospects. Some of you are going to have to get real creative. Yeah, it's not great out there, but you guys keep hustling hard. And everyone was just looking around like, is he serious right now? I remember that so vividly. That was like 2012. Just having more white-collar workers does not mean the society or economy is doing better. You need people to mop the floors and sweep the floors and clean the toilets. You need people doing construction. You need people in manufacturing, producing goods, which engineers help with as well, but you need laborers, you need average people, you need blue-collar workers too. Yeah, it's not for everyone, and also, other jobs that don't require a college degree are also important. I mean, I'm trying to make it here. I don't have a college degree. Trying to make it here doing political discussions. I mean, I consider this important. I don't know. Yeah, don't tell that to the fucking... Yeah. Don't tell that to the politicians. Yeah, they're all fucking convinced anyone without... I have actually had people openly tell me to my face, people without college degrees shouldn't vote. That is fucking wild to me. The way the Democrats sold out to these fucking... Not even sold out to the colleges, but then sold out to the massive industries such as textbooks around the colleges is fucking wild. Yeah, real thing I've heard to my face. Fucking disgusting. And he thought that it was cool to say. He thought that it was a fun thing because he's always been around other fucking college elites. And so he thought that was a cool thing to say. That was a fine thing. And the one time he's around me, suddenly he realizes and says it out loud. Suddenly he realizes, oh, maybe that's like a bad thing. Maybe it's kind of shitty for me to say that people without college degrees shouldn't vote. Yeah, dumbass. Fucking despicable. Fucking despicable. Oh, absolutely wild. Why do these rivers not start in the mountains? Why does this river start in the middle of a desert? Whatever. There should be a college degree in streaming. I would fucking love that. Yeah, America is... Yeah, Han Fixar, you have the fucking point there. America right now is full of educated idiots. That's its main issue. It's why it can't get anything done. America is full of highly educated morons who have no concept of what it actually means to rule or to run a country and have no desire to learn. It's full of educated, highly educated morons who know a few very, very specific things and have absolutely no idea about the real world and don't want to. They want a big, fancy, white-collar, do-nothing, federal or academic job where they don't have to do anything. Yeah, absolute disdain. But these young kids who want to be these college elites, they just want to join the class. They have no desire to rise above and dismantle the system that oppresses them, the boot that is on their neck. They only wish to be the boot. And that is the problem with our current crop of college graduates. That is their issue. That is the issue with the kids who are leaving their small towns, leaving the rural counties, and going out and getting these fancy degrees. That is the problem with them. They are becoming like the smartest people from the rural United States, from the or even the urban centers that are just impoverished are being sent out to these coastal elite colleges where they are brainwashed to believe the best thing they can do is to rise above and become part of the system and try to change things from the inside, but there's no desire to dismantle the system, the boot on their neck, only to become the boot. It is disgusting. Sorry, that's my next rant. Sorry. Yeah, whole thing. Whole thing. It's absolutely disgusting. So incredibly unfortunate. At least I still have scouts doing... Oh, shit. Can you win in the fight? Fortify. If he attacks you, hopefully you can win. It's called the communications degree. Yeah, there's a lot of I know a lot of communications degrees. Quite a few. No, you're supposed to... Oh, damn it. Sent them in the wrong direction. Well, you are going in the right direction. Yeah, you're fine. I guess they don't really need to be down here now. Okay, I mean, maybe. Maybe it's an overreach. Maybe I'm overstating the amount of power these colleges have. I think that's a fair critique of what I've said. The problem are the other students. Well, I mean, if the colleges are taking these kids out, are brain draining rural and urban impoverished neighborhoods and putting them around college elites, like elites, isn't that still the college's fault that it's putting them in those environments and brainwashing them to this ideology where anyone without a college degree is an idiot who shouldn't be allowed to vote? Isn't that still the college's fault? Yeah, but again, the people who they are surrounded by, but if they're surrounded by them because of the college, is that not still the college's fault? To at least some degree? Even if not entirely, to some degree. You know, why did we decide the best thing for kids was to be taken from their homes and sent to these? I mean, it's good to get an education and it's good to travel. I don't want to make it sound like I think it's mixing of classes. Didn't you just say that being around like being indoctrinated, being brainwashed by the elites is a bad thing? And this is part of it. This is part of the issue. This is part of the issue. I mean, it's like this is... Oh. I've heard that mixing of classes line. Why do you want there to be Why do you want there to be an upper class? You grew up homeless? Man, I've had my own issues with that personally, I can tell you. And I don't want there to be an upper class. I don't want there to be an elite class above me. I mean, I accept the world is that way, but I'm not like, I'm so glad I get to interact with people who have all these things I never could. Fuck those people. I accept that there is, but also fuck those people. What do you mean? What do you mean I like it? People too. Yeah, but you want young people from impoverished neighborhoods to grow and learn from and be around these people and learn from them? What are you talking about? Fuck those people. To not be like them, I think the exact opposite happens. They once again, they go into these places and they end up wanting to become part of the system that oppresses them. Part of the system that destroyed their neighborhoods, their counties. They end up wanting to become a part of it. It's sad. It's horrible. I despise it.
Writing is easy.
This is what one line. Writing is easy. We'll just leave it there. We'll just leave Sean Bean there. All right. Let's go kill some barbarians. Also, I need to... Ooh, did we ever get archery? I never got archery. Probably should get that first, actually. Probably should get that first. Then we can get bronze working. Yeah, probably should do that. I guess I don't need to do much with this slinger. Why is my city not growing? God damn it. This is what you get when you come to one of the only 2 people on Twitch using the conservative tag. Give me a builder. Check your food production. Yeah. Ugh. It's pretty bad. I don't know why I bothered building that wonder just to not. Oh, shit! That's right, I was building the wonder, so I'm still on... God damn it. Oh, thank you. I'm still on fucking industry focus because I was building the wonder earlier. God damn it. Thank you. Ah! Alright, we're growing now. What's Baltimore on? You also need to be on food production. I'm not worried about that greenery. Yeah, just worry about growing. I guess I don't need much of an army up here. You know what? You're winning. Why don't you just fortify and let them keep attacking you? That's fine. I like that you said you're okay with someone being on the bottom. I don't know. I mean, I hate the idea of us saying we need to divide ourselves. I think the most important thing is that people end up where they are useful. You know, people understand what their utility is to the nation, to society, to whatever group. I mean, you don't necessarily have to be part of the nation. You don't have to care about the nation, but even if you're part of a religious collective or whatever else. Why do we have to think of ourselves as top and bottom? There are people who do individual jobs, whether they're jobs that are where you wrangle the geopolitical space or mop toilets. We're all doing jobs, that's it. Do we have to classify ourselves as being at the top or bottom? If we didn't, we might be able to learn something from one another. Nice, golden era. I do get a lot of bonuses as Lincoln to industrial centers. I'll take the steward. Put him in Washington. We're going to grow that city. So you're okay with classes as long as there's upward mobility. That's fair. Should there be downward mobility? Okay, we're on the same page there. My issue is when we... I'm spewing carrot all over the place. That's gross. Very drunk. Please forgive me. Please know this is not normally how I conduct myself. I'm going to put the carrots... I'm going to eat this one and then put the carrots away. I fear that when we think of ourselves as being somewhere on a hierarchy of an economic ladder, we ultimately center our lives around money and distinguish ourselves by money and center ourselves and our society and how we organize ourselves on a basic level around money. I don't think that's it's not good for the soul of a nation or a society. I just don't. I think it's one of America's greatest weaknesses, and we should be trying to break ourselves of it, if anything. Like, I get it. I got two people here who both, you know, came from nothing and are quite proud of having risen, and that's great. I don't want to take that away from anyone, but at the same time, I also feel like it's great that you guys ended up where you could be useful and where you were able to provide an impact on the world and on our nation. That's what matters. Fuck the money. What matters is you were able to make something, you know, to be important, to do something that mattered for yourselves and for the people around you. That's what matters. Like, fuck the money. Is it really about the money? Is it about your class? People who fight, I don't believe for 1 second the Dems are the party of the working class, and neither do the working class, clearly. The Dems I know, not the ones that I know. And you know what? We know two different groups of Dems, so I'll give you that. But I can tell you that the Dems in other places do not hold to that, and that's really unfortunate. But the Dems that I know here in Illinois, which is notoriously corrupt, so probably a bad example. But they do not hold themselves to that, unfortunately. Oh, fuck you. What do we got here? Yeah, that'll do. Land units. Oh, shoot. I never built a worker over here either. Crap. We gotta do that. Okay. Oh, shoot. Yes, give me that copper. I wouldn't even say Democrats are for minorities anymore. Again, you know, the gays, the blacks, Latinos, they all swung pretty hard for Trump in this last election, hilariously. Dems kind of lost all the minority voters to Trump. They need to practice what they virtue signal and deliver for people and not the wealthy. I would agree on that. Like we both said, you know, it became about fundraising and not about people. That's their biggest problem. Yeah. What do you got? Ooh, hell yeah. Free builder. And in Baltimore. Oh, that's amazing. That's phenomenal. That's phenomenal. A monastery. Ooh. And provides housing. I need more amenities. I'll just stay there for now. I mean, I agree. I wish we lived in a world where both parties would fight for the working class, fight for the average person. If only, if only. Maybe one of these days. Hopefully. God, I hope. Do we need another city? What do you think? I wouldn't mind having another city down here, actually. I do have gems over... Ooh, wow, there's a lot of resources over here. Actually, over here might be good. Like this kind of area. And then we could reach up, get crabs. There's gems down. There's a lot of good land over here. Lot of good land. God damn. Okay. What do we have we can make? Actually, a trader would be nice. Let's get that first. So we can get a road between us. Well, unfortunately, the Republicans also represent change of any kind. Oh, shoot. I didn't put him in the... No, he is in the city. No, he's good. He's good. He's good. Let me check. Oh, yes. Yes. Help me with training settlers. Absolutely. Absolutely. 100%. 100%. Give me that. Well, focus on your own isle for right now. Let me focus on my isle, and you focus on yours. I am here. I have argued with... Ask anyone who's a frequenter in my chats. I argue with Republicans constantly. Constantly. I have no problem arguing with both sides. I am here arguing in my own aisle in hopes they become better. You worry about yours, okay? Okay, man? Stop worrying about my aisle. You talk about how you need to fix yours so they can better represent the American people and get votes. Do that. Do that. And I'm going to be over here trying to fix my aisle, as I have been since I started this channel. Hey, you know what? My goal... Hey, you have any... Man, I would love some political advice. That is the goal here. My eventual goal is I'd like to run for governor of Illinois. Pritzker is about to leave, and he's incompetent and unpopular. And he thinks he's going to have a presidential run, but he's never going to fucking make it. I would love to. If you have any advice on breaking into politics, I'd love to hear it, actually, because that's my goal. I would love to get into politics. I'd love to help make my state a better place. But I think I need to focus on my state and not the federal government. Show up. That's a very fair critique as to how to start. That's fair. Oh, shit. The melee unit's going to move in there. Oh, that's not ideal. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to make it there. Now, the Republican Party in Illinois is unfortunately not great right now. Pretty much impotent. Democrats have pretty much destroyed any opposition within the state. But you do still have a point. First step is actually meeting them in person. That's a good point. I guess that's where to start. Yeah, seriously, Pritzker really thinks he has a shot at the presidency. It is a fucking joke. That man thinks he has any shot at the presidency. Absolutely fucking not. What do we got here? Oh, yeah. Go over there and build my farm. You guys go explore. And I need a holy site. By like 55%. I don't know, probably. I mean, the only... Illinois' power is incredibly consolidated, unfortunately. The only people whose votes actually matter are a small cabal of neoliberal urbanites living up in the heart of Chicago. No, he is not popular. He is not. Do not take it from someone who lives here. He is barely well known. Much like with many liberal states, the power of the Democrats who are in power here, I'm only talking about my state, basically comes exclusively from them keeping the people politically inactive on the couch and complacent. And that's a thing that's been an issue in Illinois regardless of Democrats. Like, Illinois has always had... Ease of settlement has always defined Illinois since before European colonization. It has always had that issue since Cahokia. Illinois always has lived on sort of a double-edged sword where, on the one hand, you live in this region where you have miles upon miles upon miles of the most fertile, easy to build on farmland in the world, outside of maybe a few places in Eastern Europe, maybe. Incredible. And yet at the same time, that also means that people will very willingly just get up and leave. On the one hand, it means things are always good. It's easy to rally support. But on the other hand, it also means that when things get bad, people can just move to the other stretch of super fertile, easy to build on farmland down the road that's just as good. And that has always been, like, spiritually, culturally, Illinois' double-edged sword, and a lot of the Midwest region. And so we're at this crossroads right now where Illinois has basically no political power. Chicago is America's third largest city, and yet somehow it is never talked about. Somehow Illinois' culture is just non-existent on the federal stage. Non-existent. How does that happen? How does that happen? How are we so not talked about? How does the third largest city in America fly under the radar? Bigger than San Francisco. Like, bigger than Miami. How do they fly under the radar? Maybe. I don't know. They claim to be the third largest city. They've also been hemorrhaging population. That might not be right anymore. But you get my point, though. Chicago is still a staple of America. How does it have so little cultural impact outside of, oh, yeah, another person got shot? How? By the fact that the political institutions want to keep people on the couch. They don't want Illinois thought about at all or talked about. They want to just keep things nice and quiet and not have to worry about it. That's the goal of Illinois' political system. And it's not to do with them being Democrats, despite the fact that I'll rant about it. It has to do with a small cabal of neoliberal urbanites based in Lincoln Park and a couple of other inner city neighborhoods in Chicago where the extreme wealth congregates, who have complete political majority control. I mean, Brandon Johnson, the mayor of Chicago, he had record low turnouts during his election. That's the only reason he got elected. And yet now he is enacting all these crazy policies, such as the sanctuary city policy, which was extremely popular with, guess who? The small cabal of white neoliberal urbanites, but not popular with, say, the black community of Chicago, who were going to lose their jobs to all these immigrants, or any number of white rural Americans living in Illinois who had the same issue. And I'm not saying that as an anti-immigrant thing. It's just true. It's true. The popularity of these policies with the average Illinoisan doesn't matter. It's what matters to these individual groups, neighborhoods, collections of people. That's what they care about. And that's what's destroying Illinois, as our government continuously fails to understand what the people want and need. And I like the idea of people coming in. Chicago is a city of immigrants. America is a nation of immigrants. But you cannot just blatantly go against the people for years and years and years and years and call them stupid and call them racist and call them fascist over and over and over again and expect for them to want your policies enacted, no matter what they are. It just sucks. And Illinois is just falling apart. The whole Midwest region is. There's a reason our economic growth was just paltry compared to everyone else after COVID. I mean, even fucking Idaho is outpacing us. So, other heartland nations are doing better. The South is doing vastly better. Texas has taken off. And we're falling behind. And especially as our government and as Brandon Johnson and there's a video on my YouTube channel where I ranted about this crazy new, oh my God, they just established the new head of the transit in Chicago is this woman, and her being a woman is fine, but the entire news article is like this. It looks like something from 2016, straight up girl boss rhetoric. And again, I'm fine with a woman being in charge of transit, but to still be going with the girl boss, first woman in the position rhetoric in 2025, Like, we're going to be the new Montana. We're going to be 8 years culturally behind the rest of the nation. Like, I don't care if you, it's not about her being a woman, and I don't care what your policies are on the trans stuff, or Palestine, or a woman being the first woman in office. We are 8 years culturally behind the rest of the nation. It's frustrating. And I'm sure Montana was proud when they were 8 years behind everyone else for being, oh, we're just sticking to our values. And we'll say the same. The small cabal of neoliberal urbanites will say the same. We're sticking to our values. Great. As we fall behind. The entire Midwest region, as Illinois sits at its heart. It's horrible. Awful shit. Sorry. I need a beer. I need another beer. I'll be right back. I need another beer. I need a fucking beer. Give me a sec here, man. Give me a sec. I've been ranting all fucking night. Oh, God. Just, like, looking at the direction, especially of young Americans, whom were quite happy with Trump, actually. Like, woke culture is becoming mom culture, Like, the same way that, like, the same way that, years ago, I remember my grandmother posting cringe Trump memes and being like, Trump is going to save America. Like, yeah, grandma, sure, whatever. That's going to be, oh, I know I'm going to get canceled for it. Come at me, Twitch. That's going to be trans rights in a couple of years. Oh my God, the trans. Yeah, grandma, sure, whatever. Okay. They're going to end up culturally behind. That's what I mean. And I hate saying that, but it's true. I mean, Trump is taking young voters. Is being cringe really a crime, though? No, I didn't say it was a crime. It's not bad to be 8 years culturally behind, but it means that your ability to be a powerful political actor, whether or not you control America's third largest city, is over. You can't be 8 years behind and be relevant. My state is falling behind. I'm not saying it's like evil or bad to be cringe, but yeah, Chicago is just a fucking dying city for more reasons than just that. But it is because of the virtue signaling, because it's still trapped in like 2016 woke politics. Hey, Bishop, welcome in. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I'm sorry. This is the all politics stream. Be ready for it. But yeah, it sucks, but it's true. Nothing wrong with being cringe, but you're cringe. But if you're cringe, you're cringe. Have fun not winning an election for the next 15 years. Enjoy. Have fun. Go for it, man. Have fun. Oh, Illinois. Oh, Illinois. All right. Can someone check if I'm banned on Twitch yet? I'm sure. Give it a day or two. Dude, what do you mean getting controversial? We're always controversial here. That's the whole point. Also, I've been spewing carrot pieces all night. God. Oh, yeah. Welcome to it. Welcome to the controversy. It's nuts. There we go. Oh, please don't catch my slingers. I gotta upgrade them to archers. Oh, wait, I have archery now. I need to upgrade them. Shit. That's always one of the most annoying things in the early game. I will say, okay, let me stop to give a compliment to Civ 6 real fast. Though I'm not a huge fan of some of the reworks in the tech tree, I like the idea of the boosts. Some of them are a little bit ridiculous and kind of, I never get them. But I really do like the idea of like the boosts to the technologies and the, well, I'm not even really a fan of the civics tree, to be honest, at all. But I like the boosts if you accomplish certain tasks. I think it's cool. I think that's actually a really cool thing. And I quite enjoy it. I will say that. I will give 6 that. Give Civilization 6 that. That little thing, I will say. What do I need? Oh, first I gotta use this. Yeah, start out with a route going to Baltimore so we can get a road going there. Then, oh shoot, you need to heal. Yeah, you fortify. You get the fuck out of there. These warriors are gonna follow us all the way back home, which is not great. In the beginning stages of learning politics. That's great. Don't understand all the lingo, but here to learn. That's amazing. Thank you. And also, I've said this a couple of times, thank you to everyone who is here, you know? The goal is never validation. The goal is not to prove ourselves right. The goal is just to be here and learn and seek truth. That's always what we're looking for. You know? That's always what we're looking for here. I respect that. Let me ask, Joshua, what are some things that you specifically want to know more about, like in terms of politics? I can't guarantee it'll be something that I know, but I'd love to have a discussion about it if you'd like. You know, let me know. Keep me posted. Trust me, a lot of the half the lingo is made up on the spot, I swear. Half of it's just us bullshitting. What's a good place for this? Shoot, that is prime real estate there. Oh, it gotta be next to a camp. Okay, put it there on the useless desert tile. Let's start building. Sorry, I needed a quick break after that rant. Oh my god. Oh, Illinois. Oh, Illinois. So chronically falling behind. It's terrible. Oh, Illinois. It's disappointing. One of the biggest states in the nation, economically, geographically, population-wise, and just refuses to get its act together. Just openly refuses. So sad. So sad. But also to be expected when you have years of unchecked corruption. So, hey, you know. Yes, I know there's barbarians approaching. Okay. Oh, God. How much damage can you do? Ooh, I can upgrade them to archers. Oh, how much damage can you do? Not much. Swap with these guys and then upgrade to archers. There we go. Much better. And you build me a camp. Okay. No! Ah, shoot. Hey, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I didn't know it was that much courage to put conservative in my tag, but hey, thank you. I appreciate it. I hope you do stop by again. I appreciate your input. It helps me to grow as well. So I appreciate you. Yeah, dude, basic questions are where you start. Hit me. What you got? And again, I can't guarantee I'm going to know a lot, but hey, if you have stuff you want to know, hit me up. That's the whole point, is growing, learning new things, you know. Oh boy. Okay, my scout may need to get the fuck out of there. He's doing pretty well, actually. Why is my scout doing so well against these barbarians? If you need me to explain that, Joshua, I unfortunately can't explain why my scouts are doing so well. Okay. Purchasing tile, settlers, trade routes, toward builders. Yeah, what do we got? What do I need to be building? Oh, 9 more turns till these are both done. Okay. Oh, God. Wait a sec. Can you build this in 8 turns? Okay. Ooh, we're going into a golden age. Ooh, hell yeah. Extra movement for all builders. Faith and gold. Ooh. Ooh. So I understand Democrat versus Republican because of those two political parties who normally get voted into office. What importance does the independent party have, and has someone running as independent party ever won the election? Well, actually, there have been a couple of other parties throughout the years in the United States. Unfortunately, in a lot of other countries, Europe being the main example that gets thrown around, you do have a more parliamentary style where you do get a lot more third parties, because they've specifically built the government in such a way to de-incentivize, things sort of breaking down into a two-party system. Like, the reason the U.S. eventually filtered down into a two-party system was you might have started out with 50 parties, but then over time, they slowly consolidate and slowly consolidate and slowly consolidate, and I saw a really good video about this once. I'll have to try to find it, maybe link it in the Discord. But eventually, until you get 2. There have been some notable third-party runs. Most recently, in this presidential election, Jill Stein ran under the American Green Party. Yeah, Whigs and Dixiecrat have been big ones historically. Yeah, the Green Party was big. Jill Stein ran on being pro-Palestine. She actually took a lot of the Muslim vote. She campaigned hard in Michigan and took a lot of the Muslim vote up there. Yeah, I mean, The problem with third parties is, again, you're always worried because you have examples such as things like, who was it, the guy who took away votes from Al Gore in, there are a lot of controversies with those elections of George Bush, but the problem with independents, if I'm honest, a lot of times they get attacked. A lot of times independent parties and people who are running for independent parties get openly attacked by the Republicans or the Democrats or whatever they happen to be in any sort of system where you filter down into just two parties. And that's always really unfortunate. They tend to get attacked as spoilers. Actually, if I'm honest, and I know some people are going to find this cringe, but at this point in time, he was still actually a good political pundit. I recommend watching John Oliver's third parties video on YouTube from way back in like 2015. He did a really good job covering the third parties in the election between Hillary Clinton and Donald Trump back in 2016. And covering, it was Jill Stein then, again, and also Gary something were the two third parties that ran in that election. And yeah, look up John Oliver's third party video on YouTube from, I think it was around 2016. It was in the 2016 election. It's very, very good, breaking down American politics. I would highly recommend that if you want to learn more about third parties and the ways in which they can often be openly attacked and or just discouraged from running or called spoilers. Yeah, the term often thrown around is spoiler candidates because, like I said, Jill Stein was pro-Palestine. So the left could, in theory, accuse her of being a spoiler, which means that she is siphoning away votes from Kamala Harris, from the other leftist, which is why you end up filtering down into two parties. And it's unfortunate, but it's also a valid criticism, but also people should vote for who they believe with, you know. Yeah, that's what I would say. And that's a good video that I would start with if you want to learn more about third parties. Again, I know John Oliver has lost the plot culturally since that time. I know, but back in those days, he was actually doing a pretty good job with his politics, and I would recommend starting there. He did a really good job with that. Why can I not fire on these guys? Come on. What does being a conservative mean, and what about being a liberal? It depends on who you ask, unfortunately. Really depends on who you ask. But I have always been a believer. There is an analogy called the analogy of Chesterton's fence, which is essentially two people, one conservative and one liberal, walk through a field and they find a fence. The liberal says, there shouldn't be a fence here. Why do we need a fence? There shouldn't be fences between us, and wants to tear it down. The conservative says, why don't we keep the fence and figure out what it's here first, and then we can figure out if we want to tear it down. Again, it would depend on who you ask, and there's a lot of different variation that goes into that, and there's a lot of variation depending on the actual actions of the political parties themselves. Obviously, the Republicans as not just like an ideology, but as the Republican political machine removed from the ideology has its own goals. Same with the Democrat political machine that wants to fundraise, has its own goals outside of liberal ideology. But that is a good starting place that I like to use, that analogy of Chesterton's fence. The liberal says, let's tear down the fence. The conservative says, let's figure it out what it's there for. Liberals don't want borders. Conservatives want to know why there is a border. I mean, I think we have, it's just an analogy. At this point, I think we have a pretty good grasp as to why we have borders. But it's, being a liberal, at least in theory, should be about taking a liberal mindset on the current set of laws, on what is established. Now, that has changed, interestingly. One of the interesting facts about the Kamala Harris v. Trump presidential run was that the liberals ended up being the party of the establishment, which was actually, you know, the ways in which these rules get broken can often make for the most interesting politics. You know, it's not necessarily about borders. It's about a lot of things. Liberals take a liberal approach to the laws on the books and to the enforcement of them. Conservatives want to conserve what we have. That would be what I would say there. I'm also out of jazz. We should turn that back on in a sec. Ooh. Why are my guys getting fucked up so badly? Oh, God. Well, just fortify. You can't really do anything. You just stay there for right now. And, oh! Hey, a free builder. Yeah, I'll take that. Sure, I'll take free builders. Fuck yeah. Yeah, no problem, man. And like I said, a lot of these things would change depending on who you ask, but but that's where I would start. Yeah, that's where I would start defining some of those things. Let's see. Yeah, extra growth in the capital. I want that. Like I said, you know, treat me as a resource if you ever have questions. That's what I'm here for. It's a whole goal. I've recently learned I'm one of only 2 people who use the conservative tag on Twitch. Oh, that's so funny that he was so interested in that. I didn't even think twice about it. I was just like, yeah, I guess I'm a conservative. You know, whatever. I just didn't even think about it. That's really funny. Yeah, the problem is people are so mad about politics quite often that they fail to actually even articulate their points in a way that would actually get people to want to vote for them. I think that's been one of the biggest issues with politics lately is, you know, they're so busy yelling about, why don't you want to vote for me? That it's like, well, articulate your point. Make people understand you, you know? Make people want to know you. That's one of the biggest issues. It's unfortunate. It's like it's a crime to be uninformed. Like, if people are uninformed, inform them. It's just unfortunate. I'll take that. I'll take that. And, well, I'm in the desert. Probably don't need sailing. Probably should get the ability to build walls, though. That'd probably be pretty nice. Why don't you fortify in the Holy District? Yeah, give me a monastery. Ooh, that's beautiful. Love that I was able to build that in one turn. If you ever want to learn more about, like, how these divides between different parties and whatnot manifest in the real world, I know it's cliched and they get advertised everywhere. They've kind of become the new Audible or the new Raid Shadow Legends. But Ground News is a great resource for that. I have a Ground News subscription, and I'm always super fascinated to see what stories are being covered by one side and not being covered by another. Or how, like, literally just depending on what demographic a particular website or newspaper or online blog is trying to hit, how they change just their title to try to hit a certain demographic, and it's always really, really interesting. I find it fascinating. People seem to be seeing through those things more and more these days, or at least I hope they are. It's very interesting. Let's put some jazz on. Let's put on some synthwave. There we go. All right, get marching south. I need you to kind of defeat these barbarians because they're kind of fucking us up. Ooh! Fuck you. Please don't let that explode while my scout is right below the volcano. Oh, I'm playing with a 500 turn cap? I didn't know that. Oh, shoot. Ah, well. Get him, get him, get him! Nothing really worth purchasing, I guess. Actually. Give me a settler. Yeah. And do I want another settler? I actually wouldn't mind that. Give me a builder. Oh, I still have that other one, too. I'm still headed back. Well, there goes all of my faith points. That's fine. Like I was going to use them anyway. It's alright, America using... Oh my god, I'm just straight using Manifest Destiny. God, I hate these 2D backgrounds. We can all agree slavery was a bad thing. Do we agree that there has been many different races of slavery worldwide that it included white people as well? Yeah, it includes white people to this day, actually.
Don't reinvent, divide and rule.
Many different forms of slavery, unfortunately. It's absolutely terrible. Alright, come on, archers. Oh, shoot. Where to put a city? Where to put a city? Do I think America still feels effects from when America had slaves? Oh. Oh, God. Where do I start answering that? I mean... Yes, but not in the ways as often portrayed. Oh man, I'm answering a lot of tough questions today. Oh, that's what happens in the all politics stream. I gotta go back to Project Zomboid. Damn. Yes. I think actually, I mean, if you want to know my personal politics on the situation, I personally am an advocate for the idea that the black community needs to definitively break the alliance we have had for many years with white liberals. There has been an there's a yes, America still feels the effect of slavery. Jim Crow didn't end that long ago. But you were just bringing everything back to Woodrow Wilson. Yes, America does still feel it. I think there has been an unwillingness to move on from it. I think that on both sides of this argument, as far as whether or not America still feels the effects of slavery, the problem is that there is, I was expanding. Yeah, there's our settlers going out there. Yeah, we're using religion to expand. Yes, America still feels the effects of it. I think it can often be overblown, and I am very much, even as a black man, a proponent of calling out when minority groups use that too much. But it's always hard, because there are things that are real, and it's always such a tightrope walk being someone trying to advocate for the fact that, yes, it's real, but also, like, that doesn't mean that people need to, yeah, you're good. Yes, it was real, but also people need to be held accountable. And there's also just, if I'm honest, I don't think that slavery itself is did you watch, okay, here, Joshua, I'm going to give you another piece of interesting little another video to go watch as homework. Both sides of the spectrum. I'm sure there's a lot of them in America. If you don't watch Channel 5, I love Channel 5, also on YouTube. They recently did a video covering, they sent a black correspondent to a white body shields gathering, a group of white liberals who wanted to gather together to show that they were willing to take bullets on behalf of the black community. And the entire video is this black dude, this black political correspondent wandering around going, what the fuck? It's one of the funniest things in the world. The unfortunate truth is that slavery gets weaponized oftentimes more by white liberals than by actual black people, which is truly a fascinating place that we have found ourselves in culturally in the United States. It's not to say it's not real. I mean, hell, it just got referenced by Kendrick Lamar in that song where he won 5 Grammys, like not even that long ago, you know? Hey, Grimtech, welcome in. We were talking about slavery. You have great timing. We're talking about slavery. We're at an interesting point where, especially given how much of the black and Latino communities went for Trump, white liberals really need to be figuring out exactly to what degree how they're, like, white liberals and white northerners have really counted on having black and Latino votes in the bag simply because, ooh, we never had slavery. Well, that was like 200 years ago. And yes, Jim Crow was not that long ago. 70 years is not that long a time. Probably shorter than that. But things are changing. Things are headed in a better direction. And unfortunately, that, as much as, and if you want to see an example of this, I recommend Channel 5's, I believe it's like their most recent or like second or third most recent video on the white body shields who are here to protect black people. They're it's yet another case of liberals needing to find a second argument. But I recommend checking that out because increasingly black people are finding it to be cringe and masturbatory, quite frankly, and not actually about elevating, black and brown voices. It's not actually about that. It's about a bunch of self-congratulatory white people wanting to make themselves feel better for something their ancestors did like 80 years ago. It's just them filleting themselves more than it is actually trying to help any of these communities they claim to care so much about. And so yes, slavery does still affect us here, but also we unfortunately have a large political class here in the United States that likes to use slavery as an opportunity to further their own political agenda and keep black and Latino votes in the bag. There's a reason those votes were in the bag for so long, but... Oh, wait. Slave people are... Okay, type that out. I have to pee again. I've had a lot to drink. I've gone through a lot. This is like beer number 5, and both of these. I think we're almost out of the apple cider. Okay, yeah, type it out. I'll be right back. Oh, damn. I gotta be honest, Grimtech, I can kind of see that. There is, that's unfortunate. I'm sorry that happened. That fucking sucks. Ugh. Jesus Christ. That's fucking terrible. There is, unfortunately, like, a subset who wants to, of black people who want to, like, I don't know, they treat, like, I don't know, want to escape blackness, I guess. I don't know. I'm probably too drunk to be commenting on half this stuff anyway. Oof. Wife is half black, half Indian. Mixed. Had to witness racism toward your family before. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Yeah, it's terrible. I know your experience, man. Like, coming from a mixed family myself. Like, it's tough. It's good that they have a dad who's, like, wants to understand this stuff and wants to, like, try to be a part of their lives and understand that it is sympathetic. I know some white parents who don't, who just don't care, unfortunately. Well, I think we're going to go with Classical Republic because we're not really facing that much in terms of our military. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Builders. Purchasing tiles. Ooh. Yeah, I want the production. Never understood these types of games. They're a lot. I love Civilization, though. I recommend starting with Civ V. I think it's great. A few years later, met my wife and her family. Nice. Dude, fuck yeah. Yeah, no, it's, you know, there's gonna come a day where I make a video about black women. It's gonna be, oh boy. It's gonna be about younger ones though, but man, it's gonna be a thing. Oh, oh man, that's the day I get canceled. I'm gonna get canceled already, I'm sure, but oh man, that's gonna be a time. Oh, what TikTok did. Oh, what TikTok did to black women. Oh god. Oh god. That's a whole different issue though, not what you're talking about, but oh boy. Oh boy. Oh boy. Production for builders. Maybe from trade routes. We're doing okay on gold. I don't know. What are we building right now? We're building a wonder. We're building a monument. What does Baltimore need the most? Well, actually, workers, honestly, would be great. And we're about to settle some more places. Yeah, I think workers are going to be the main thing. Yeah, let's builders. And give me both of these. Because I would like to get some city-states on my side. Yeah, it's, things have really been flaring up in the United States as of late. It's very unfortunate. Ugh. It's very unfortunate. I do think we're headed in the right direction, though. Like I said, though, I do stand by that. I think we're headed in a good direction. It's just going to take some time. Okay, can I focus on food now? Because my people are starving. And Washington only has 3 people. Oh, boy. Well, 300,000, I think, but yeah. Ugh.
When I saw the house of Artemis that mounted to the clouds, those other marvels lost their brilliancy. And I said, lo, apart from Olympus, the sun never looked on aught so grand.
I do like these little animations they do in 6. I do think it's cool. There we go. My thoughts on DEI. First, explain what DEI even is. If you want my take on DEI, I honestly would recommend checking out the latest video on my channel. Latest or second latest. Where I did not get that new webcam yet. It's coming like the 21st. It's going to take like 2 weeks, apparently. But it has been ordered. The DEI stands for diversity, equity, and inclusion. I have my thoughts as far as making sure that, I mean, in theory, DEI is supposed to be about new deals available. What is this? Oh, this is a scene. I haven't seen this before. What is this? 1 diamond. No, I don't want your fucking diamonds. Doesn't mean you're useful. There's some truth to that, but I mean, as far as diversity, equity, and inclusion, I am a proponent of the idea if things are truly fair, then things in theory should roughly fall along the lines of the populace, you know. If America is 14% black, in theory, something like 14% of our congressmen and senators would be black as well. Now, there are changes within that. Odds are, just because of the way the world is and the way the working environment tends to work out, I wouldn't expect 50% of our senators and congressmen to be women, though I would expect a higher majority than we have now. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy me. I'm glad people enjoy me and my takes. I am so tired, but I'm having fun. DEI can be good. The problem is that too often DEI, and why DEI is often used as an excuse to put political appointees in power. That was the thing that I ranted about in my most recent video. Yeah, as long as you're best for the job, that's fine. But way too often, DEI is used as an excuse to put in political appointees or for cronyism. You know, putting your friends in power, you know. But she's a woman, so you can't criticize her. That's disgusting. That I find disgusting. And that happens way too often in places like here in Illinois. It's very unfortunate. Very, very, very unfortunate. But that being said, there's also a nasty habit that the right has and that conservative pundits have where they rail against DEI because they may actually be racist, which just happens way more often than they'd like to admit. Like, in their crusade against DEI, the right has had a nasty habit of accidentally or sometimes intentionally defending actual racists or sexists, which is not ideal. Andrew Tate being a notable example of an actual misogynist who you shouldn't defend, but he's not a DEI hire. It's a nasty case. Like I said, the right has had issues with, in their quest for... I'm fine. I'm fine with correcting ratios, but too often it ends up being cronyism, you know? It ends up being putting your friends in power, and that I don't like. That really sucks to see. That always sucks to see. It's always unfortunate. Huh. Oh boy, here they come. Oh, nice. Yeah, guys, I would love to fight you outside of your encampment. That's perfect. Yeah, may as well just build monasteries out here in the desert since I can't do anything with this land. Yeah, no, I actually, the sad thing is, I agree with the left in the idea that having more views, having more diverse views makes for a better working environment. The problem is, like I said, you know, just like the right has had their nasty problem of defending misogynists, or defending actual racists in their quests against DEI, the left has had its issues with accidentally defending cronyistic hires or, you know, because it's way too easy to just leverage the idea of, she's a woman, you can't criticize her. Okay, but is she bad for the job? Was she put into her position because she was, you know, somebody's friend, because she was a political ally of somebody else in power? Is that actually true? You know, and using that as a chance to shield themselves. The left has had a nasty issue with defending people that they should. Both sides have had issues defending people that they shouldn't. Because they want to get back at the other side or prove some kind of a stupid point. And it ends up just biting them in the ass more often than not. Just being bad for everybody. Tell me why I bought a dead video editor. Wait. What happened to your video editor? What the person? What? Grimtech, what happened with your video editor? What happened? Do you mean the, when did you write, did you say you got, Vegas Pro? Or there's no, like, tutorials about it? I'm curious. Yeah, honestly, what should matter is, you know, ideally we should live in a meritocracy. I am for the idea that trying to get a diverse number of opinions is good for our ability to conquer a diverse set of problems. But it can't get in the way of things getting done. It just can't. It can't. You know, that's what matters. I need another beer. Oh, nice. Perfect. I love that they sallied out of their own protected base to come and attack me and then fucking died doing it. Perfect. Fuck them up! Oh, damn. There's no good videos on Vegas Pro? Oh, shit. Well, if I had a copy, maybe I would make one. Well, I mean, you can always still use DaVinci Resolve. I think there's some good videos out about that. Maybe I'd have to look into that. All I'm seeing are these free plugins for DaVinci. Oh, interesting. I got to be honest. All I ended up... The way I learned video editing was I threw myself into it. You know, I'm going to be honest with you. I got good at video editing by making 300 of them. So, I don't know. I didn't watch all that many videos. You know, maybe it's better to just throw yourself into it, you know? Learn by doing. Have fun. Go nuts. I'm not generating... Actually, I'm generating a lot of faith. Got like that the first time. Nice. It takes a lot of time though. It's a hell of a ride in the meantime. Well, there goes the builder. Well, at least I'm not paying for them now. This builder is taking so long to get there. You're almost there, buddy. You're almost there. God damn it. Nah, just fortify in the base. Just sit tight. You're fine. They want horses. Well, I'm not using them. Sure, why not? Oh, shit. Alright, we'll be fine. Come down here. No, I don't need any more wonders. Oh, that's perfect. Right there. Did it make a school bell sound for the campus? I love that. That's great. Phenomenal. Love it. Hmm. Okay, hang on. Maybe we just take the faith in gold. That's not great, but I'll take it. Research construction. Build 2 campuses. Fuck you. Nice. Um... That's how it's done. Nah, man. Back when I was a general manager, that's exactly what I used to do too. 100%. 100%. And it was always awkward, but it was like, oh, why am I not getting any hours? Well, maybe you should work harder. You know? Maybe you should, oh, maybe that's for you to figure out. You know, hours are going to go to people who show up on time, show up looking clean, looking professional. Yeah, I was for a little bit. I used to run a coffee shop for a little while. I actually think that's part of what's kind of fucking me over right now. I'm overqualified for like every cashier and dishwasher job I try to apply for now because I need something simple. Really rich? I wouldn't say being a GM made me rich. I think that at the time I made a grand total of $42,000 a year, and I only lasted for about a year. I couldn't do it. I was trying to build up the channel at the same time, and it just the stress got to be too much. I also had really terrible bosses, like distinctly awful. Maybe I'll make that a video at some point, my experience being a GM. I don't know, that could be interesting. If people would be interested in that. Honestly, I like being in leadership positions. I liked being a GM. It was just that my bosses were just awful. Like, genuinely awful. Awful human beings. Awful, awful, awful human beings. Okay, can I buy another... Ooh, 195? I can get there. Why am I not getting hours? Because you suck. Honestly, though, that's the way you do it. Like, they're going to go to who works hard. And deep down, they know. Like, deep down, they know. Deep down, they know. They pretend they don't, but they do. More often than not, they know. It sucks, but it is what it is. Like, what else are you going to do? Ooh. Tribal village. An extra envoy. Cool. I'll take that. Nice. Where is Hunza? That's right by me. Why was I not there suzerain sooner? Well, I'm going to be even better once I build a campus. They want a trade route. I think they want a trade route too. Yeah, everybody wants a trade route. I need to be trading more. Where is that trader? How long do they have? Probably not much longer. Let me see. Need more commercial hubs and... Okay. An open and honest person. Beating around the bush to someone or not being honest only hurts yourself. Honestly, I respect that. It's hard. It's hard, like, having to try to be honest with people, but it's like... It's so necessary sometimes. Like, people gotta understand, like... I can't give hours to people who just want to show up just to collect the paycheck and go home. You gotta actually be able to work. Like, people gotta understand that. Oh, shit. Hang on a sec. Hang on a sec. Catching up to me again. I fixed it. I fixed it. Welcome in, Allie. Good to see you. Thank you, everyone, for dealing with me and my... It wouldn't be a new Memphis stream without something going horribly wrong. Some sort of terrible technical difficulty. We all know that. We all know that. Now, can I buy a builder? No, I need 180 gold for that. Damn it. I'm pretty close. Yeah, the campus is finished. Cool. Civ 7? No, this is only Civ 6. I don't have access to... You think I'm that important I would have access to Civ 7 by now? Yeah, I know. I got into the habit of muting this thing every time I go to the bathroom. Thank God, though. I'd rather that than you guys have to hear me taking a leak. Let's see. How long would it take to build it? Only 3 turns? Yeah, start cranking out builders. Nice. It is not champagne, actually. This is not a champagne flute. This is a wine glass. It's not wine either, though. No, it is a mix of 312 wheat ale and this Martinelli's apple hard cider, which is phenomenal, by the way. Great combination. Adds the crispness of the cider alongside the body of the wheat ale, and it's phenomenal. Highly recommend. Giving out recommendations here. Oh my God. I've had a girl do that. That was fun. That was fun. I probably should have known she was crazy. Anyway, I attract a lot of crazy. That's just my thing. Oof. Okay, you need to heal. Yeah, I know. I know that was what you were talking about. Oh, I was clarifying for anyone else in the chat who may not have heard that one specific story. Oh God, that she was a very sweet girl. Oh God, I'll have to make like a dating story time at some point. Boy, that would be a fucking tale. That'd be a fucking tale. God damn. All right, go to sleep, builder. No problem. Glad I could help with the barbarians way the fuck over here. Where are you even at? You're over there. What do you even care about these barbarians? It's a dumb move on their part. Yeah, everybody just get out of there. Damn, I should put a city out here. Holy shit. I need to start founding cities. Sweet but crazy. Yeah, that's about the way to put it. You know, it's always a shame when a girl does something where it's like, you know, if you had just been chill, maybe something could have happened, but then you had to do that. Then you had to let me know you were crazy. If only you could have just been normal. A little, I don't know. You could have just been normal. Challenge to Mortal Kombat. Oh God, what happened? Oh, it's fine. The Mississippi flooded. That happens. Heal up. Everybody get on the move. Get the fuck out of here. We're at the edge of the map. Ooh. Flat Earth confirmed. Okay. Baltimore, you're bitching and moaning about amenities. What about a theater square? Would that be good enough that you would stop complaining? You don't need housing. Wow. I'm really fucking drunk right now. It's great though. Thank you guys for being here while this is what's happening. Oh, it's a fun time. Fun times at the All Politics stream. I am so exhausted. Oh man, that like solid like 4-hour block of like just politics and defense was a lot. But it was fun though. It was good. It's good, and it's good to grow and learn, and it's tiring. Oh. But it's good. And I like that. And I like growing and learning and hearing new perspectives. And God, am I tired. God, am I tired. Ooh. How long have we been going for? I don't even know at this point. I think we're at like 7 hours, something like that. Oh my God. I should check the Twitch. Am I banned on Twitch yet? No, everyone's watching on Twitch now. So I assume not. Friend was showing me a video on YouTube of this guy doing ass magic. What? You do ass magic while playing Project Zomboid. Apparently, man. If ass magic is doing that well, apparently that's what I need to be doing. Man. I need to be doing ass magic, apparently. Oh, man. Oh, my God. I am so spent right now. Oh, I'm going to have to call it here soon. I'm going to keep going a little while longer, but I'm going to have to call it here soon. I am so tired. I am so tired. So tired. Anyway. What do I want? Library. Actually, start. How long? Only 3 more turns. Get the granary. And in 3 turns, we'll start cranking out builders like crazy. Actually, you fortify that turn. And we're just going to take this whole continent while we're uncontested over here. Blocked off by this mountain range. Wish the barbarians were more of a threat. Kind of wish we had played on maybe like Zombie Apocalypse. Zombie Apocalypse mode is like the only mode where the barbarians actually feel like a threat. Started super early, yeah. You're good. No, definitely don't risk your job watching my Twitch stream. That is, you should definitely prioritize your job. But thank you. Yeah, no. Ugh. Yeah, we're at we're closing in on 7 hours now. Oh man, I gotta figure out what the video is gonna be tomorrow. Maybe we'll talk about build mode. You know what? I'm trying to just really focus in on getting some Project Zomboid content done because it's what's most popular on my channel. Hey, Hesfestus, welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. I hope your little round robin with the job search went well. Get that big money. Hope things are going well for you. Political bickering. Oh, it went on for hours. Oh, it went on for hours. I am so tired. Yeah, I think, yeah, I got to have another video about tomorrow. I'm thinking of talking about build mode. Maybe the possibility of DLC. That could be cool. Maybe a video like what I've learned interviewing Project Zomboid fans or talking to them as like an actual, you know, like something that could be a resource for the devs. 4 knows a good job. Great. Fucking A, man. Fucking make that bread. Get yours. Fuck yeah, dude. Hell yeah. I'm saying fuck yeah, yacht, but I'm very happy for you. Congratulations. Fuck yeah. I'll say it one more time. Probably more than one more time. I'm so tired right now. Anyway. Oh, what are we producing in Boston? Ooh, you need a granary. What do the granaries do? Housing. Yeah, actually give me that. That's more. And you need amenities. It's dying. It usually does at around that 7-8 hour mark. Ooh. Yeah, the plan is to have a new video out tomorrow morning, hopefully tomorrow by noon, and then be ready to start a stream sometime in the afternoon. Back to normal time. My usual peak times usually are like 5 to 11 is when I normally stream. It usually goes pretty well. 5 to 11 like CST, like 5 to midnight. Oh my god, that's like 7 hours. Everything seems to be good on my end. I'm not sure. Probably need an encampment. We haven't really needed it. Potential expansion / the future of PZ and how to make it sustainable. Naked and Afraid run. Oh my god. Project Zomboid, but I'm naked and afraid. That actually would be pretty funny. Yeah, we could do that. Oh, that could be funny. Yeah, that could be kind of fun. Yeah, maybe we'll do that. Project Zomboid, but I'm naked and afraid. And that could be funny. I could do something like that. And God knows I could stand to do something that's absolutely bonkers as opposed to something highly political. Because God, I am so tired. I'm so tired. Ooh, after debating with a fucking law professor all day. I don't even have a college degree. Why am I here debating with law professors? It's cool though. It's fun. But man, I'm tired. Whew. 3 places to visit in Project Zomboid and 3 places they need to add. How realistic is too much? Give me a builder. Wait, can I afford... Damn it. It's 80 gold. You go there, and you go there. Oh, yeah, he came in earlier. He was very intrigued based on the fact that apparently I'm one of only 2 people to have ever used the fucking conservative tag on Twitch. Oh, that's your fault. Well, maybe if you hadn't needed a job, maybe you could have been here. That sounds like your problem, buddy. I need construction. Actually, wait. No. Horseback riding, then construction, then currency. There we go. Yeah, he was here for a bit. We had a very interesting conversation. Mostly about Trump. And about Democrats. Apparently, he is a big... should be fun employed. It's overrated. Fun employed is not fun. I wouldn't suggest it. No, he had a... Ooh, yeah. Got one going to Boston. Go to Boston. Think I'll go to Boston. Oh, my God. Tells you what era of music I was into when I was a kid. Yeah, something. I don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. Yeah, he was here. We were talking about Democrats and Republicans, and he was very interested to know why I would ever consider voting for Donald J. Trump. The Spark Notes. Yeah, I mean, mostly it was, I don't know, I got to be honest, a conversation I feel like I've had many a time. Why would you ever want to vote for Trump? This is why. Why would you ever want to vote for him? Well, I felt like he was the better option. Why did you think he was the better option? Ugh. Mostly 4 hours of that. But, hey, the VOD's still going to be out over on YouTube. We'll put out a highlights. I'll put out a highlights. Actually, I could put that out tomorrow, too. I should put that out tomorrow as well. Do I even have iron to offer him? Nah, sorry, bud. Mortal Kombat! Dun 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 dun. Oh shit. Any chance you guys can sail? Go, go, go. Get the fuck out of there. Ah! Yeah, like I said, it's a conversation I feel like I've had about 30 times. And I respect it. I respect that he was here trying to learn, but also somewhat frustrating. I don't know. I felt like Donald J. Trump was a better choice than the status quo. Maybe you should try to convince me otherwise instead of telling me, you know, I don't know. If people feel like that's true, I don't know. Try to convince me otherwise. Don't attack me. I don't know. Maybe that's just too much to ask these days. I need to get a city, like, right here on this, like, elbow. Nice. And purchase that too. Go over there. How much do these tiles cost? Ooh, it's 82. Yeah, it's not great. Current state of politics is not great. It's not great. Too bad somebody was more interested in getting a job than in actually being here for the debate. But whatever, I'm not mad about it. I don't even care. Whatever, whatever. Okay. Go to Boston. You go to Baltimore. Oof. Oh my god. Oh, I'm so tired. Okay, I'm wrapping it up. I'm calling it. I'm calling it. Oh man. I will save this game though. This is going pretty well. I won't save this game. This game kind of sucked. I find Civilization to be kind of boring if there aren't a lot of things to fight. Thank you very much, Joshua. I hope I was able to help with those questions you had. Like I said, the Channel 5, yeah, the two suggestions I had for videos, Channel 5's, the defending white bodies. It's like their second or third most recent videos. It's really interesting. And then also the John Oliver third parties video from like 8 years ago was really, really good as well. Highly recommend both of those questions you had. Thank you, guys. Thank you for being here. Thank you for engaging. Thank you for being receptive. And thank you for willing to bring me your ideas as well. I will see you in the next one. I have to come back as one of the 2 people to ever use the conservative tag on Twitch. I, of course, have to be here to represent. So, yeah, dude, hit me with whatever you got. I'm always happy to. I'm sure we'll do another all politics stream at some point. I will see you guys later. We'll see you later. Oh my